Robin, we ready?
Yeah.
All right, if everybody would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, at this point, I'd like to go ahead and call the Wednesday, November 17th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the City of Milton Planning Commission. I am Sumit Shah, the chairperson. This is a 7-member commission appointed by the City of Milton Mayor and City Council, created for the purpose of holding public hearings and making recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrent variance applications, comprehensive land use plan and plan map, and other related plans, and amendments to the zoning ordinance. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our Planning Commission members. We have Fred Edwards, Kurt Nolte, again, Sumit Shah, Ron Gilbert, and Jan Jacobus. The petitions will be heard in the sequence listed on the posted agenda. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures conducting this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. The opposition will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks provided time remains with the allotted time. The staff of the Community Development Department will be keeping track of time and will inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Each speaker must fill out a speaker card before speaking and leave it with a staff member of the Community Development Department. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years, immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of the relevant statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Each application has been properly filed with the Department of Community Development. Signs have been posted on each site. The matter has been advertised and the notices have been mailed to property owners affected by this zoning as required by the Milton zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission's recommendation will be forwarded to the City of Milton Mayor and City Council for final disposition in approximately 5 weeks on the first Monday of each month at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. The Community Development Department has reviewed each application in conjunction with various agendas and departments, both internal and external to the city. Staff's recommendations, findings, and conclusions are here before us in written form, which has been made available to all petitioners and to the public. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, dialogue with the person speaking, or outburst. Please turn off all cell phones or place them on silent. All remarks will be addressed by the Planning Commission. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you will expect to receive yourself. In addition, the applicant shall not submit material to the Planning Commission during the meeting unless requested to do so by the Commission. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Commission in consideration of your application should be submitted to the staff of the Community Development Department to be included in the normal distribution of packages to the Commission. Finally, to the applicant, if your petition is deferred in accordance with the Milton zoning ordinance, you are required to update or obtain a new sign for reposting. Failure to update or repost will result in further delay. There are no exceptions. The Planning Commission is tasked by the city's subdivision ordinance to conduct a public hearing on proposed preliminary plats that have been found to be complete by the Community Development Department. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the Planning Commission is required to review the proposed preliminary plat and provide comments and make recommendations regarding the plat to the Community Development Director. The Planning Commission does not approve or reject the proposed preliminary plat, but merely provides comments or recommendations based on the public hearing and the Planning Commission's review of the proposed preliminary plat. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and call for any general public comment.
We do not have any general public comment.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Oh, I'm sorry, we do.
We do, okay.
Yes.
And time will be limited at 2 minutes per person, not to exceed 14 minutes.
I'm going to be way under 2 minutes. I know you got a big night in front of you, and I'm hoping that maybe y'all won't be here next month. I'm here to express my appreciation to this board, the Planning Commission. I've always felt and now know that the Planning Commission is the heart and soul of Milton and the staff. Milton is special because you all sit up here month in, month out, and you make important decisions that I have benefited from. I have watched, I have learned from each of you, and I appreciate your dedication to doing this when the room's full, but mostly when the room's empty. We have done some great things. We have slammed the door shut on high density and sewer extension on Hopewell Road. We've said no thank you to vape shops and fireworks stands. And I watched this group work through a comp plan that was initially very difficult, but you carried it home, and I couldn't be prouder of your efforts. So I wanted to publicly thank you. I also wanted to thank my appointee, Ron Gilbert, for his tireless efforts to serve as the chair at one time. And also he gave me numerous briefs and was very diligent with letting me know what did and did not occur here. So Ron, I wanted to thank you. And with that, I have a very earthy award for you, which is, it's the Workhorse Award. It is a something that is special to me. It is a horseshoe from a horse. Her name was My Alibi, and she loved to work, and she always did her job with a cheerful spirit, and she always had my back and made me look good. And I want to give this to you and thank you for your time on Planning Commission on my behalf. And if I could approach.
Please.
Very cool.
Thank you very much, Laura. It's been a pleasure working with you too.
Thank you, Laura. Does anybody else have any other public comment?
No.
Okay.
I came here for the exciting text amendment.
All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of the action minutes from the October 27th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. I will open up the floor for any motion.
I move to accept the action minutes from October 27th, 2021.
Motion to accept those minutes as presented.
And seconded.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Next item on the agenda is a preliminary plat.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, I'm going to present the preliminary plat for Thompson Oaks subdivision. This property is located at 15260 and 15250 Thompson Road. The subject site is just west of the new roundabout at Thompson Road and Hopewell Road. So the location map orientates you to Bell Memorial Park, Hopewell, where Thompson intersects with Hopewell, and then just to the west is the Thompson Oaks site, adjacent to the City of Milton Fire Station, number 42. This property is a total of 20.52 acres. It is undeveloped, and there is one correction on the information that went out to you earlier. There are 16 lots, but there are 14 single-family lots. One area is for detention. That lot is for detention. And then there's a lot for the common area, an amenity area at the front. The owner and developer is Georgia Choice Properties. Engineer is A&R Engineering. And the plat is to subdivide the 20.52 acres into 14 lots at a density of 0.68 lots per acre. This site plan illustrates the layout of the subdivision. The proposed site is to be private and gated, an amenity area located on the left of the entrance, 14 one-acre lots, and a detention pond, dry pond, in the lower right, in the rear right area of the site. I wanted to identify an enlargement of the amenity area in the front. Along Thompson Road, the first lot on the left would be the common area. That would contain a pavilion and a fire pit. Then there's the corner of the property on the common area has been an area that has been identified for possible septic location for Fire Station 42. Fire Station 42 has currently been demolished, and plans are in bidding process right now for the construction of that. The city has been communicating with the developer to allocate a portion of that corner of the site to be utilized for septic fields for the adjacent property. If there's anything that might change on this layout would be the area of septic. That configuration is proposed. We might need a little more area. It depends. We're going to continue to work with the development, but it's not going to change the overall layout of the development. It will be contained within that area, the common area in the front. And then the developer has also identified 0.08 acres to be of right-of-way to be donated. The site does contain a healthy 34-inch white oak at the front that the developer will intend to keep. These pictures are from a recent site visit from our arborist. So you can see looking west on Thompson Road into the site on the first picture, and then the white oak itself. And while it needs a little bit of pruning, it's in great health. So the developer is indeed going to do everything to grading and maybe even a wall to help save that tree. This is a conceptual site plan that was provided by the developer. You can sort of see a conceptual rendering of the entrance, the amenity area on the left as you come into the entrance, and then just an aerial view of the proposed house on the right of what that might look like. The developer has put together some image board pictures of what their vision of the development's going to look like. I would like to invite him up now just to speak on those pictures and certainly be available for any questions. So, here.
Thank you, Tracy. My name is Maher Boudir. I'm here on behalf of Georgia Choice Properties.
Please state your
My
address.
address is 615 Cranberry Trail, Brownsville, Georgia. Again, I'm here representing Georgia Choice Properties, the owners. Our plan for this property obviously is to create something that belongs in Milton. We have partnered with a local architect, David Grace, who is a principal architect in Classical Studios. And we are working with him diligently to create architectural details and guidelines for all custom homes. This is going to be an all custom home community. So that, and we're also creating a review process to work with him privately, in addition to working with the city review board, so that to make sure that every home that's created has all the details that embodies the essence of Milton equestrian community, the essence of Milton, rural feel. That's our plan, and we already have some guidelines that include, having wraparound porches, deep, real wraparound porches, some details, including the columns and arches and certain aspects, indoor and outdoor living in every home, special details to every entrance of a home. Again, they're going to be custom homes, so we're not in a position to offer rendering, but we have kind of a sketch board that shows some of the detail, the work, some of the vision, and some of the things that he has worked. He's also incorporated the initial plan for Station 42. For Station 42, which is going to inspire some of the design aspects as well and integrate in the community. The site is also a block away from Bell Memorial Park. We see that as a huge asset, and we want to make sure that we're creating a community that is a neighborhood that is timeless and that represents Milton in the best way possible. I'm open to any questions.
One of the in your comments, you talked about honoring Milton's history and so forth. One of the things we're trying to do in Milton is encourage large lots. These are essentially 1 acre lots. And so I wanted to ask why you chose to go with 1 acre as opposed to exploring larger lots.
We actually did explore larger lots for a little bit. We even put up a sign and to understand the level of interest in the community. We've gotten a lot of calls. There's a lot of people who want more than 1 acre. We created several of our lots are going to be 1.5 and plus acres. So, we're trying to meet the medium and what is the demand. At the same time, we wanted to make sure, obviously, every single lot is more than 1 acre.
Okay.
What's the price point that you're looking at?
You know how the market is. What I tell you today may be different next month, but right now we're projecting 1.5 to 2.5 million is the price point for the homes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about partial 17 and partial 18, those bioretentions? What are they going to look like?
Okay. Right there. I'm going to defer actually to my engineer, Cody. You want to speak to that?
My name is Cody Omby. I'm an engineer with A&R Engineering out of Marietta, Georgia. Address 2160 Kingston Court, Suite O, Marietta, Georgia, 30067. So those lots are going to be bioretention areas. They're generally going to be designed to be landscaped in there as well. Assuming the city is okay with that. That is our thought, is to provide landscaping in there, provide trees in there, especially in the back ones. Specifically, I think those come up as number 17, 17 and 18. We also have a bioretention in the front up there near the amenity area. That one is going to also be some hardscaping in there. And I know we are working with David Grace to kind of incorporate that into the feel of the amenity area. Yes, so the bioretention pond is kind of a new thing, but they've been around a while, but they're now getting new light because of some of the changes in the regulations that are occurring. And so what we're doing here is we're going to be treating the first inch of rainfall, which encompasses about 80% of the storms in Georgia, and trying to substantially reduce all the pollutants in there by letting that water kind of filter out naturally within the site. And then the heavier storms are the ones that will really be detained in detention pond and then released. But all those smaller storms are really just going to be completely held within the site.
So does that mean there's additional stones or something there? Is there?
So it's an engineered soil mix. So I believe these are sitting at about 2 to 3 feet of engineered soil on the top. And then underneath that, yeah, there'll be a small stone and a little bit of a larger stone layer, and then there'll be sand underneath that, and then it'll just kind of percolate out. And in there, you can see that you will see kind of some small, they look small on here, but there is a pipe network that's kind of going to be the overflow for those big storm events when we have, those hurricanes come through, and that way the water will have somewhere to go and it won't flood out the roadway.
Taking it over to number 10?
Yes, sir. There's actually a ridge down the middle here, so most of it's going to go back to number 10, but some of it will come up here to kind of adjacent to this amenity area. Generally between 2 and 3 feet total depth. Sometimes they get to about 4 or 5, but generally not more than that. I do know that in our talks with the city, they do have to be platted separately, which is why you see them as separate parcels here. And we also are now going to have to provide some sort of marking around them. Generally, I think it's with a placard now type of deal. Yes. And so that's part of what we're doing with David Grace is they have talked about some other, like some hardscaping, trying to kind of recreate kind of maybe like an old foundation there of a house to kind of really differentiate that area. I know those conversations are still ongoing, but yeah, that's definitely what they're trying to do around that amenity area is try to come up with a creative way to make sure it is differentiated from everything else while still looking like it belongs.
It looks like, the arborist has been out there. We saw the tree of the oak, and it looks like there is a semi-tree plan on the last page of the drawings. And it does say the canopy coverage will remain what it is right now. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, correct.
It looks like a beautifully wooded piece of property, so I'd hate to lose a lot of that.
Yeah, we are definitely doing our best to keep it. We are generally we're tying the road in as soon as we can. We're not clear cutting any of the parcels on either side of it.
And right now, all the trees are identified on the tree plan. Those are identified are the ones that will be staying for sure?
I don't believe so. I believe we are having to fill on the property. I don't have the tree plan in front of me at the moment.
Okay, maybe it's just the canopy coverage. I don't know.
Somewhere X'd out. Somewhere, not all.
So anything with an X on it, it'll be removed.
Anything with the bigger X on it, it's being removed. Sorry, yeah, we kind of have anything that has the X that goes outside of the circle. Yeah, and a lot of those are unhealthy trees. But we are doing our best to try to get it in there. We are already at maximum slopes on our roadway. We're trying to come up with the roadway through the little bit to try to maintain that natural crest, and then we're dropping like a stone at really close to the maximum slope that the fire marshal will let us.
So it looks like the vast majority of trees will be removed, but you're keeping the canopy coverage?
Yes, they have met, the plan has shown the calculations that meet the canopy coverage of the trees that are going to be removed.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yes.
So will most of these homes sit below the road?
It's kind of a mix. I believe from my recollection, or actually, if I can hang on to this for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. So specifically, I believe when I looked through it all, we are looking at parcels 1, 2, and 3, I think are going to be kind of above the roadway. 4 is going to be pretty close to at roadway. 5, 6, and 7 are going to be a little above. Generally, they're all going to be pretty close to roadway. I think 13, along that side, 9 through 14 are going to be, I think they're going to be basement lots. For most of those, I think on 14, 12, 13, 14 might be slabs, but 9, 10, 11 are definitely ideal for a basement lot. So the front of the entrance will be roughly at road grade, within a couple of feet of road grade, and then they'll drop down in the back to maintain that natural topo of the site. Yes, it will be an asphalt roadway. I believe our roadway is also meeting the city requirements as well, because the fire marshal definitely doesn't. We are not proposing sidewalks within our development along the roadway, but we are proposing them along Thompson Road.
So our code requires that anything, I believe it's within a half mile of a active city park is required to have sidewalks. So if this is further out in the hinterland, we wouldn't require them to do sidewalks necessarily along the roadway, but because it's so close, yeah, along it, yeah.
Who's donating the right of way from?
The developer, we are.
You are.
Yeah, we're donating. So part of that has to do with the fact Thompson Road does not have any curb and gutter on it. So in order to provide sidewalk out there, we have to put in a ditch on our side of the roadway, and then we can put in sidewalk. So in order to put in that sidewalk and get it within the right of way, we have to donate some right of way. Sir.
Lot 16 is where that big white oak is.
Yes, sir.
So is that going to be HOA property to maintain that oak? Or is it going to be the homeowners that are going to be expected to maintain that oak?
It will be on owners. The white oak is actually sitting somewhere right about here. I think right about the 40-foot. There we go. Yep. So this is that white oak. In order to stay out of the critical root zone of that white oak, that we are having to put in this retaining wall to do our best. And we are borderline encroaching on it enough to where the arborist says, you can keep it, but we're going to need to make sure we're out there to watch all of construction, make sure that your crews are doing a good job with it. But yes, it will be on the property owner. And kind of piggybacking, sorry. Okay. Piggybacking off of that, our driveway location is really fixed a little bit. We can't shift it any further away from Hopewell Road this way because there's a crest in Hopewell Road right before you get to the roundabout. Hopewell Road crests a little bit, and we won't have sight distance if we start shifting it further away from Hopewell.
Robin, is there any other like minimum lot size requirements for like the bioretention areas or the amenity areas or anything like that?
No, all the detention, just as, there's no minimum size or maximum size. It's just based upon the engineering of those properties, so.
Can you? Sure, I believe, have you guys talked about the?
Right. So obviously, we're trying to keep it, at 4 feet or under. We're going to have natural stone, as large stone as we can, so that it fits in, and weave it along with the fencing that goes where the wall ends, and try to keep it as a natural landscape as possible. We're going to use our trees that we have to plant to create also some trees around there and put in some of the landscaping features that will help make it. Mm-hmm. There will be some landscaping, and it won't be a 6-foot wall. We're trying to reach where it is, and also it's made of natural stone. It's going to be made of natural stone. It's not going to be a concrete wall.
The last slide on that PowerPoint shows some ideas if you
Right.
want to. I don't think we went that far. There we go.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, we're bouncing somewhere right around and the requirements to get that road in there and meet the ADA requirements of that crosswalk right there. That's really what's kind of driving this and keeping it.
And there's no de-escalation lane here?
Oh, so there's not one required.
And will there be a left turn out of the neighborhood?
Yes,
Permanent?
left turn allowed out of the neighborhood. That's what's driving we can't shift the driveway any further away and still allow that to happen. Down here at the end of the parking aisles is a proposed location. Proposed to be the mail
there it is.
kiosk, and I believe
I
it's
see it now.
proposed to be a pavilion.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know, it's really tough to see on the drawing because it gets really small in such a big neighborhood.
Anybody else got any questions? Anybody else in the audience have any other comments or questions?
I don't have any comment cards at this time, but
Okay. All right. Anybody else got any questions for staff or?
No, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So at this time, I will take any sort of a motion.
I would move that we recommend approval of preliminary plat at 15260 and 15250 Thompson Road.
so would you like to, because y'all don't exactly approve it, but just, I think the last time you did a motion, it was
Recommendation.
forwarding it on for support toward the community development director,
I
because.
think the motion was to recommend approval, which
Recommend
is fine. And if you have any additional comments, you can add them.
Would you want to add those, please, too, as a friendly amendment? Please.
Just to summarize, so we have a,
Let me get a second on the motion and a second on the amendment.
okay,
As it's been stated at this point in time, let's get a second on the motion to approve.
I'll second the motion to approve.
And is there a second on Commissioner Edwards's motion to amend?
A second.
Okay. So first discussion about
yes.
the amendment
so-
to add.
Yes, so we got a motion on the floor and it's been seconded to make the recommendation that the planning commission recommends the preliminary plat. And we have the friendly amendment as well in terms of taking into consideration all the comments that have been made here on the floor. That's on the table. Is there any discussion? No, go ahead and take, we got a first and a second, right? Go ahead and take the vote now to recommend
Amendment.
and the amendment with the amendment.
Start with the first on the motion to amend. The way it's been presented, let's do
So we'll take-
motion to amend.
Yeah, well, first, listen, first take a vote on the friendly amendment. All those in favor of that friendly amendment?
Aye.
All right. And
Okay.
now we'll have the motion on the floor to actually approve for all of us to
Recommend approval
recommend the
with
approval
conditions.
with the conditions through the friendly amendment. All those favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. There's several ways you can step through it. That's just the way it presented.
No problem. All right. Next item on the agenda is RZ 21-08.
Excuse me, Chairman, if you could ask the commission to move RZ 21-14 below RZ 2111.
Okay. Staff is asking to move RZ 21-14 to, in the order of the agenda after RZ 21-11. Does anybody have a motion for that?
I move to move RZ 21-14 to immediately follow RZ 21-11.
Second.
We have a second. So we have the motion to move up RZ 21-14 in the agenda order to come after RZ 21-11 and a second. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion's been approved and we've changed that order. And at this point, I go ahead and sound for RZ 21-08.
Good evening to the planning commissioners. I appreciate the time that we have tonight to discuss some various text amendments. The first one is RZ 21-08, amendment to Chapter 64, Article 6, Division 23, CUP, Community Unit Plan to amend or delete the CUP zoning district. So since the incorporation of the city in December of 2006, there has been only one occurrence of a request to rezone to CUP that was approved in 2013. In that instance, it was a subdivision, High Grove on Batesville Road, already under construction that was halted as a result of the economic downturn of 2008. This was done based on the existing topography of having elevation changes that made building homes difficult. The front setbacks of 60 feet AG1 were reduced to 20 feet and side setbacks from 25 feet to 10 feet for the proposed CUP. So also this property had already been subdivided and lots were being attempted to be sold. So the actual density of it was already set in stone, so to speak. It is staff's opinion that there is no longer any need for a future CUP zoning district based on the fact that as new developments, especially in the unsewered areas of Milton, should conform to the standard AG1 building setback to ensure that future subdivisions are consistent with the low density and rural character of the city. In addition, since the adoption of the Crabapple Form-Based Code in June 2012 and the Deerfield Form-Based Code in April 2013, there is opportunity for a diverse type of housing pattern within these areas of the city that would not require the flexibility of the CUP. For example, we have Crooked Creek is a CUP. The original intent of a CUP was if you take large parcels of land, then you could take, let's say, 20 acres of 100 acres and make it a certain lot size, and then the remainder, or 4 different pods having different size acreages with different setbacks. And that's exactly what Crooked Creek was when it was developed in the mid-1990s. Since we don't really need that, and it's just, we're really trying to encourage, as Commissioner Gilbert had asked, large lots and to try to preserve the AG1 rural atmosphere of the city. Staff is recommending that this zoning district be deleted. With that said, it's not to say that the current subdivisions that are zoned CUP, I mean, they will remain as being CUP. They're not going to revert back to AG1 or anything. For instance, if there was a tornado that came through, hopefully not, and destroys a house, whether it was in the gated part of White Columns or Crooked Creek, rebuilt per the CUP standards. So it wouldn't lose its grandfathering. So, and with that, let me get to the actual text. Guys. So it is pretty simple. The AG1 is going to continue to remain, and under A on page 1 of the amendment, it states this regulations in this division are CUP district regulations for those properties that were zoned to the CUP district prior to May 21st, 2013. After December 2021, no additional property shall be rezoned to the CUP district. So that date of 2013 is a day after the mayor and city council approved the last CUP that was approved in the city. So that's just a technicality. So that is our proposal for the text amendments. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
What is the harm of leaving it?
What's the harm of leaving it? I think what it does, it gives the impression that, you know, that it could be asked for, and historically there was, and that's just not the, you know, preference of the city, of at least in past city council members, and the direction that we're going toward. I think it's a belief that if you reduce side setbacks and front setbacks, that it could increase the density. So if you had 100 acres and you reduce setbacks, you might yield more lots, 1 acre lots on that same 100 acres. So it's a way to make sure that density is not increased.
So if you wanted to build a golf course community in Milton,
A what?
golf course community,
Yes.
Okay. wouldn't you have to have a cup?
You don't have to. An example is the Trophy Club. That was a golf course community that was not CUP zoned. It was zoned AG1, and the golf course, the holes were actually a separate entity from the subdivision.
Right. And the people all, I won't go there. Okay.
It's still possible to do that. Yeah.
What size would the lots have to be then? Would they have to be, would you have to have 1 acre lots plus the golf course?
If it's in the area that has no sewer, you would have to keep it AG1. Yes.
But it wouldn't rule out larger lots, would it?
I'm sorry, what?
It wouldn't rule out larger lots. would it?
Correct. Yeah.
Would it encourage larger lots or have no real effect?
I think it discourages having a little bit higher density over, a large parcel of 1 acre lots. When you can reduce side setbacks, then you eventually can gain some more acreage for additional lot.
So is there, I mean, if somebody did want to build something else similar to like a Crooked Creek, again, that there's still a possibility that.
So what's left? You could do different size lots, but they'd have to be minimum 1 acre lots with the 60-foot front, 25 side. And if they want to combine it with, 2 or 3 acre lots, it would all just be 1 acre. They would just have different sizes, but there is other options. There's an R1 and an R2, which one of those requires 2 acre lots and the other one is 1 acre lots, but they have reduced setbacks. So that would require rezoning, but you wouldn't have the flexibility to really do different size lots, but that would get you the opportunity to reduce the setbacks if you want to, and that would go through a rezoning as well. And the 15 years I've been here, there's never been a request for a rezoning for an R1 or R2. But it's in the code if somebody wanted to ask for that. I mean, possibly, you would still need. Oh, as far as large parcels available to, yeah. I mean, there's some other areas of the city that have some, not very many, but.
So in terms of like permitted uses in some of the other ways, we're to remove cup, like where it says golf course, country club, pool, recreation court, like those kind of uses are still allowed in other.
Correct, yes.
Does it make it a lot more difficult, though?
I mean, it's, clubs are permitted with golf courses, so, I mean, it's not that much different if it's remained AG1, so.
So if we were to move forward with this change in language, does it make a difference instead of having the date of May 21st, 2013, you just said prior to December 20th, 2021?
No, I think that's actually,
What's that?
I'd probably recommend that. If you'd recommend that change, I'd support that.
I was just saying, if we were to move forward with this recommended change, instead of being the date of prior to May 21st, 2013, I said, would it make any difference if you just said prior to December 20th, 2021? So you've just covered it all the way to.
Adoption. Covers it all the way to adoption.
Exactly.
And that's the bright line.
Yeah, and then you've covered the spectrum testing for any reason. Anybody else have any other questions for staff? Open the floor up for any other discussion or motion.
I guess I just have a question, because it talks about to amend or delete the CUP zoning. We're really not deleting the CUP.
That is, I mean, it was an option if the board so chose to amend it to maybe require a larger minimum lot size or whatever. I just wanted to allow it for flexibility, but the proposed text amendment before you is to delete, basically deleting the future possibility of having a CUP zoning.
Right, but the existing CUP will still be there. So really what we're doing is we're eliminating additional property rezoned to the CUP district.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this.
Deleting.
We're not deleting the
Okay.
district.
Yeah, we're not
That's-
deleting
We're
the
amending the district regulations so that no future property can be zoned to it.
That's exactly what I understood. So thanks.
In the surrounding cities, like for instance, Alpharetta, Roswell, do they still have CUP?
Can't speak to Alpharetta, but Johns Creek still has a CUP zoning district. Sandy Springs had changed over to a hybrid form-based code, so I'm not sure if they still do. So I can't really answer that other than confirming that Johns Creek still has a CUP.
So is it, I mean, more of the intention from staff is just because of, seems like the direction of the community, direction of city council.
Right, and historic situation of really there's not a need for it. And so, right,
If there
the
ever-
direction of what council and, the community wants to see for the future of the city. So to help.
I just don't see that personally. I mean, to me, there's not been an example of this is why we should delete this. These are the benefits here, and this is all the downside. My concern is the ability to do things going forward in areas we may not even be familiar with. or what could happen in the future. I understand, what we talked about in the comprehensive plan, but that doesn't mean things related to the cup wouldn't fit into the comprehensive plan. And I'm not sure why we're rushing to delete this. And I'm not saying we're rushing, but, why the need to delete it? First, it gives flexibility in a certain way.
Can I address the board? So this issue with the CUP came from council, not necessarily from staff. And it's based on the fact that most of the applications we've seen over the last several years related to CUPs has been dealing with difficult topography. We were seeing them come in to be able to deal with steep slopes, being able to reduce setbacks so you'd be able to create areas for stormwater detention. And the council was not seeing the value in the original intent of the CUP. And the last CUP, I think from 2013 was, I forgot the name of the development off of Batesville. And it's a nice development. But I believe it was also intended to be able to help deal with some of the slopes over there. So that was the intent behind it. From a staff perspective, we debated this quite a bit, seeing whether or not we could use the CUP to be able to add to our list of large lot incentives. And we talked about that at length. It could, but the reality is once you hit 3 acres or more, there's a good chance you're probably not going to need that reduction in setback. So every time that these have been coming before council over the last, let's say, 5 or so years, the pattern seemed to be the same. It seemed to be an attempt to be able to potentially squeeze another lot out of a larger parcel that you might not have otherwise seen. And that's why this is before you today. Now, that doesn't mean that there is not a situation that we don't foresee right now where a CUP might be of value. We just, for the last 5 years, we just haven't seen it. I hope that helps a little bit.
But is there any other, in terms of like the potential end goal, aside from, stopping any other CUPs going forward, is there other things that could be done in the actual text itself of the CUP that could, narrow the scope and, make it fit the box that potentially city council wants in terms of like, okay, if we're ever going to have a CUP, here's some other guidelines, restrictions, whatever the case may be, but then you're still not eliminating going forward, but you're actually adding more of what you would want in a CUP if we were going to be approved.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Robin, a CUP still requires like a perk test and things along those lines.
If it's in unsewered areas, that's the other reason. There's just not a lot of, we could increase the minimum lot size to be 1.5 acres or 2 acres. That's a possibility because we have the form-based code areas that give a lot of flexibility, and there's really not a lot of land left to even develop in our form-based code. And then that encompasses the areas that are sewered. Actually, over in Deerfield, along Cogburn, there's unsewered areas that's part of the form-based code that's T2, which are 1 acre lots. So once you step out of that, we're into the unsewered areas, and then we're to 1 acre lots with septic. So there really isn't a need, to have a lot of, you have to do minimum 1 acre lots. There's just no other land left.
To accomplish what this did, I'm assuming it's going to be AG1 with variances?
I'm sorry, what?
So to accomplish what the CUP does,
Right.
does that mean it'll default to the AG1 zoning and then a variance is on top of that?
So the problem with sometimes CUPs in the past, for instance, on Batesville was used. So they needed to reduce the setback. So we have a regulation that you cannot do more than 10% of the total lots to ask for a variance. So if you have, 100 lots, you can't ask for more than 10 of those lots to have a variance for the setback. But if you need 25 lots to have less than 60-foot setbacks, you need 25. You can't do that. It's against the regulations for the appeals for a variance. So that's the reason why the Batesville Road came in. Instead of going to the BZA and asking for 20 variances on 20 lots, that's not allowed. So that's why they came in for the CUP, to be able to reduce all the lot setbacks, for front and sides. So again, as I mentioned, I can look it up. One could ask for a rezoning if they needed reduced setbacks. I'd have to look because we just don't do it very often, but I believe it's the R2 that has reduced side setbacks and a reduced front and reduced rear, but it still requires a 1 acre lot.
But those reduced setbacks could be used against areas that weren't necessarily another home. It could be for open space. It could be for natural amenities, encouraging scenic and functional open areas. I mean, the need for those reduced setbacks, even though you have a 1 acre lot, could still come into play to assist a developer in doing something like this.
Right, but as the city manager mentioned, it's been the last few years, really since 2013, the desire has been not to pursue that, not to permit that, but to try to preserve as large as lots as possible.
And I guess the way I'm looking at this differently is that if you did the 1 acre lots, but yet you had the developer contributed open space, whether it would, and not even a golf course, if it was just areas for trails and stuff like that, having a cup may be very beneficial for that. And that really enhances what we're talking about as far as respecting the rural atmosphere of Milton versus everybody's got to have a 3 acre lot. Everybody's got to have a 1 acre lot. This may be something totally different that actually plays more into what Milton's looking to be. My thoughts.
Well, so, but if we were looking at a development like that without a CUP, then they'd have to just do less houses to make up for that, the setbacks in other areas. Is that accurate? Am I looking at this correctly? If you're looking at taking away setbacks to provide trails or whatever it is.
True, and then that means they probably wouldn't do that area. They'd just have the lots. And my whole concern is are we deleting something that we can't see something for it right now? But could there be somebody that's creative moving forward in the future where it would play right into that?
I think an option, again, because we're pretty much left over with 1 acre unsewered areas, so there's not flexibility like there was with the Crooked Creek, where you had various size lots. And even, let's say, the gated part of White Columns and Kingsley Estates, those are all 1 acre lots, minimum. But the developers wanted that, chose the CUP for, to be able to have flexibility with the setbacks amongst the 1 acre lots. So that's why I'm saying that, if you would like, I can give you the exact setbacks that are allowed in the R2. That could be an option for a developer to go for.
So for the developer or for the city, the difference between the R2 and the CUP?
It's pretty minimal. I'm just saying that we've just never had anybody come before us to ask for a rezoning to that. So we haven't experienced that feedback for the R2.
Anybody else got any other?
I have nothing else.
So, for the R2, the city manager was just pointing out, it's 60 front and sides are 15 and rear is 30 for the 1 acre minimum.
Rear's 40.
Oh, 40 for. the rear.
30.
was just adjacent to the street.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Want to say it? It's got it in front of you.
Front is 60, side is 15 feet, and the rear is 40 feet.
Minimum lot width of 150 feet.
Which is long, so that's much wider than what, an AG1 is 100 at the building line versus 150. So that's wider. 15, yeah. It's 25, I'm sorry. But one would see that by providing a wider lot, 100 versus 150, you're probably going to have a house sitting further away from the next house on the next lot. So, and actually, that's kind of more what we like to see. I know when the English property came to you a few months ago on Mayfield, we were really trying to encourage the developer to do wider lots, but almost all the lots were 100-foot wide. And that's kind of like even the beauty with the R2 is that it's 150 feet wide, even though you have reduced setbacks. So you're, on average, you're going to still have a good separation between structures. Or do you want to make a suggestion to approve as presented by staff with, if you want to change that date to be the December?
We have a motion on the floor to accept staff's recommendations and make the change in the proposed change in the text amendment for those properties that were zoned to the CP district prior to December 20th, 2021. After December 20th, 2021, no additional property shall be rezoned to the C district. Motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Gilbert. Is there any discussion?
I guess I'm just a little concerned about the word delete. Do I need to be concerned about the delete? Because we're really not deleting the cup, but we're, Smeed read into it, no additional property shall be rezoned to this cup.
Let me make sure, Mr. Edwards, were you recommending approval of the amendment as presented? Was that your motion with the change to the date? Okay, so regardless of that word, it's the recommended conditions, a recommended amendment with that one change. We're not deleting the district as a whole.
Okay.
So was there a vote? There was a
No, so we
motion.
have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And I know we've talked about it some, but is there, and just to chime in more on, what we're talking about, is there any harm in keeping it still? I understand it hasn't been approved in 8 years, but Surrounding cities also have it. I don't know. I mean, is there any harm in in still allowing it? And again, you can add other restrictions if you want into the CUP, but essentially say, hey, we're not going to allow this any longer versus changing it.
Can I
That's
address?
up to your.
Can I address that? If that's, I apologize that I keep screaming from the audience here. So similar to when a board of zoning appeals continually grants a variance, it kind of signals to the government that our ordinances must not be correct. There must be an issue there. If we continually allow the same thing, there's something wrong in the code. Conversely, on something like this, where when it comes before council and we get a lot of consternation from the community when these things come forward, that we're just not seeing that kind of reception from council. So on the opposite end, leaving it there almost gives the impression, or it does give the impression to potential developers and landowners that this is something that's a real consideration for the council. And that would be the only drawback I would see, because if landowners and developers and builders see that in our code, there's a reason for them to reasonably rely on the fact that that's a consideration. That would be the only drawback I would see.
Okay, so we got the motion on the floor in a second. I'll go ahead and ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Commissioner Jacobus opposed. All right, now we will sound for RZ 21-09.
Okay, so these next three items, RZ 21, 9, 10, and 11, are related with the farm wineries. Currently, farm wineries are permitted by right within the AG1 zoning district, which does not require any public hearing process. And the only type of regulation lies within Chapter 4, which is alcohol, the city code. The proposed text amendment and the subsequent text amendments that I spoke of 10 and 11, will provide for the regulation of farm wineries within the city, within the zoning ordinance through a proposed use permit. The proposed use permit, if it would be approved, will require that all requests go through the public hearing process. That includes a CZIM, DRB, Planning Commission, and ultimately the mayor and city council. There are several proposed standards for this use that are intended to provide sufficient protection of adjacent and nearby properties, as well as provide flexibility based upon the location and size of the subject property. Staff has included a map that shows the functional classification of roads to provide context to the proposed development standards not to allow this use along local roads. Also included are the Chapter 4 alcohol regulations for a farm winery for background information. These text amendments were at the community zoning information meeting held on October 26th of this year with 4 residents in attendance. They gave the following input. Concern was expressed that 5 acres is too small and the minimum acreage should be reconsidered for this type of use. There was a request for clarification that the distance requirement for a tasting room 50 feet from any adjacent property lines set out in Chapter 4 is not the same distance recommended for future farm wineries. Robin, I have incorporated additional recommendations within the use regulations that will be stricter than what was approved in Chapter 4, and those in attendance just requested better clarification between the definition and the use regulations as stated. Want to ensure there is no quote-unquote loophole to allow the 50-foot distance in the future. Okay, and then related to that is a text amendment to the use chart of the rural Milton overlay district as it relates to farm wineries. This amendment deletes the asterisk that indicates that a farm winery is allowed by right without a use permit. Staff also included the wording of Georgia Farm Winery with farm winery within the use charge. And number 11 is related to definitions out of section 64-1, which is the definition section of the zoning ordinance. And staff has revised the definition of farm winery to be broad and match the state's definition of farm winery. And also included is a tasting room, a definition of a tasting room to better describe what it is in the context of a farm winery. So, that said, we will review what the proposed development standards are. Here we go. Required districts will be AG1. Right now, we're proposing a lot area would be a minimum of 5 acres in size. Permitted curb cut access shall not be allowed from a local street. That was the reason for giving you that map to have an idea what that means. Parking areas must be constructed of concrete, asphalt, or gravel, or as approved by the Department of Public Works or other materials that prevents erosion of the parking area. 1 parking space per 2.5 attendees is required. This is the same requirement that is made of the rural event facility.
Ron,
Parking-
can I just
Yeah.
stop just for one quick second? I just wanted to clarify something on the prior one, because I was just looking at the proposed red line that you had, and I know we addressed the change, but then they're on page 6 of 8, section 64-899, you had proposed to eliminate that whole section.
Yeah, so that's just the cleanup. So a few years ago, we changed out what, it's no longer applicable because it talked about having information meetings on new subdivisions. And so now we do it through, like tonight, we have the preliminary plat process. So it's no longer needed. I was just cleaning it up to get it out of there.
Yeah, right, and I see that, but I think we need to address and.
Let me say, if there's no concern about it, the motion that was made covers it.
Okay.
Because it was the amendments as presented, and that was included in the presentation.
Okay.
If you have concerns, we'd have to go back and reconsider the recommendation. So if there's no concern,
Okay.
we can proceed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we did cover that one. Okay.
It's
Anybody
just
else
the
have
cleanup, so.
any concern on that? Section 64-899, which is a part of their change staff recommendation. Everybody's good with that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on we go to parking areas shall be screened from roads and adjacent properties. No outdoor music or outdoor amplification of sound permitted. Activity areas such as tasting rooms, buildings used for production, storage, and bathroom facilities, including parking, shall be at least 100 feet from any lot line unless the winery and adjacent lot are in single ownership, but does not include the propagation of grapes and other crops. In other words, let's say if there's 100-foot, within this 100-foot setback, if they wanted to grow some grapevines or other crops, that's fine. That activity of agriculture is okay within that 100-foot activity area. The maximum number of attendees and hours of operation, including deliveries, will be evaluated by the mayor and city council on a case-by-case basis for each site to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. And so how we deal with this is through an applicant's letter of intent. So they could say, I'm proposing to do this farm winery. I would like to be, have a maximum number of attendees of 100 and to be open within these certain times of operation. So it's not just that the mayor and city council or you all would just come up with something out of the air. It's based upon what the applicant would be requesting. And then you can consider that within your deliberation and make recommendations, either to be in support of it or maybe to amend it. Location and dimensions of undisturbed buffers, if needed, to ameliorate the visual of the facility will be evaluated and determined by the mayor and city council on a case-by-case basis for each site. Again, this is, there's a big difference between 5 acres and 20 acres or 50 acres. So we don't want to pigeonhole people into having to do X when they don't really need to do X, depending upon the size and shape of the property. The design of newly constructed structures is to be consistent with the building and other structure design subsection 641142 of the Rural Milton Overlay Zoning District. Comply with the applicable requirements for a farm winery in accordance with Chapter 4 Alcohol of the City Code. So this version that I'm presenting to you would eliminate unless otherwise conditioned to be more restrictive by the mayor and city council. So we just want to stop after city code. All uses listed under Article 9, which is the section that speaks to administrative permits and use permits allowed under AG1 will require a separate use permit to be obtained. So in some instances, which I will go and talk about it a little bit, in other jurisdictions, they allow weddings and events to be kind of combined with the winery. So in our instance, we're proposing that any other type of use would need to request a separate use permit to be considered on the property. Which reminds me, I wanted to give you a little bit of background of what other jurisdictions, what they do in the area as far as their farm wineries. So Habersham County, White County, Lumpkin County, they all have the same regulations, and it's really controlled from their alcohol ordinances. They're by right. In Habersham County, it's a little bizarre. They're allowed in all zoning districts except for public institutional, meaning that they could contemplate having a winery in their residential area or a commercial area. So that was a little different. But White County and Lumpkin County, they don't have any other regulations other than what's in their Chapter 4. Also, White County allows the malt beverage to be served as well with the wine. In Bartow County, they do have a conditional use permit requirement that would go to their county commissioners within their agricultural zoning district. And their AG1 or A1 district requires minimum 2-acre lots. And the tasting rooms are basically, there's no regulations to size or setback, but they do have some hours of operation that they require. And they do allow wedding and live music to occur on the property. So those are just some other jurisdictions within the area. Obviously, it's not like Cobb County. I mean, they have the allowance for farm wineries in their alcohol, but there's no other regulations. So we were trying to find something a little bit closer and similar to Milton's demographic, not demographic, but just our land use. So just wanted to give you that. And let's see, let me go on, because we're going to kind of deal with these all in one bunch. So the next section, 64-1121, the allowed use chart out of the Rural Milton Overlay. It currently calls out that farm wineries are by right. So if we go down to the asterisk, it currently has that one asterisk allowed by right within the zoning district. But we would propose to take that away or to eliminate that asterisk. I know it doesn't really look like it because it's right under it, but that's the intent, is to delete that and to call it out that it would, it's under agricultural type uses, but it would be a proposed new use permit. And then under the definitions, pretty straightforward. Farm winery or Georgia farm winery shall have the same meaning as set forth by state law. And tasting room means an outlet for the promotion of wine by Georgia farm winery by providing samples of such wine to the public and for the sale of such wine at retail for consumption on the premises and for sale in closed packages for consumption off premises. Samples of wine can be given free of charge or for a fee. And so based upon further discussions with Paul, our city attorney, we're just going to make this delete the tasting room must be located 50 feet from any adjacent residential property lines and no larger than 2,500 square feet. But that is taken care of within the development standards of the use permit. So it would kind of supersede.
So you're saying we'll still have that 2,500 square?
I mean,
feet?
that's what I'm proposing, correct.
Where is that? Where is that at?
Let's see. Well, we have the 100-foot, but I do not have the well, I'm saying the tasting room, I'm sorry, is 100-foot versus 50 in the definition. So anybody in the future who would be coming to look to have a farm winery, we're requiring them to be 100 feet from all property lines. The tasting.
Unless they own the other property.
Correct.
And the.
So to me, that just, something about that I don't think sits. If I own both properties, A and B, and you allow me to be closer than 100 feet, and then I sell property B, they're stuck with that thing being closer to the property line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can look to delete that if that's,
Because again, somebody could, the intention, they could go ahead and buy both land, both parcels, and then right after sell the other one.
right, exactly. Good point.
So if you want 100, you should stick by 100 and irrespective of the ownership.
Right. Okay.
Before we move forward, I want to make sure I'm clear and you're clear. The 2,500 minimum,
The size of the tasting room.
no larger, the maximum square footage size for the tasting room. Are we wanting to put that back into 1845?
Yes, and I realized that it was excluded at this point, so we could.
Probably add it back in.
Staff would propose that within, that we would just add that the, probably should be a separate number, that
it is
the
an
tasting room shall be minimum. Apologize for that oversight.
But not a minimum 2,500 square feet.
I'm sorry, what?
Not a minimum, a maximum.
I'm sorry, you're right. I'm just so used to minimum. You're totally right.
Have you been
Maximum.
drinking? I know we're talking about wine here.
A lot of wine. We want to,
And a question, given the situation, is there any way if somebody bought A and B to join those together in perpetuity so that they could put it? You know what I'm saying? If I own A and B and I wanted to put it within 100 feet of that lot line, because I own both, is there a way to link those properties so that they couldn't sell this one off and get stuck with something?
I mean, you would have to get in my opinion, that you would have to get the permission of the property owner. They would have to do a combination of
Right,
the
but if
two
you own both
lots
pieces
into
of property,
one.
could you combine those and then put it wherever you darn well please, as long as you weren't in the very outside ones?
They do a lot combination to avoid a property line setback because that line would go away.
Exactly.
By doing
So
that.
there would be a way to.
But,
that's
obviously.
why, I'm doing that, why you put the 100 there, and if they wanted to do that, combine the properties and then you could put it wherever you wanted in there. But there's a way around that. But
I guess at that point, if it's already built, it's going to be more than 100 feet away, but I'm not sure why somebody would do that, but that purpose. So.
they've got that ability to do that. That's.
Where do we come up with the 2,500 square feet for a tasting room?
Yeah, city
They
council. Want to come up here?
A lot.
So once we get done.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of questions on
Yeah.
that. Tasting room definition it needs to be, yeah.
So we have an existing definition that city council settled on, related to the current property we have that is a farm winery that would not be under a conditional use permit. That is how we landed on that distance. Correct. We have one farm winery in existence. Correct. And they have a tasting room that is being constructed. The plans are already in with community development. And this rule was based on the idea of what that proposed tasting room was going to look like and where it would be located on that property. And that is how that one exists, to keep it within those parameters so they had at least some say in where and how large it could be. And then moving forward, any new ones would be under the conditional use permit. And I will allow Paul to address if we could do it differently in zoning, but that is how we came to that definition.
I asked the attorney, if I'm out of line, to ask where that farm winery is located.
You can ask me, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where that one is located. I'm aware of it, a farm winery's existence.
On Hopewell and Bethany, the farm at Pamela.
Thank you.
To clarify, if I think the question came up in our discussions before the meeting about the difference between the 50-foot setback that is set out in the alcohol ordinance, farm winery requirements, and what is being proposed in the new 1845 use permit requirements. And basically, the use permit can require a larger setback than maybe in the alcohol ordinance. If someone comes in and proposes a use on property that requires a use permit, then they would have to comply with the 100-foot setback. That still satisfies the minimum 50-foot setback in the alcohol ordinance. It just happens to have to meet that 100-foot in order to get the use permit. Theoretically, there might be some area now or in the future where there wasn't a use permit required, then they could only have to satisfy the 50-foot setback in the alcohol ordinance.
Where did we get the 5 acres from?
So that 5 acre came from others, agricultural related uses that have 5 acres. That's definitely up for discussion. It was just a baseline to start at.
If we looked at all the Georgia farm wineries that there are, because the state must have a listing of those, what is the average size?
I couldn't answer that. I don't have that information, so.
Certainly get back to you with that.
Right, yes.
Well, that brings me to the point of, maybe I missed it. What is the difference between our farm wineries and Georgia farm wineries? Well, what's the separation here? Is there a difference that what we're saying in definitions, farm wineries, what's the definition of a Georgia farm winery?
I think they're synonymous. It's synonymous. It's just
That's my
two different
question.
terminology, so.
Okay.
Is it?
We have a few more restrictions.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would just say that in Milton, we have a few more restrictions than the state has. We've taken the Georgia farm winery concept, just tailored it a little more to Milton, since we don't have probably as much acreage that they were maybe anticipating originally. So things like music and distances are not contemplated at the state level, where Milton has decided to put some of those conditions in place.
But what about the Georgia farm winery? Do they have a minimum acreage?
I don't believe so.
think so,
I would have
no.
to look at that, but I don't believe so. It was kind of an agricultural boost to say, come to Georgia and do this activity. And it kind of is pretty broad.
Robin, in the second point here is that you limit curb cuts, or curb cuts in local roads are not allowed. What's the purpose of that prohibition?
I think in general, if you look at the map that was provided to you, I mean, first of all, we don't typically want it, this type of use with the, to be within subdivisions, because subdivision roads, platted subdivision roads are going to be local roads. And then if you look at the map, there's some more, less used roads around the city. And the idea is just to, you're hoping that this farm winery would be successful. So you want to kind of reduce the number of trips on these secondary roads.
Okay.
As well as subdivision roads.
And that's going to have the effect of limiting the amount of real estate that could be a farm winery. Am I not correct?
I'm sorry, the what?
That by having that prohibition that there can't be curb cuts, means you eliminate the possibility of having a farm winery in certain areas.
It's true. I mean, they could technically come in and ask, let's say if they're on one of the local roads, they can ask for a variance to these development standards, 1 through 10. It is permitted to ask for a concurrent variance.
I noticed that the CZM were concerned that the 5 acres was too small. And I was kind of feeling the other way, that that was the minimum. I mean, that 5 acres I thought was good, not to be smaller or smaller. They were indicating that it should be larger. I didn't.
Minimum should be larger.
Yes.
I think the idea was put all these different structures in there. 5 acres gets eaten up pretty quick. If you look at, I guess my concern is, or I'd like to know is, if you look at all the farm wineries that are in Georgia, what do they look? What's their average size? Which ones are working well? Which ones are not? I mean, are we taking a look what's out there and saying, this works well, this size, these structures?
Great.
Yeah, we've been looking up the state requirements and don't see a minimum acreage requirement under the state requirements. They deal more with the amount of production of wine than the size of the winery itself.
I guess I have a question. 'Cause by right, you get a lot more by right permissions with a winery, like with a farm winery or Georgia farm winery. I guess my question is, what does it take to be a winery? I mean, could I put one vine in my yard and say, oh, I'm a winery now? I mean, I'm sorry if I'm paranoid.
It's a very interesting concept. The state law states that it's located on a premises, a substantial portion of which is used for agricultural purposes, including the cultivation of grapes, berries, or fruits to be utilized in the manufacture or production of wine by the winery. But you don't have to only use your grapes. You can actually not use any of your grapes. You have to have 40% of your product produced from production of agricultural produce grown in the state of Georgia. So you can get that concentrate from other farms in Georgia. So your property has to be a substantial portion of which is used for agriculture, including the growing of those grapes, but you don't have to use those grapes. It's very interesting. Like I said, it's very broad. I believe Milton City Council has done their best to tailor it in to see the vision that they have for it to be something, of an agricultural use, keeping those farms in the city.
So
And that's why I think the 5 acres.
you could basically have, be an equestrian type lot, all agriculture, but no grapes at all, and build a tasting room.
Well, it says that you have to have a substantial use for agricultural purposes, including the cultivation of grapes, berries, and so they do want you growing something. It's a very thorough process that you have to go through from the federal and state level before you even get to Milton, and we have made it even more tailored. So it's not like anybody can just throw up, they go through financial record data. It is an intense process that these applicants have to go through to be considered a farm winery by the state of Georgia and the federal government.
But yet they don't have to grow any wine. They don't have to grow any grapes.
But they don't have to use their grapes. They have to grow grapes or not use their grapes. I think is the
Oh, so they just
distinction.
have to show that they're growing grapes.
I
but
think they
don't
have to be intending
use
to
it.
try, but they don't, I guess they're contemplating that maybe not all Georgia soil is going to be wonderful for those grapes, but you have to use Georgia grapes in your wine.
I could put up a vine or two. I could buy my wine, as long as 40% is made in Georgia, I could buy my wine from all over the world and sell it through that.
Right.
So 40% of the annual production, yes, and then we do allow here in Milton the caveat that you can also sell wines from out of state.
Right.
Right.
But so how does that differ from somebody who just wants to open up a retail store and sell wine? I mean, you've got some things, you have to have the equestrian side. if I have 5 acres and a few horses, I could then bring in wine, again, as long as the percentage is 40% of what I sell, I could just bring in wine and turn around and resell.
There's still a production component to
Oh,
it.
there
You
is?
have to
Okay.
make, yeah, you have to produce, use the concentrate. You're not just buying bottles of wine and then reselling them.
Okay,
Sorry,
there's-
thank you.
There's a
Um,
production, okay, that, okay.
And I think that's where the 5 acres and things like that were coming in, was to keep it on parcels large enough to still be considered farms and keep Milton having those larger lots to do these types of activities on.
They also, under farm wineries, number D, under the tastings, also includes that, and they call it a hybrid license. So therefore, doing exactly as you said, bringing in from outside, but as long as they have 40%, but do we have that anywhere in here? In the definition?
Right, that hybrid is referring to the fact that they are manufacturing as well as serving
Right.
and selling.
I understand that.
Mhm. So yes, the
But
40%.
in here, do we have the 40% that you,
That is required by state law. That is required by Chapter 4's law. You could aim to put in there for a third, reference, but I don't know that it would be required. We talked to the attorney earlier, and he was stating that in order to even be one, you have to comply with Chapter 4. So we didn't have to restate every single thing from Chapter 4. But we stated certain things from the development standards to make sure that anyone looking to build would understand that they need to follow those building guidelines.
as long as it's covered somewhere?
It is,
It is?
yes.
Okay.
But it's a multi-layered process, like Bernadette was saying, federal, state, and then our alcohol, and then a use permit, so.
And the use permit here will just give further tailoring ability per property. So say you had a unique property, you can, that was 5 acres, if you so choose to do the 5 acres, that you could then further say a few other things and keep it within the range of what the vision of the city is.
So Rob, do you still have more of a presentation still on this?
Questions?
No, I do. I have, I mean, I was going to talk
Because we
about.
have some public comment too, just, I
Okay.
don't want to forget about them, but there is some public comment on
Yeah,
this
yeah,
item.
no, I wanted to talk about the tasting room. and-
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sneak, yeah. I'm the same way. I've got.
So,
questions.
I mean, one question I had was, does the tasting room have to be an enclosed area?
So, yeah, I do believe it is, right? Tasting room should be,
It's going up and down.
it's a structure,
That it has
yeah,
to be enclosed.
right here.
That is the exact definition, how it lives. I don't know that it clarifies that it must be enclosed, but it has to have some semblance of a space that we understand is a structure in which can be contained the area of drinking, so.
I think we need to define that. I see it as a table with,
Yeah, I mean, where do you
wine
start?
and cups sitting out.
Where do you measure 2,500 square feet? Then, there's a lot of things that go with that.
So it has to be a structure, or is there a definition for room that's typical for, I would then go to Webster's room definition at that point. Structure that has some walls, or, I know we've had the proposal of the one that kind of has like an overhang off of. I know we do.
There is a definition for structure. I'm relatively sure it's in the state code. City code on top defines that area, which I believe referring to as a structure, if I recall correctly. They're referred to as a premise. That premise building, but entirely, I'm sorry, we're blocked a little bit for this.
it's okay.
It wouldn't have to be contained entirely within whatever that structure is. So 2,500 square feet, if that were to be the limit, and that's what the council landed on, it would be whatever that internal structure is. And then the area immediately adjacent to, which I believe they were,
Yeah.
would be almost an area, if it was, just for the sake of this, call it a perfect circle, and that's what your building was. The next concentric circle would be 20 foot around that.
I believe we covered it very well in chapter 4. to ensure that whether it was enclosed or not, let's say that structure that they have to identify as a tasting room and get it approved by city council, and it would be approved through this process now, then would have the 25 feet marked off, and that's the only place that consumption could occur.
And our definition of a tasting room can supersede and does supersede the state's definition of a tasting room. So you could rely on that term premise.
Does our present winery that we're using somewhat of a guide here, what's that structure? Does anyone know?
The proposed structure that's before community development was around, I believe, 1,800 square feet. A building that would have some storage, the room in which consumption would occur, and but the production would be in a different site.
Will the room be fully enclosed?
Renderings I saw had like almost like an overhang.
Like an on it, like it's
Oh, I
open,
see.
a semi-open structure.
I see.
Yeah, for the tasting area, but
Attached
there
to
was,
an enclosed.
and yeah, for storage.
Just keep in mind, those are not approved as of yet, so you shouldn't rely on that rendering.
Yeah, because I mean, that leads me to my question about like, how do you even start with how would you actually measure to get to the 2,500 square feet? You know, if you're going to have something attached and you're going to have, open in one area.
Let's say from like say it was an
The outside
overhang
wall,
and
yeah.
where the supports connected to the overhang, I would say the 20 feet would start from.
The 2,500, I'm talking about the 25
Oh.
Right.
maximum.
Right, it would
The
be,
entire structure, right?
right.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that's covered by a roof, whether it's enclosed or not enclosed, that would be a structure. And then what Bernadette was starting to say was then beyond that, confines would be the 20
Yes,
feet.
that's right. And this is kind of where I think the use permit would come in, that they wouldn't allow like an extra deck hanging and an extra built-on patio to then keep extending it, because they were pretty succinct in their wanting it to be contained.
So is the intention is the city's intention for this to be an enclosed area? 4 walls?
I'd have to look to see what,
Because when you start talking about extensions and,
at least minimally to be covered.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not going to be just like a patio on
Right.
top, extending off of a structure.
Right, so I mean, I have a roof and maybe not all 4 walls, but like,
So the idea is you can have 2,500 feet under
a
roof,
roof.
but 1,200 of it is enclosed.
Right, it could be that, yeah.
The point number 4 here is no outdoor music or outdoor amplification of sound is permitted.
Right,
If you're in the structure that you just described, it's a shed-like structure with an open side to it. Does this permit, when you define inside, is that under the roof? Is that
I
inside?
mean, I think that
opposed to
intent
outside?
was that it would be more that you only want to have music within the confines of an enclosed structure versus underneath the roof of an unenclosed area of the structure.
Okay. So I want to be sure that we can't have a shed-like structure, amplification within the shed, which is open to the
Right.
world and therefore open to our neighbors next door.
Correct, yes. I think the intent is to keep it within 4 contained,
Okay.
enclosed.
I'm having difficulty seeing how we're doing that.
Right,
Making
and we could,
those-
I mean, that's why we could add more conditions, if they propose a tasting room, that, some of it is enclosed entirely and some of it is just with a roof over it, we could, do another condition to say all music shall be enclosed within the enclosure of the
Yeah.
building.
That's the clear point, I think, is why the use permit was desired, was to be able to take everyone's concepts and then address them accordingly based on what they're intending, as opposed to saying it like this and then having people interpret it all different ways.
Right.
So now when the building structure is proposed and it is open, council could say, here are the additional conditions, as
Right.
Robin just explained.
Okay.
So
Because you have an opening where we've noticed you have that, you can't have amplified music maybe at all in that, on that property.
These set of considerations we're talking about, are they going to, which would be like guidelines, are they going to be written down anywhere?
I'm sorry, what?
These would be the standards by
This
which
is the
everyone would be
standard.
expected to comply.
Yeah.
And they could be further conditioned by council based on each applicant, each
Right.
individual applicant.
So it's a case-by-case basis, and, you know,
So at a minimum, they must meet
Right.
these.
Okay. I'm sorry, perhaps, maybe it's getting a little bit late. Maybe I do need a glass of wine at this point. But if it's a shed-like structure and they're amplifying a guitar inside that structure, under the roof, and it is able to be projected outside, people outside can hear it, is that permitted?
Each individual property would have rules set based on their
Their
proposed
situation.
structure.
So we could put a condition, if that was the case, that they were thinking, okay, we think we can put our music under this roof, but it's not enclosed, we would say, excuse me, we see that there is this unconfined area, that if you want to have music, it needs to be inside four walls so that it doesn't impact the adjacent property, you know.
Then why couldn't you just take number 4 and just say, no outdoor music or outdoor amplification of sound permitted? All music must be in enclosed areas.
You can say that.
Yeah. I
That's
think that
fine.
would just, I think that would make it
Again, we
clear.
could be in the enclosed area, line up a stack of speakers pointing out. And it's not amplified outside, it still is in the four walls. But they could project it out. No matter how we write that.
Yeah, no, we have to address that because it's contradicting if you're.
I guess that would be somewhat tethered by the noise ordinance and the decibels, a lot line on that, but.
It's the message you want to send, right? The idea here is that if you want to have music, you got to have it inside a structure that's enclosed.
Again, you could be this far from the door.
Potentially you would want, but that's where you got to decide, like, how do you envision this tasting room? How does the city envision, like, the tasting room area to be, for instance, you know? Or these
Well, yeah.
other buildings.
And I think that's why we look at every request independently to figure out, because I think we can't solve every possible equation that might come before us. And I think that's what the beauty of the use permit is. Not only do they go by these standards, but if it's the desire of the city council, they can add additional conditions.
And just to keep in mind for music, music could only be something ancillary to the actual farm winery. It couldn't become the focal point of the operation. You've created most likely created a concert venue. So in the context of music, and you're bringing up very important points, the amplified music, the intent is not for that to be outside. So if it reads that way, then it needs to be amended. Whatever it is, if you determine that this should even occur inside or outside, it can only be ancillary. And when you think about it going to a cocktail hour with maybe somebody playing a little bit of music in the corner. Nobody's paying attention to it other than having some background ambiance. That would be the intent of what it is we're looking for. I don't know if that helps at all.
Well, then if that's the case, why can't we just say there will be no amplified acoustic music?
Because again, if it's inside, you're only talking about 25 square
25 square
feet. Yeah, I'm not talking about an auditorium, so why, I like that. I like the no amplified music. That simplifies it. You're saying?
So
No,
no amplified music.
I mean,
That's
again,
simple.
it does, but then, yeah, which is good, because again, that's where I'm going with this whole tasting room, and if it's enclosed or not enclosed, and if you're gonna have music and you can't. No music is permitted, but then you have an open space, you know, so.
Can I include also just sound in general, not, because you could have somebody talking and being really loud, and so, well, I'm not
bingo?
music, bingo, or whatever, wine bingo, I don't know. That's why I was just trying to include
So
that,
no
that,
I think you're right.
yeah, no amplified.
potentially add in
No,
some
just
language.
structure,
to-
yeah.
to-
So changing number 4 to no amplified sound.
Or that's a proposal to think about.
So, back to the tasting room, and again, just, the point about potentially it being no larger than 2,500 square feet. So number one, are you proposing that the tasting room is like a separate structure, like it's not attached to anything else? Or it could be attached to something else? It could be, how are you potentially gonna measure, to say this
So
is.
typically, let's say if it was attached to maybe a single-family residence or to a barn that housed animals, then that 2,500 square foot would be considered a different type of use in the sense of it would be, I'm trying to think of the building code classification. When people gather together, because there are going to be multiple people in there. Can't think of the word. But you would do it by the classification of the use. So let's say if it was attached to a barn or if it was attached to a house, it'd have to be a separated use than what that other use was. So, I mean, that's a way that we could do it.
Well, and that brings up another good point. I mean, if this has to go on agricultural land, it has to have some type of agricultural function there, should there be some separation in the tasting room and livestock or whatever? I mean, do you want people tasting wine here and then going out in the parking lot with horses and cows or whatever, walking by from one place to another? Is that something that should be considered?
I mean, I think that's something to be considered on a case-by-case basis, because I'm not sure if we could contemplate every situation, but I think that's a good example of, again, you could add conditions depending on the situation.
So I'm not sure. 64-1.
They took that off.
64-1?
Hold on, the 2,500 they took off.
So we need to add that into the, we would
Yeah,
add
took it off in the
another
definition.
item.
But
So we could say that,
it's
number
coming in
11.
somewhere, right?
It needs to be added to,
Has to be added back.
it needs to be added to this page.
Yeah.
Standards.
Right, but it's
We're taking it, they removed it from the definition.
from the tasting room definition.
Right, so it needs to be added into the standards
Right.
someplace.
So we'd say,
Right, but is the 2,500, what's gonna be what's the proposal for the 2,500? The tasting room?
right, the
Right?
tasting
Yeah, it's the same thing, yeah, okay.
Yep.
room shall not exceed 2,500 square feet in size. So,
Changing the 50. Did we say tasting room? Tasting room must be located 50 feet? Someone,
we're still proposing it to be 100 feet. Yeah. It's
We're
still
just,
in
we're
number
removing
5.
that, we were going to remove the single ownership line.
right, okay. But it was
It was
100.
100 feet.
Yes.
So will that information, the 100-foot plus the 2,500 square feet, will that continue to be in the definition? Or is that being moved to these restrictions that we were just talking about?
To remove any reference to distance or size from the definition and only have it in the conditions.
The conditions, okay, fine.
Right.
Standards, all right.
And then what, Robin, in your presentation, you were alluding to the fact that, where you've got in here right now where it says, like in 6, 7, the mayor and city council on a case-by-case basis for each site. just so that it, I mean, for me, it's like, just so it doesn't read, somebody doesn't read it like, they can just make it their own call based on whatever reason. Like, is there any other language that we could add to kind of just say they're obviously going to make it on a case-by-case basis as allowed per the city code? Or
Well, I think that's why we have for the site to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. So basically, it's kind of a general overall statement that many times in zoning, kind of be more broad.
anyway, that, I mean, and that's a question for us. I don't know too, if you guys want to consider, did we have any sort of idea for limitations on or number of, hours of operation or anything like that?
Hours of operation, I think.
I think leaving it up to city council leaves them the opportunity to look at where is it located? How does it fit into the neighboring community? Because one may be different than the other. I mean, one may have this 5-acre plot in the middle of all these other 1-acre homes, where I think you'd look at differently than if you had a 20-acre farm winery and it was 3-acre lots around it. May allow more attendees, or you may. So I think giving city council the ability to look at that situation and say, okay, based on this situation, what do you want this to be?
So I think that one kind of works in tandem with number 7, location and dimension of undisturbed buffers, if needed, to ameliorate the visual of the facility will be evaluated and determined by the mayor on a case-by-case basis for each site. Meaning the same thing, if you have 20 acres, you may not need as much buffering, or if there's houses that are, 200 yards away, you may not need to have that versus if you're on a 5 acre. So I think, again, this is how it's worded in the rural event facility that we've already, used for a few years.
Robin, giving the city council, I understand the logic to give city council the ability to make judgment calls. Let me try this example on you. We have a 5-acre farm winery, and it's surrounded by undisturbed forest land. One might think, well, we can be more liberal with the number of attendees and the sound, and et cetera. And you'll give them a use permit based on those circumstances. Fast forward the videotape, someone comes in and develops around it. The use permit that city council just gave, is that in perpetuity? Or is it something that can be changed given the changing environment around this farm winery?
It would run with the land and continue. It would continue.
Okay, so we're stuck.
But I mean, the good thing about it is if it does become developed, that use is already in existence. So the people looking to purchase property or to develop property, they know it's already there versus if they're already there and then somebody comes into that plot of land. And that's why we have to be more careful. If the surrounding area is more developed and they come in between it, we need to be more mindful of the neighbors that were there first versus what might come later down the
The
line.
neighbors that buy second, beware.
Yeah, no, you'll still get complaints, you'll still get, I guess we're leaving a lot of this on the case-by-case basis, leaving a lot of it to council and mayor. I understand why we have to do this. Can we be making a checklist for them of things to consider as they're going through this? So otherwise, I'm afraid we're talking about good things here and we're just, they'll think about livestock, or they'll think about, this and this and this, but who knows when this comes, when we have the next one in 3 years from now. So, are we going to lose that, intellectual intelligence or capital that we put into this, or that everybody puts into this, not just we?
Their project to staff. And then I think that we're going to look out for what we see as a potential issues that might come up. So we would suggest as staff to say, I think it would be in your best interest to propose X, Y, and Z to help ameliorate, the impact of this of your use. So there's the staff level, and then we would present the use permit to you with our staff recommended conditions. And then again, you would deliberate on it. And hopefully we would give you a good basis of items to look at, to consider. And then you all are very good at thinking outside the box, because sometimes I can get in my little world and not think of things. And you all are awesome at that. And I think the city council looks to you for that guidance. And so then as you look at it, if there's something that you see that might need to be tweaked or changed or whatever, then you can make suggestions. And then finally, when it gets to the mayor and city council, they kind of have this perspective that has gone through these different levels of consideration. And I think that is, as well as any community input. That's why we have the community zoning information meeting, is to get input from the neighbors and the nearby people who are impacted by it. Because again, they're going to think of things that we can't experience ourselves because we don't live there.
Understand, my concern is in 3 years, none of us could be here anymore. So we're talking about a whole new set of people coming in. How do we help guide them and capture that intent that this was passed under? That's my only thing. I mean, that concerns me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would go back to, the experience of staff and the community.
But if that
And,
staff was gone, if that staff's no longer here, or if it's a whole new planning commission that we don't capture that's just my concern.
Let me say, there's kind of two approaches to it. One is you set out all the requirements, the actual requirements they have to meet now, and everybody has to meet those. Or you set out basic minimum requirements and then say, we're going to trust staff, the planning commission, and the city council to review them and see if there are any issues. And that they may be the same ones, they may be different ones than you all think about going forward. And, I don't know. I mean, you can.
That's why I was just hoping someone would capture like a checklist to go through. Okay, let's be sure.
If you have a checklist, you could attach something. The city council shall consider the following items when, and right now there is a set of considerations for all use permits in the code. It's got 10 specific considerations, and then it also allows them to specifically add additional conditions for each individual situation. If you felt there were other ones specific that you wanted to make sure every council considered for every farm winery use permit, you could add a section or a subsection that says, when considering a farm winery use permit, the city council shall consider whatever.
And that's a good point, because even aside from this set of development items, there is the considerations of the use permit. So every time I write a use permit, or the next person down the road, when I'm not here, it's required for them to consider, to talk about all those 10 considerations. So I think it's a pretty tight ship as far as looking at what might be proposed and how to react to it.
So for the parking, did you come up with 2.5 attendees per parking space?
So that came out of the experience that we've had with the rural event facility. That's what the required ratio is. So I'm thinking that typically when somebody goes to a winery, you're probably not going to go by yourself. You're probably going to have, your partner or a friend come along with you, maybe 2 or 3. So it just kind of makes sense that that's kind of an equal type consideration as far as, how many people are typically going to be coming in a car.
So do you have a limit on the number of attendees in a rural event facility?
It's based on very similar development standards where we look at it a case by case. So it's the same.
Robin, maybe I've missed it, but under farm wineries, are they restricted strictly to wine?
So right now, I believe there was conversation last year or the year before about that issue.
Yes, we talked about it at length. They settled on wine, Georgia wines, and other wines, but not beer or distilled spirits at this time.
Could we be
It's
Chapter
dealt with.
4 has that
Chapter
covered.
4 covers it?
Yes.
Good.
Could a caterer be invited in to bring the distilled spirits?
According to Chapter 4, catered events can occur on properties such as this, as can special events. They would be held to the standard as for those events for any other property. So 2 per year on the special event side, and then a licensed caterer on the catered event side,
As long as there's not a permanent special event.
which are all individually permitted by the city, catered and special events. They can't just invite a caterer and have something without the city approving that.
Yeah, we'll get to that one later.
And on the chart, so I know there's the proposal to remove the asterisk from farm winery, but like, for instance, any of those above, like rural or agricultural event facility that's got the 2 stars, 2 asterisks.
Okay, so we're going to deal with that separately in RZ 21, I believe it's 14. I brought in the chart 2 times, but I wanted to kind of keep it separate so we didn't get confused. So eventually, whatever gets approved and codified, you'll be getting rid of all of that double asterisk that talks about where qualified, all licensed and or permitted under Chapter 4. That's a topic that we're going to talk about later.
So I guess I was just trying to make sure, like, the way it's written right now, if you have 1 asterisk or 2 asterisks and you have the word or, would somebody read it as, it's still by right but our intention is farm wineries not to be by right? Like, is there a way to put farm winery and then have another block for Georgia Farm Winery?
Or we could change or to and for that. For that.
Or that way?
Almost rewrite the,
What's that?
were we talking about that second sentence in the opening paragraph there?
No. It's page 1 of the if you
Here's chart.
yeah. So just the yellow part.
Okay, I mean, I understand that's, but where are we, oh, I'm sorry.
See the asterisk, so then we're just getting rid of that asterisk where it says
Yeah.
allowed.
I understand the getting rid of the asterisk, and that to me has to be done because we're adding a use permit and we're not allowing it by right anymore. If the question is whether we use farm winery or farm winery and, I'm just looking through the other ones. Actually, a comma appears to be the assisted living, personal care homes, mobile homes, accessory dwelling, or slashes, medical lodging group residence. I'd put a comma instead of the or.
Okay. You just want to make sure that both terms are captured under requiring a use permit and not by right. Okay.
That's the intention, right? Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And Robin, I think, did you say that there was any public comment?
There is public comment on
Okay.
this item.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, there's 2. They're waiting patiently, I think.
Yes, they have been. Yep, please.
We will invite Mary Cronk to the podium.
Good lady.
My name is Mary Crunk, and I reside at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton. And I want to thank you for your service on the Planning Commission and your dedication and your orientation to serving the citizens of Milton. My first comment is in regards to Section 64-1845, Farm Winery Standard 1, about the minimum 5 acres. And I understand 5 acres was used because we are encouraging larger lot size with AG1. But my question is, did anyone calculate what you would actually have within a farm winery to get to that 5 acre minimum? And it could very well be 5 acres may be all you need. But I would feel more comfortable with an actual calculation of this would be this amount, a tasting room will be this. If they have a vineyard, it is this, just to make sure that 5 acre minimum is the appropriate amount. And then, now this is going to be a little bit more detailed. My request surrounds the last paragraph of the executive summary that Robin read. That's on page 25 of your packet, that says that staff has included a map that shows the functional classification of roads to provide context to the proposed development. If you guys see, I won't keep reading, but it pertains to that farm wineries would not be allowed on local roads. And when you look at the revisions in 64-1845, that's not included in that section. And I think that that's very important information. I think the map should be included, and I also think that the information stating farm wineries are not included on local roads or something similar, because that is indeed, if you're looking to put a farm winery, you would want to have that information as part of the code. That's my opinion. Those are my comment and my request on that particular RZ 21-09. Do you have other comments? Do you want me to continue for 11 or come back for 11?
Yeah, you can, for the definitions, you can comment.
Okay, cool. Before I begin on the definitions, I want to say that I understand how difficult it is for multiple revisions of anything to remain consistent when you're dealing with definitions and you're dealing with multiple chapters that you have to keep this consistent. So my comments are in no means, are not meant as a criticism of what has been done. They're only looking with a fresh set of eyes. As Robin said, you start working on something, you just see what you're seeing. You don't see maybe something else. So my first comment had to do with the definition of the tasting room being consistent with that 50 feet, but Robin has already stricken that from the definition. So that part is great. My second request pertains to definitions in general. And when you look at several of the terms that you'll see in Chapter 64 under the zoning definitions, things like bars, nightclubs, off-premises beer, wine retailers, off-premises distilled spirit retailers or stores, and several other terms that are in there, they don't contain the same verbiage in Chapter 64 as they do in Chapter 4. And I'll just give you one example. When you look at Chapter 4 in the definition of bar, you may not have that in front of you, but there's a line.
Can I say?
I'm sorry.
Once you've gone past farm winery, we're going to discuss the other definition.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
You got approval to go with all the definitions. We actually haven't gotten there yet, so
Then-
that's going to confuse.
Okay, then that was my request, and they've already taken care of it. And I'm going to be back up to talk to you guys some more. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
That's it for the public comment for these 3 items.
That's it.
Voting on these as a package, including 13.
I think we should do them individually. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Is 9, 10, 11, and 14 going to be voted on at the same time?
So no, so I've got 9, 10, and 11 kind of as a package together, and then we'll go to the next.
Okay, I thought when you moved it, it was change the grouping.
Oh, that's right. Well, I mean, they're going to be separate, but I didn't want to keep it totally separate.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. There's a couple items in between that are non-alcohol related, so.
I'm going to ask you to go ahead and go with each one, 9, 10, 11 separately.
Yeah.
But they would make a vote on each item.
Right.
Yeah.
Robert, to her comment about the map. So it should be included in RZ 21-09.
That is the citizens' request. That's not staff's request. I just
But I'm
provided it.
saying, that's where,
I'm sorry?
if we thought it should, is that where it would go?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd be
it-
right next
Now
to
it's
it.
addendum. Such, not included in any of the,
Well, I mean, the requirement is right now for the curb cuts shall not be allowed from a local road. But yes, you're correct. Right now, as staff presented, it does not include embedded that map into the text. That's
Right.
correct.
I would like to see that.
See that embedded? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
So, yeah, should we just go ahead and we'll just do them one by one?
Yeah.
So RZ 21-09, open the floor up for any discussion or motion.
09 includes the size of the farm wineries, correct? It's under the standards, correct? That's
The current suggestion is to do that now, yeah. We would need to make
We
sure
would
it's
include
clear.
that in, yeah.
That's under the standards?
Yes, I was proposing it to be number 11 to state tasting room shall not exceed 2,500 square feet in size. So that would be a new, because it's kind of hard to stick it into the activity area part, so.
But
You're talking about 5 acres, right?
I'm talking about 5 acres. So 09 includes the 64-1884 farm wineries, Georgia farm wineries required, and then the standards. So are we set on 5 acres in size?
No, I mean, I think that's open for discussion, but yeah, so RZ 21-09, we would be discussing and voting on the proposed standards. That's a
Correct.
part of that
Right.
text amendment, right?
Right. And just I can recap what the discussion prior to that was. And for number 4, instead of having what I proposed, the new verbiage that had been discussed was no amplified sound permitted. And that was it for number 4. So
Number 4.
that's what was discussed before. And then in number 5, after to delete anything after lot line, which was unless the winery and adjacent lot are in single ownership, but does not include the propagation of, well, I want to include the propagation. So unless the winery and adjacent lot are in single ownership, but does not include the propagation of grapes and other crops. So we're just getting rid of that portion that speaks to the common property line.
We just remove and adjacent lot are in single ownership, those 8 words.
Right,
That's the
correct.
winery.
Plus the winery, unless the winery. Yeah, okay.
Wait, so repeat that again.
So it would be, this is what I understand, activity areas such as tasting rooms, buildings used for production, storage, and bathroom facilities, including parking, shall be at least 100 feet from any lot line,
Period.
but does not include the propagation of grapes and other crops.
That was my
Correct.
note.
So that was, so far I have. And then staff is requesting.
Let me
that-
just, so quickly on that, number 5, tasting room is going to be potentially a defined word, right? Yeah, so
is
we would need to
somewhere.
capitalize the T in tasting.
So what happens, to be honest, in codification, they always get rid of capitalization. They really do. You guys may put it in, but when it gets codified, they strip it out. So
So none of those, okay, so storage.
You don't really have to capitalize it, but it'll be captured under the definition.
It will apply.
It
The
will apply,
definition will
yes.
apply.
I wanted to ask council, and it's in the area of ratio of sales, but we use the word alcohol sales. As we move through the evening, do we call alcohol sales as inclusive of beer, wine, and hard liquor?
I'm not sure of the context of what if we've got a definition of alcohol sales, if it's not in there, I would assume yes. If there's a definition that expressly spells it out differently, then we would go with whatever the definition is.
And it would connect to whatever the relevant uses in the relevant section of chapter 4 would be, which would.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it
it'd be, in this case, alcohol sale, the word alcohol sales means wine.
So you're looking at what I provided you, chapter 4? Is that what you're
No,
looking about,
it's,
alcohol?
Looking at number 9,
Number G, and under ratio of sales. As I said, that's nothing because there's no food. or
He's got to be on.
So-
It shall be
Gotta be on this
specified
stuff.
required ratio of alcohol sales.
Right, and that's under chapter 4.
Right.
Yeah, that's where he is.
okay.
He's looking at some
4 or 5.
provisions. I gave them the farm winery, the alcohol sales he's talking about. So I think that would just pertain to whatever applied to a farm winery. Yeah, because you're looking at chapter 4 under farm winery. I gave
Very
them
good.
that as reference. Okay. So number 9, we're looking to comply with applicable requirements for a farm winery in accordance with chapter 4, alcohol of the city code. And then strike out the remainder of that sentence. That's an optional. I mean, I know how you all like to have kind of belts and suspenders. So we don't have to include number 9, but I know that it's a nice reference for people to be reminded of. You need to follow chapter 4. So it's up to you all.
And why would you take out to be more restrictive by the mayor and city council unless otherwise conditioned?
Because we determined it wasn't needed, so. Because the use permit can be more restrictive.
Okay.
And that's all the discussions
addition of
in
number
11. I'm sorry.
Addition of 11.
In addition to 11, which I spoke about a little bit earlier, which
That's the
is
tasting room.
Tasting room shall not exceed 2,500 square feet in size. But if there's anything else you guys want to discuss or change, that's definitely, I just wanted to recap what was discussed.
Yeah,
before.
and then the use chart, right, we had also discussed taking out the word or. And
Yeah, but we're just going to deal with this first and make a vote, and then we'll go to the next item.
And what was 11 again? I'm sorry.
The use chart is in 10.
Use chart is 10, okay.
10, yes.
What was number 11?
Number 11 would be tasting room shall not exceed 2,500
Perfect.
square feet in size. Yeah.
And number 2, where we had the curb cuts and Fred mentioned about including the map.
Okay.
Could we make note here as seen in the attached map or whatever?
How should we reference the map within the
You
code?
can, I mean, we can give it a number at such time as set out in exhibit
Okay.
blank, and it'll
Okay.
get a number as appropriate.
Part of the code.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess a couple of things. I mean, again, I know we're potentially going to still address any other discussion about the 5-acre minimum. But that also kind of leads me to the tasting room maximum, hypothetically, let's just say it is a 20-acre area.
You could have a bigger one, yeah.
I mean, it's, 2,500 square foot for a tasting room doesn't,
Right, so again, as I mentioned, there's still the opportunity for an applicant to ask for a variance, a concurrent variance that would go with the use permit. So let's say if they were on 20 acres and they wanted a 4,000 square foot tasting room, they could ask for that variance to that requirement. So it's not like, so we have certain things that you cannot ask for a variance to, like lot size in a district. But these items, 1 through 11, or would be 11, a applicant could ask for a variance if they felt like they couldn't meet it or it wasn't appropriate. Like in that case, if you had 20 acres and you want a larger structure than 2,500 square feet. Or if it's your all's prerogative to make it a larger, it's, again, up to you all what you want to make a recommendation
They can
of.
come in and ask.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, I think this goes back to what we've all been talking about too, in terms of the acreage and comment as well. Like, is there any other research? Is there anything else that could tell us, like, farm winery, again, I know there's only a handful in the state, but these are the potential facilities that you're going to have on the property. Is this enough space for it? Is this too much space? Does it make it more? You also want to contemplate a maximum number. Those kind of things as well. I mean,
If we increase the lot area from 5 acres to like 10 acres, somebody could come before city council and ask for one that was 7.5.
They would just have to ask for a concurrent variance.
That would have to, but if, once we put the 5 acres in, like the way it's written now, you're stuck. You're there.
Well, I mean, technically they could ask for less. If they had 4.85 acres, they could ask for a concurrent variance for that lesser than 5 acres.
where did, and I'm sorry, again, I think we talked about it, but the 5 acres came from.
It was just a lot of the other kind of rural type uses require the 5 acre minimum. I'd have to look through my list. I don't have it off the top of my head. So, I mean, I think too, the existing farm winery, as well as I think we, they speak about how they have 1.5, maybe 2 acres of, eventually to have, they had planted 1.5 acres of vineyard, and obviously they're on 20 acres, but you don't have to have a huge amount of area for the vineyard. So I think that was in part, we wanted to be as flexible as possible, but it still be reasonable.
In the rural event facility, is there a maximum number of square feet that facility could be?
No. Like totally on a case-by-case basis.
So if we were to say tasting room allowed in language about, case-by-case basis, city council.
Well, I think it would default back to the alcohol, which requires a maximum.
The one thing to keep in mind in your deliberations tonight is anything that you bake into the use permit as allowable by the use permit. Of course, the beauty of the use permit is it's not a by right. It's not a by right use. The council has to grant that. But anything you do bake in there as a minimum standard stays with the land in perpetuity. Once the council grants it, they own it. And subsequent, unless it is created in such a manner, it's going to even if it changes hands. A lot of the things that you're discussing, you might consider keeping out of 64 and keeping it in Chapter 4, which can be changed. The council has the ability to change Chapter 4 year to year. You don't want to change it drastically, but all alcohol licenses have to be reapplied for every year. They all have the same expiration date. So just something to think about. The more you bake into Chapter 64, the more vested rights you will be giving to this applicant. Just something to consider as you go. One of the reasons this has become so confusing for staff as well is because you're dealing with the interplay of Chapter 4 and Chapter 64. And that's not something we're used to dealing with so much. And we're using Chapter 4 and Chapter 64 in some ways in an overlapping manner. And we're trying, in a way, we're trying to regulate alcohol with zoning and a little bit zoning with alcohol. And just, it can become a little confusing.
And that's what concerns me a little bit about the 5 acre size. It just seems like we're just like picking a pig in a poke. We don't really know why we have 5 acres. I mean, what should it be? And, you know, where is the best spot to be? Is it 7.5? So, I mean, there's got to be information out there someplace that tells us a little bit more than what we know right now.
And that's very fair feedback. But generally, when we're looking at these farm wineries, you don't see them within a city like Milton. You see them in much more rural areas where minimum acreage is really not the issue. You can't even, some of these places you can't even see the other side of the property. You know, look at Chateauland as an example. Go up to Blue Ridge. And these are just these expansive properties. I think one of the challenges we're dealing with as a city is a farm winery within residential neighborhoods. And that's primarily what we're talking about. Mostly with an AG1, they've become residential neighborhoods. And when we're looking at, to your point, the minimum acreage of 5, from a staff perspective, it is a little subjective. I agree with that. But it was based on some other use permits where we used a minimum of 5. But also, if you start thinking about a 2,500 square foot building for a tasting room and potentially another room for storage and manufacturing, then you've got parking, and then you want to have enough of a buffer and setbacks for potentially other neighbors. The 5 acres suddenly becomes quite full. So when we were doing it, that was kind of how we came to the 5 acre minimum. If you were to try to fit all of that on, let's say, 3 acres, you have just a greater potential of impacting your neighbors than you would on 5. And I guess I don't know if that helps a little bit, but that's kind of how we got down to that point.
And I guess, I think I'd be more comfortable if we went like 7 acres or 8 acres, something just a little bit more. To me, with the structures that are included, 5 acres seems cramped.
Sure, the vineyard, the growing area.
Yeah.
You know, and if there's a home, if they have their home on that lot.
Right.
Right? So if they have their home, you got a 3,000, 4,000 square foot house, you got a 2,500 square foot tasting room, you got a place where you make the wine, then you got where you're growing it, and your other equestrian to make it 40% too, and a barn.
I was looking at it, just as you pointed out, as the winery part, the growing. When we talk about adding all that up, I totally agree with you. Should happen.
Back to the tasting room, did you say that was a requirement, that they had to have a tasting room? What was the commentary about the tasting room? Like, is it required that you have to have a tasting room?
It's
Yes.
contemplated as part of a farm winery that you're going to have the tasting room, because the tasting room is where the tasting.
Yeah.
And the sale from the retail side as
Right.
well. So it comes out of a tasting room, the sale for retail and consumption. So if you want to do anything with the wine you're creating, you would need a tasting room.
And
Right.
the tasting room language is baked right into the language in the state code.
And then does the state code have anything about the square footage?
Not to my recollection.
I think
No.
that those are our tailorings we were talking about earlier.
So if we changed it to 10, as you suggest, you know, the burden of proof would be on the applicant to come in and say why I can do this in 5, or I can do this in 7. At that point,
There is that flexibility.
Before we go any
The other
further,
way would be okay.
Yeah, so you were suggesting 10.
Yeah, I'm suggesting
Yeah.
10.
I think that's better.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Pardon?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Um,
This is the easy one.
Yeah, I know.
That's why you want to make it.
Okay, so
I moved here 10.
I think I'd like to make that from 5 to 10.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Again, because we don't know. Let's err on the high side. Also for number 7, where it says visual of the facility.
Yeah, I need,
maybe visual impact.
yeah,
That's a word missing.
I forgot the impact. Thank you.
The visual impact, and then should it just be of, because potentially there's going to be more than one facility or structure or whatever on the property. Should it just be the visual impact?
Well, I think the facility I was thinking of as a whole, I mean, not,
Can we just say the farm winery or the?
yeah, we can say that. Impact of the farm winery.
Then for number 8, there any other, if there is current structures on the land or whatever, that have to comply with the,
Typically, current structures, we don't require to comply, I mean, with that rural Milton. I mean, unless they're gonna do a rehab of the building, I think it's 50%, then we would make them comply with the standards of the rural Milton architecture.
This is a good point. Said 2,500 square feet. But if there's a structure permanently there that's 4,000 used, sell pumpkins and all this, could they use that?
Well, I think I discussed it a little bit. I mean, that you would separate that use because it's, the tasting room is considered an assembly in the sense you have people congregating together. So you would divide it out, because it can't be more than 2,500 square feet per the alcohol ordinance. So again, you could have other uses in that building, but the actual tasting room couldn't exceed 2,500 square feet. So it could be a subset of that building, possibly.
Okay with that?
Like the coffee shop.
Oh, okay.
It's so fun. I wrote it.
and then we're also going to be, are we also addressing the tasting room definition?
So not yet. We're
Not
just
yet.
dealing with this page,
Page
this
one.
9. Yeah.
Okay.
But weren't we going to add that as a number?
That's number 11.
Number
Number 11, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a different motion.
Oh, okay.
I think we're going to add subsection 11 to this. The definition is item 2111.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one you were asking.
Well, isn't tasting room going to be number 11 on this list, correct?
Yes. Okay.
And is it going to be defined? on this list?
No, it's going to be
The
defined.
definition
It's
is.
going to be on.
On
Agenda
the
item.
number,
No, agenda item 21-11.
11.
11 is just saying the tasting room has to be maximum of 2,500 square feet.
11.
So when we have a motion, and we finally get to a motion on this one, do we need to say as discussed, or do we have to go through point by point by point?
Just where we make the changes to what staff
That's what I'm
recommended.
saying. When they.
Do we just say, or what, well, what,
Do that way? Make a motion to approve what staff has recommended with the following changes.
Yeah,
And go through the
absolutely.
list.
Absolutely.
okay, so we do have to spell them out, okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve RZ 21-09. Staff has recommended with the following changes. Under standards, number 1, changing acres from 5 to 10. On number 2, we input or add a map next to the permitted curb cuts. On number 4, we state no amplification, period. On number 5, we remove unless the winery and adjacent lot are in single ownership. On number 7, we add the word impact and change the word facility to farm winery. On number 9, we remove anything after code. We add number 11, which states a tasting room can be a maximum of 2,500 square feet.
Oh, I'm so impressed. That was
Bravo.
I know.
perfect.
Yay!
And I'll second it.
And he's going on to city council, so. Good for the future.
Just, I think, well,
Look for a second, just.
Yeah.
yeah, well, I was gonna make just to clarify a friendly amendment potentially. I think it was number 4 was gonna be no amplified sound, right?
Right, yes.
Amplified sound, period, okay. And then, for number 7, it was gonna be to add the word impact after the word visual.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
he got
change-
that. He said that.
And then number 11, are we gonna keep it like the way you have it, shall not exceed 2,500 square feet in size?
Tasting room,
Shall not
Yeah,
exceed-
I had tasting room shall not exceed 2,500 square feet in size, but yeah.
Good with that.
yep.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor and we'll vote first on the motion.
Did Kurt, you seconded that?
We need, oh, Kurt seconded.
Ron did too.
No, someone did.
We're all quick to jump on that.
Everybody seconded.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to accept the staff's recommendations with the proposed changes and as read by Jan and seconded by Commissioner Nolte. And then we have I guess my friendly amendment would be,
I think we,
Covered it there?
I think we got that
Yeah.
before.
so we got the motion and the second. Any discussion? We need any more? All right, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
So now we can go to just finish any discussions or a motion for RZ 21-10 for the allowed use chart with the comma. I think that was the only change from the staff.
And the deletion of the asterisk?
It's going to be in a.
That's going to be in the
round.
next
Okay,
round. So
okay.
we're just dealing with the second, with the farm winery on the second column.
And you say there's a comma?
Yeah, it's
Instead of the word or.
Oh,
going to be a comma.
okay.
Go for it.
May I?
Go.
Okay. I move that RZ 21-10 be approved as presented by staff, except that the word in the chart, the word or be deleted and a comma be inserted in its place.
Second.
All right, so RZ10, we have the motion on the floor and to take out the word or and make it a comma. A second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up is RZ 21-11.
Okay, so just to review a little bit, farm winery would remain as I have it in your packet, and then tasting room, the last sentence, we want to strike, the tasting room must be located 50 feet from any adjacent residential property lines and no larger than 2,500 square feet in size, so,
So the entire last sentence is deleted.
yeah.
Can I suggest that we add, so it's, the first sentence reads, of wine by a Georgia farm winery. Insert the word a.
Or a Georgia.
Yeah,
farm
by
winery?
a.
By
Okay. Okay.
And then in the second line, is that, so it says the sale of such wine at retail, or is it as retail or
At retail.
at retail for consumption? So it's at retail?
That's the way the definition currently reads out of chapter 4.
Okay. It's at such wine at retail for consumption.
Taken lots of notes about the wonderful feedback to potentially address in the future in chapter 4.
The only other thing was, that I had was tasting room means, so is outlet a good word, or there's something else?
How it currently exists, if you were to change it, it would be different than chapter 4 is the one thing I would say to
Okay.
that.
Yeah, this is consistent with what's in 4.
Got it, okay. And then, the only other one I had was, farm winery or Georgia farm should be capitalized, farm.
So we just go back to that whole codification.
Okay,
thing.
so it doesn't matter.
It all gets changed
Okay.
anyway when they codify it, so. The attorney in you, I'm sure, is like just,
Oh, yeah. Definitions have to be defined.
There's a lot of stuff when it gets codified that you want to go, why?
Yeah.
Where did it go? I made a specific point of doing this, and they
Defined
just,
word, and now it's not.
Unicode has their way of doing it, regardless of what you send them.
Yeah. Okay, so any other discussion on this? Their motion? Anybody got a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend the approval of RZ 21-11 as presented by staff, except that in the definition of tasting room, in the first line, it referenced wine by, insert the word a, Georgia Farm Winery, and also that the last sentence of that definition be deleted.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. At this point, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes.
okay, it's your turn.
All hell's gonna break loose.
Okay.
We're going to 14, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We're moving to 14,
Yeah.
is that correct? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a couple of remarks prior to moving forward on these additional amendments. I would like to have next meeting a list of the numbers of violations and what was the outcome of those violations. This would be on the ordinances in regards to trees, signs, and those that were serving beer or alcohol. Is that possible?
So when you say, so we don't actually do a lot of violations, we do a lot of notice of violations, so is that what you mean, the notice of violations versus a citation? You want citation?
Citation.
Okay.
Repeat that again? You want to list the citations
and the results.
and the results from the citations.
Correct. On those ordinances of, thank you, trees, signs, and anyone serving beer and wine.
I could answer 2 of the 3 already. There's 0 on beer and wine, 0 on signs, but over 50 on trees. We'll get you those numbers.
Thank you, Steve.
No worries.
The other point is, and I talked to Robin about that, moving into this RZ 14, who is responsible for seeing that the food alcohol percentages are followed?
I have this in the presentation this evening.
Okay.
The finance department does collect that information annually and reviews it,
Who does?
from the finance department.
Okay, is that through an audit?
We actually collect an affidavit, and we have the right to audit if needed.
Good.
I have the section for you this evening to kind of show you how it's calculated, what rights we have to get reporting, and all that kind of information.
Excellent, because simultaneously, last night on Channel 2, the city of Atlanta brought this whole subject up, that they were recommending anyone serving food and alcohol must be audited because of the huge violation, if you will, that clubs and so forth were not even coming close to having that. That triggered me to ask that question.
I appreciate that information. Absolutely.
That's all.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Edwards. So an official good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bernadette Harville. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the city. I really appreciate your time this evening to discuss the recommended changes to Chapter 64 related to the direction staff received from City Council regarding alcohol-related businesses. Tonight, we will review the concept of all beverage sales ratios, as we just kind of touched on a little bit, as well as the meaning of an eating establishment or a full-service restaurant, as that will play a key role in our discussion. We will talk about the recommended text amendments to Chapter 64 for consumption on-premises establishments as they pertain to zoning. Again, as the city manager mentioned, we're kind of crossing levels here and buttoning up using Chapter 64 and 4 together concurrently. I will take a break to answer any questions, and then Robin will go over the amendments in detail as she just did with the other sections, kind of page by page for you, and talk about next steps in the process. But you can feel free to stop me at any time if something isn't clear or if you need additional information. So here we have a central theme to the discussion this evening. Is a full-service restaurant within the text amendments, or as in Chapter 4. A full-service restaurant is required to meet the criteria of an eating establishment, so we kind of. The state of Georgia defines this term, and City of Milton has a which is an establishment licensed to sell distilled spirits, malt beverages, or wine, in which derives at least 50% of its total annual gross food and beverage from the sales of prepared meals or food. This is the foundation of the 50-50 ratio that you may be familiar with. Traditional restaurants must have a ratio of 50% sales from alcoholic beverages consumed on site to 50% sales from prepared food and meals. I have included for your reference here, Section 4-182, kind of touching on what Mr. Edwards just spoke about, that explains the requirement of all of our businesses that do have a food component requirement to report to us. We also have the right at any time to ask for those documents. They have to keep those records on site for a certain period of time. And we can look into the component of potentially in the future choosing to do an audit. We have not done one to date, but that is an option we have. We do review those forms and talk to the business about staying in compliance with that. But we have a right to at any time ask for those forms. They have to turn them in, and we can audit them through other sections of the ordinance.
So does enforcement then have to get involved?
We have a couple of tools that we would be able to use.
I mean, it's small right now. We don't have that many.
I would say if we were going to audit, we wouldn't necessarily need to use an enforcement at that point. We would just request the records, And then either city staff or there are companies that are third parties that would take a percentage of anything found, would do so if it was pertaining to some revenues owed. There's a couple ways we could do that. But absolutely, we have the right to, and we can do that.
Okay.
And so the establishment must submit annually that data per our license requirements. Every year we look at that. Those who sell distilled spirits by the drink also by the month send in a form that says what their ratios are. So the finance department is tasked with reviewing those forms when those are turned in to keep an eye on the distilled spirits establishments. So please keep this food to alcohol ratio concept in your mind as we move through the rest of the conversation this evening, because it's kind of the foundation for everything that we're going to talk about. Here I have a visual overview for you that kind of sums up all the text amendments you're going to see. I know it's going to be a lot of text amendments. I tried to narrow it down into this visual to hopefully help us make sense of it. I know some people are visual versus just seeing kind of red lines. The flow chart before you shows the zoning approvals that would be needed for a business that wishes to serve alcohol for consumption on premise. That would mean by the glass, on site, drinking inside the establishment. If that business comes in and wishes to have the traditional 50-50 ratio of that alcohol sales to food sales, so when we're saying the ratio, we're going to say the alcohol part first and the food part second. That restaurant would be considered, again, an eating establishment or a full-service restaurant, and they would be allowed to do so by right in the areas where it is currently allowed by zoning. So we're not adding any areas. When you think of that, Robin, correct me, but I believe that's your T4, T4 open, T5, C1, MIX, and potentially C2 if that were ever to be zoned to have C2. So those designated areas, so it's not going to be in your AG1, would be allowed to have a restaurant 50-50 by right. So that's easy enough to wrap up the left-hand side of that table. We're going to look over on the upper right-hand side, and then we'll come down to the more nuanced section in the bottom half. So on the upper right-hand side, you have those establishments that do not meet the 50-50 and currently require a council-issued use permit. Again, we're allowed by zoning. That will not change with these proposed text amendments. So your rural agricultural event facilities, your assembly halls. In the next round, Robin is going to clean up so all zoning districts would need a use permit by council for those two uses everywhere. And when you have that use permit from council, then you can also then apply for an alcohol license to serve alcohol at those establishments. If you meet the 50-50 ratio and happen to be one of those establishments, some of them may also prepare food. You would have rights to Sunday sales and things like that. If you did not, there would be some other considerations to follow, but there are some strict adherence in Chapter 4 to follow for those types of facilities for their license for consumption on premises. We think Little River Farms is currently I'm trying to give you local examples so you know exactly what we're talking about each time. Little River Farms is a rural agricultural event facility that happens to have an alcohol license through this use permit process and the Chapter 4 licensing. I'll stop there for a moment. Does that make sense? Kind of those are the two ones that really seem to make sense. And then we'll move on to this less than 50-50 and these other 4 considerations we've come to and then what we're doing with them. So council has directed staff to kind of look at when establishments were coming in, and we have a lot of really unique ideas coming in. Some we want, some we may not want, but it was really getting hard to just be turning everyone away that had an innovative idea because Chapter 4 was very specific. So they asked us, without just allowing things in Chapter 4 that kind of opened the door to everything, could we find a new solution that added a layer of protection to the city to ensure that the vision of the city is being upheld? That's where we came to this conclusion of potentially, which is before you, using administrative use permits and warrants through zoning before they can even apply for the alcohol license side. So we have the 4 categories before you. A limited food service restaurant, by definition, has 70% alcohol sales to 30% food sales. This concept was discussed at length at the October 18th meeting. The conclusion from council was to not necessarily get rid of it at this time, but to look into this process of having a warrant or administrative use permit that would tailor the use to ensure that it is compliant with what the city envisions and still allowing them to operate within the city. It is a concept that, we don't see often in many places, but we did take a look around. And Woodstock does allow bars. We called them today to confirm, make sure we were understanding that. Woodstock allows bars. We have concepts in Alpharetta And Roswell, such as cigar shops, 70% of their sales need to be selling of cigars, but they do allow drinking in there with no food. So there's kind of these different things that are, we haven't quite seen the 70-30 concept. There are things that are similar. And of course, Roswell, or Woodstock outright does allow bars. So in the future, if you wanted to come in and apply for a limited food service restaurant, again, we went through the entire zoning code and took out restaurant and made them full service or limited service in the same areas where each would be allowed. One would be by right and one would now need a warrant or an administrative use permit, covering that throughout the entire city. So once you had that, that would, again, those 10 standards you guys talked about earlier, your lighting, your signage, I believe, the manner of use, the hours of operation will all be considered on each individual case that was applied for a limited food service restaurant before you even got to the side of being alcohol licensed. Then we moved on to, okay, what about these ideas of places that don't really have prepared food on site? We started seeing a lot of those. They might be, in other cities, they have supermarkets. We don't necessarily have spaces that are that large to have full supermarkets everywhere. So we kind of thought about what kind of grocery boutiques could we see that might want to do what other cities might call a little wine bar or things like that inside that facility. We had a concept come before us, and they have butchered meats that you can buy. They'll prepare them there on site, or you can bring them home. You can buy groceries and things like that, but they weren't necessarily meeting the 50-50 threshold. And council said, well, why not? Why is that a problem? So we said, what could we do? What we could do is use an administrative warrant or use permit to kind of tailor them and ensure they're not doing things that we didn't intend, staying open later, serving distilled spirits or anything like that. So that's where Robin and I kind of came to this conclusion. Instead of listing out every single business we could think of, we said, if you're general retail with consumption and intend to have any consumption on premise, you'd need this warrant or use permit. And at that point, I want to just make clear, this doesn't mean any retail could have it. It means those retails that are then still also allowed by Chapter 4. So in Chapter 4, we would have additional standards that said your main purpose of business needs to be something other than the consumption of alcohol. The merchandise, the retail side of it needs to be your main purpose of business. How much of your sales can be dedicated to the consumption of alcohol? How much of the square footage of your inside of your facility should be dedicated to consumption on site versus the actual sale of your retail to ensure that that's your main purpose? That will all be in Chapter 4, so it can be adhered to for the council's vision from time to time, as opposed to, like, investing it by right and then maybe deciding later that that wasn't necessarily what we intended to do. So that's where we came up with this general retail. I just wanted to make clear that it didn't mean that every retail store could have alcohol. It meant that if you were retail and wanted alcohol, you'd need this to then move on to the next round to see if you complied. An example of this that we have currently, Whitetail Bike Shop.
What?
Whitetail Bike Shop. They have what we currently call a limited tap license. The way it's currently restricted is that they can only have 5 beer taps. The beer has to be craft beer. They can only have 24 ounces served to each patron. And instead of trying to go through and say, okay, a bike shop, a this, a that, craft beer, we just said beer and wine only, no distilled spirits. And then we would tailor it again with the ounces, the space, and everything in Chapter 4, but allowing these concepts that are coming uniquely that council did want to see.
I believe in Alpharetta, Alpharetta on Haynes Bridge is a new location, used to be the Alpha Soda Shop. And it's called, I believe, it hasn't opened, it's called Butcher and Cork. So with that, you think, Steve, is that possibly would fall in that category where they're a butcher shop and they're going to sell wine, and I'm sure they're going to have a tasting?
Alpharetta allows wine bars by their definition.
It does. It sounds very similar to what actually Vern just discussed.
Right, okay.
Their wine bars are 60-40. So they
60.
actually call out the word wine bar as an allowable alcoholic license in Alpharetta, and it's a 60-40 establishment. I tried to look up a few things today to kind of give us an idea of what other areas are doing. So I think that would be somewhat similar, and city council could choose to say one of the parameters for general retail with consumption on premise would be a 60-40. So that could be something that in the future we layer into Chapter 4 to ensure that instead of vesting it, because then if they decide later we don't want 60-40, they can just go back to 50-50. They can set whatever the council chooses. They can kind of do that within Chapter 4, year by year.
Okay.
Alpharetta also has interest. They have dog parks that happen to sell food. That they've tailored theirs very uniquely to the circumstances in their community. We've seen that in other cities as well. Like I said, the cigar shops and cigar stores exist in many of the cities in North Fulton. But again, we mostly see 50-50 is the standard most places, and they have these little nuances here and there. The one that we have is in Roswell, they allow craft beer and wine markets. We currently have a similar one. Theirs says food is expressly permitted, not required. So they do have a circumstance in Roswell where they are allowed to have drinking on site without food in a store that's primary purpose is also the sale of packaged beer and wine. So we're just looking at this kind of what's going on in the different areas. So again, general retail, not saying every general retail could have it, but if you wanted it and you met Chapter 4, you'd still need this extra layer of ensuring that the community development director has reviewed it, ensured you're not having deliveries at certain hours, certain lighting, certain music and things like that, keeping it away from being a bar, making sure that you are your retail and then also happen to maybe have a little niche for a glass of wine or something like that.
Do the state separate, like coming from Indiana and going through this in retail, that if you had served or sold beer and wine, you had to have one license. If you sold alcohol, hard liquor, 2. And if you served and also sold package, then you had to have a 3rd license. Is that also, Steve, or
I can answer that.
is that the same here?
So the way it is in Georgia is the state cedes to the local. They have consumption, retail, they have the 3-tier system. And what we allow locally, as long as it's within the bounds of state law, they allow. And so you would need a retail license as well as a consumption license to do those things. And so, but you could have one consumption license for distilled spirits, beer and wine. If you met them all, then the state would say, your local said you're good with that, but they give you what is called a consumption. I don't think at the state they even go to the level of saying what the type is. They just give you a consumption, is how it was explained to us from the Department of Revenue when we asked them.
I'd have to look at it. I don't do enough of it regularly.
I've been in this a lot lately. When we pulled up the listing from the state of Georgia to kind of check over our annual licenses, we're seeing distributor, consumption. We're not seeing it to that detailed level necessarily. So that's why maybe they have it somewhere else, but we're not seeing it as generated in the public record. And they've told us that they're depending on what we allow to be in accordance with state law, and then that's what they allow through that consumption.
Okay.
And they are required to get a state license in addition to ours. So then moving on to this idea of manufacturing and brew pubs, this is currently allowed by warrant, and we're looking to clarify that brew pubs would also be allowed in the C1 and MIX areas by administrative use permit, kind of creating a consistency amongst the different districts. We did not talk about necessarily just allowing straight manufacturing up there. Did you? I don't remember now. We just said brew pubs because of the eating piece right, in Birmingham. So the Birmingham Crossroads has a unique set of circumstances up there. So we kind of kept a brew pub is an eating establishment that also happens to brew. So we kind of kept the restaurant theme up there in that area. So again, you would need to come in, even though a brew pub is an eating establishment and could be considered a full service restaurant, we're considering the manufacturing piece of it as needing a warrant or an administrative use permit. So that's the kind of leading factor for us. And then finally, we have the last concept that kind of goes along with that craft beer and wine market idea, which is an off-premise beer or wine package store, which is a store you go in to buy a bottle of wine or a package of beer and leave. We currently allow them to have drinking on site in there. We have Milton Wine and Crystal right here in downtown Crabapple, where you can go in and have a glass of wine. There are limitations to it, and they can only have certain percentages of their sales come from that and certain percentages of square footage and things like that. And we're just looking to make that not a kind of by right use in the future, that you would have to come in and have that warrant or administrative use permit if you would like to do that in the future. So we're kind of just catching everyone that would like to have drinking on site that's not meeting the 50-50 threshold, to have an additional layer of oversight from the city before that's allowed. That sums it up.
Well, I've got a quick question. It might be showing my ignorance, but can you walk through what the process is for the administrative variance, the warrant, administrative use permits? Can you walk through what does that entail?
Yes, that's a Robin's
okay.
world, so.
Leading on, just bringing it up.
Very good.
It's like the administrative version of that council use permit, right? So-
Right.
Good job.
Oh, thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
She's the
Thank you.
expert.
Good job.
So as Bernadette talked about, there's some different steps depending on which area of the city you are in. So for the form-based code areas, we talk about needing to receive a warrant. And so a warrant is a type of administrative, technically variance, and it's to the use. And so what under the form-based code ordinances it talks about is that an applicant would need to submit a request for the warrant, and they need to look over in the section of the use permits that call out the 10 different use permit considerations. We kind of spoke about that earlier. It talks about, time and days of operation, what's around you, the compatibility of land uses. So as a bunch of different things they need to answer to why they want their request. Let's say it's a brew pub here in Crabapple. So they submit that application to us, and our community development director looks at it and makes its considerations, and then we can add, because at the end of those 10 considerations, it says that we can add conditions. So depending on the situation, additional conditions can be made with that warrant, depending on where the location is. So like we did a warrant for the brewery, the Six Bridges Brewery. So we did things like no signage should be facing the residential uses because it's next to residential. There would be no outside music permitted. So things like that.
Delivery times.
I'm sorry?
Delivery times. Things
Delivery
that aren't
times,
contemplated
yes.
in chapter 4.
Right. Yeah.
Robin, to that point, and I didn't know where it was going to come up on this, but you just started brew pubs and all those, no outdoor and so, so forth. I wanted to catch it immediately. You have in there Sunday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Well, nobody can serve
Oh, in chapter
till
4
12:30.
currently? In chapter 4 currently?
Well, no, I
Oh,
think
this
he's
was-
looking at the
she sent us-
administrative permits
Oh, okay, I don't know.
that we called out. So we'll get to that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
yeah.
I
We're
didn't,
gonna go
okay.
line by
By
line.
line, yeah.
Sorry.
So you guys can do the same thing we did
Yeah.
with the farm winery.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's how we handle warrants and Crabapple, form-based code, and Deerfield. And then we're proposing to add additional administrative permits. So this does not go through city council. It's not a full use permit. It's an administrative permit where we have development standards. And I gave you all a hard copy this evening of the proposed different uses that would be needing the administrative permit, which would cover the C1s, C2, and the MIX. So that's more the traditional zoning, and we don't have a lot of it other than up at Birmingham Crossroads. It's getting late and I can't talk. That's our main area that we have the non-form-based code area zoning. So the administrative permit isn't something super magical. It's just we're trying to contemplate if you were to have X use, alcohol use, and we'll go through all the details of it, then it's more administrative.
And it can't be against state law. So if something were to
Correct.
say Sunday hours, but you don't meet the requirement for state law for Sunday sales, you would not be able to have it.
So those four are 100% discretion of staff. That does not,
For the administrative permit,
for that or the variance.
well,
those-
for the administrative permit, we're kind of, we can't really add to that. So whatever, when we get to that point, if there's some items that I didn't think of or that you think of that could be good, development standards, so to speak, under the
But
administrative
these
permit.
don't come before the public at all.
Correct.
Well-
Bob has been bringing them before.
So we now have instituted a procedure where a new policy, where warrants that are presented to community development are brought before the council for the opportunity for them to weigh in on it. Ultimately, it is by statute the decision of the community development director, but he or she will do that in consultation with the council in a public meeting.
Okay. So those will see the light of day, so to speak, for transparency.
It will.
Were those just warrants, or is that everything under the administrative use permit, or?
I'm
That's
gonna
it.
need
It's
some
a
guidance on
animal,
that.
Yeah.
For warrants, absolutely, but I'll need some more information on the administrative variances and the administrative use
Administrative
permits.
permits.
Yeah.
Steve, the way you phrased that, as far as it's coming to council, you talked about it as a process. Processes change. And you can't give me any assurance that your process isn't going to change. But I think the people want to be sure that they're going to have transparency and that they're going to be able to discuss or present in front of council their concerns about any establishment that issues or sells an alcoholic beverage. I'm not sure this process that's being outlined here really meets the needs of the community, namely the need for full transparency and assurance of full transparency. I just don't get it. I don't think so.
I think I might be able to alleviate that concern somewhat. First, the warrant procedure was what, for this aspect, that's what council wanted us to, that was the direction we got from them, because they did not want to have to decide on every alcohol, every business that sells alcohol to be coming before them. It would grind us to a halt. But to get this to the light of day, and this is something that the council just did, was reinstitute the advertising requirements. So now anytime any alcohol selling establishment is going to open, they need to not only post in our newspaper, but they have to post outside, almost like a rezoning type sign, except it's yellow, I believe, in front of their establishment. And then it comes before the council in a public hearing. I think that might alleviate some of that concern. There is no such thing as an alcohol license being issued anymore at this point without having that public hearing process.
Yeah, I just think this is very, very, what you've been, first, let me take a step back. The work that you folks have done to put this, codify this, it has been great work. It was a lot of work, so thank you for everything that you've done. But to me, I think this is misguided. I think that we just completed a comprehensive plan. What do the people want in the comprehensive plan? They valued our parks. They wanted more. They wanted amenities. They wanted theaters, so you could have either theater, an auditorium, so you could have either theater or you could have musical performances. There were a lot of things they like about this city. There are a lot of amenities that they wanted to have in the city, but there wasn't one request for a growler shop. Not one request for a brewery. None of this. What we're doing here is, by putting all these definitions in here, what we're doing is we're hanging out a sign that says, hey, we're open for business, for distilleries, for micro distilleries, for breweries, for microbreweries, for brew pubs, for God knows what. The list you guys put together, I applaud how complete you've been, but it's a long list of ways to get drunk. And that's inconsistent with what the people in this town want. So point number one is, I think you've strayed from what the people want. They don't want all this stuff. What they want are full service restaurants running this as 50-50, the way essentially it's been done to date. In your discussion, you've also talked about a couple of things that are outside of the bounds, like our bicycle place over here. And you've managed to get that done using your existing process, which we can question whether we liked the result or not, but at least there was an existing process that you were able to use to get what you needed to do done without going through the advertisement to the world of our need to have alcohol here. So I think there is you have a process that you can use, but I would say that take away all the advertisement and bring it back to basics, what you've been doing, and have it go to city council. To your point of a moment ago, there's a lot of it. They don't want to be bothered with it. They better be bothered with it. This is what the citizens of this town want. It's not, they don't want to turn this into a strip of guys going to a brewery or a distillery for a bunch of shots. That's not what we need in this town. We need full service restaurants where you can go in and have a drink. I think this entire effort, this entire presentation is totally misguided. I think you have the processes at your disposal right now to do what you want to do, whatever comes in. If a distillery comes in, I think it should be considered. But before anything happens on it, it should go to city council and have them weigh in on it. And frankly, giving the administration to anyone on city staff, I think takes it out of the light of day. It exposes that individual or individuals to influence from outside parties. We need the citizens to be able to watch the city council make decisions on each and every one of these licenses so that we, the people, get the desired result. Nothing in the back room. That can't happen here in Milton.
May I make one clarification statement? The actual license will still need to be voted on in a public meeting by the city council. I just want to make sure that that was clear.
But a moment ago, there was a process that was outlined that there was a result for certain things to be approved by community development.
I think I didn't do a very good job at explaining it.
He's the one that explained it. He didn't do a good job, I guess.
I think I did do a good job of explaining it, and I think you're interpreting it exactly how it's intended.
Okay.
And it was even the rewrite of our Chapter 4 ordinances were done with the intent to do exactly what you're fearful of, and that's attract these kinds of businesses to our downtown and various areas throughout the city. That was done at the direction of council. So I just want to make sure we understand where the misdirection. Staff was not sitting around thinking about how we could cook up more alcohol here in the city of Milton. This was done as an economic development initiative, and we are seeing some success with that. Council, I want to make sure to maybe clarify something. They're not trying to shirk any responsibility as it pertains to getting things before the light of day or whether or not they need to weigh in on alcohol, because they do. In fact, they're the ones that push very hard to make sure that we reinstituted the advertisement. But I think their intent was to rely on the expertise of their community development director, their professional, to determine how you build out a community to be able to weigh in on that. We instituted the opportunity to have that discussion back and forth with council. And if that is something that the planning commission is uncomfortable with, that's obviously your prerogative. But understand that this is not, that was a council-driven effort, not a staff-driven effort. And any misdirection that we may have had today, if you felt that way, was not. If we're misaligned with what you felt occurred with the comp plan, there are a lot of things that we didn't hear about in the comp plan. We didn't hear about cops on bikes and different ways the firefighters might be able to accomplish their objectives.
My intent was not to criticize staff.
It came across that way, so I just want to be clear on that.
I'm terribly sorry. My apologies to staff if it came across as being critical. I'm actually tried to compliment the work that you had done. What I am saying is that this being presented by you tonight is totally misguided as far as the citizens of this town. And you're a citizen here too.
I am.
And so I'm surprised that you're quite as vocal on this matter as you are. But that's
Well, I'm the city manager and this is my team, and I'm going to be vocal if I think that things are being misdirected. So maybe I
Okay.
need to attend more of these meetings.
this is definitely out of bounds as far as I'm concerned. You doing
Very
this?
good.
You know, my concern with doing this is that we've been in Milton 25 years, I think. And I think there's maybe only, 4 restaurants in Milton? I mean, full service like Milton's. There's Milton's,
There's more.
how many total restaurants are there?
I have to go back to my list, but we have just down here.
Full service
I can
ones.
find out. Every other, we only have one that's not. Let me put it that way. So every consumption on premise establishment we have from a restaurant perspective is a full service other than one. So I will just.
I guess my issue is, it doesn't seem like there's been any, for the number of people that have moved into Milton, doesn't seem like there's been a large number of restaurants established. And I'm wondering is that because we're flexible on the 50-50
Let me get that.
versus if we stay just, I don't know, there's something there that gives people the wiggle room and the idea that there's other things to do versus developing the restaurants in the area.
I guess my question is, up on top of your chart, which is very helpful. You've got the 50-50 understood and easy. The other side, you've got the less than 50-50 branched out into two different areas. Why wouldn't everything, what's the downside of those 4, of the limited food service, the general retail with consumption on premise, the manufacturing, brew pub, and the off-premises beer, wine package with consumption on premise? What would be wrong with listing those right underneath the assembly and order hall, and having everything go to city council? What would be the I mean,
So
and again, like you said, we've only got 6, I don't know how many
I'm gonna get
permits.
that number in a moment. I know I put it together before. I know it's more than 6. We have a lot in the Deerfield area that has a lot of restaurants, a lot. So I just wanted, and not all of them do serve alcohol. So the count I'm gonna give you won't even include ones that may not serve alcohol. But the purpose that I understood from council on this was not instead of, it was an extra layer 2. So in addition to needing to go before council for the alcohol license, they wanted community development to also condition businesses that weren't meeting the 50-50 to allow some concepts that may be not meeting that 50-50 threshold. So I don't think it was instead of how I understood it.
And again, I mean, how many requests do we have right now? How many, I mean,
I had like 4 at the time that we came before them to discuss that. What was happening is the finance department says, no, you can't. And then the business owner seeks out, additional information. And I had 4 that just were a flat no, that when we explained the concept where council were like, well, why not? Like, that seems like we would want that business here. I'm trying not to name names because they're not in business yet, but
Right. Oh, that's fine.
the butcher type establishment that we talked about would not have been allowed. It was a no. Because we had parameters very specific to seating, sales, and all these things. And then they were like, but what would be
But again, if we've only got 4, that would come, let's double
at
that,
the
8, okay? To have those come before council, just like the rural event facility.
full use permit is
Yeah,
what you're
full use
recommending,
permit.
as
Yeah,
opposed,
why-
not getting rid of this whole piece altogether from a zoning perspective, but a U instead of a W
Correct.
in the form-based code section. Okay.
I mean, why, I don't know if that's putting, for what it means to the city, I don't know if that's putting a burden placed on council, of course, CEQ sitting right here. But if all of those went through that same process, aren't we making this a lot easier on everybody? You're 50-50, great, it's, your restaurant, knock yourselves out, keep going and bring your friends. Anything under that, shouldn't it go through a more full review? If we're only talking 4 right now, we're in a growth stage. I don't imagine it's going to continue, once all the development's done in the crabapple area. There might be some more stuff in, Deerfield, but, for this, for what this means to the city as far as our identity and all, I don't know if we're over-tasking council to look at, to go through this process with 4 or, one a month. I don't think, even 4 in one sitting, I don't think is extreme. So I guess that's my 2 cents. And again, this is a lot of work to try to do these, and going back to what Ron's point. I looked at that one chart you had of distillery, or breweries, microbreweries, brew pubs, distilleries, microdistilleries. I looked at that as a chart of saying, okay, if I want to come in here and serve alcohol, which one would I come in here as? What's the easiest one to come in here as? So I think we could simplify and streamline a lot of this, just saying, hey, either you're full service or give us your business plan. Let us understand your business better. So, and let us have public comment. It's one thing to post the notification, but is there a public comment section to the new process that's been, where is the public input on this?
There's a public hearing for every alcohol license that is issued currently.
Okay.
And now again, as city manager mentioned, it will be advertised as well. The state did away with that requirement and council followed suit a few years ago. And then they brought up to us that they wanted to bring that back. So starting in October, when that was passed, anyone else coming before us with a new one, you will start seeing the signs up again in the newspaper ads, advertising the public hearings that were going on all along. And there are about, I'd say like 36 restaurants. The last time we calculated to send out renewals that are full 50/50s, so that serve alcohol. So there may be some, like I said, we have businesses that come in all the time that don't necessarily serve alcohol. So I just wanted to kind of give a little
Perspective,
on that.
But again, if we're looking at 4 right now, I don't think we're overtasking. I don't think we'd be overtasking council to look at those and issue use permits.
So I would say with that in mind, I would love to be able to go through, and as we see the administrative use permits or warrants, we will take a note to say that the recommendation would be potentially, if that's what the vote is, to change those to full use permits by council. But there are other items addressed in here that we're looking to remove and edit that I would love to be able to give you an opportunity to hear, to make sure we go over those this evening.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's great.
I think you closed your presentation though.
Good job.
I'll get it.
All right.
The agreement.
Oh, it went out. Okay. Okay, here we go. So anyway, there is quite a bit of ground to cover, but you all had received the packet that talked about, and I'm not going to read it out to you. We did have 4 people come to the community zoning information meeting, and it's all spelled out what their opinions were, but basically the gist was similar to what Commissioner Gilbert said, that they really just wanted to keep everything at 50-50 as far as the alcohol and different types of establishments. So let's just dig in here. So the first section, so I'm gonna roll through here till we get to our first part. So here, I think we have bar. This comes from the alcohol definition of bar. And then, let's see, brewery means, again, the same thing as the alcohol, chapter 4, brew pub as well. Just trying to keep things consistent.
Are we going to discuss each one of these?
I'm sorry, what?
Is this the time we're to discuss like?
Let me just get through this whole section and then we can go back with whatever you guys
Well,
want to say.
This is 42 pages.
Right. Not every page we're going to say.
I understand.
So
Okay.
it won't take too long to get through just an overview of everything. I think as Bernadette had mentioned,
It doesn't give us a chance, this is me speaking now, please, to really concentrate on that one.
I know, we're going to go back to the beginning. I just want to go through everything and then we'll start at page
Every word-
1.
Every word that's highlighted.
Correct. I mean, I highlighted it in the sense so that I wouldn't miss something within this large document, so.
Okay.
Just to give a context to everything. So we had a city food market, so we've deleted that out of alcohol, correct, Bernadette? The city, yeah. So anything that I've crossed out and entirely, completely, then that's also been taken out of the alcohol. So that's something that I don't think you have to deal with. It's just something that is.
Give a little context. When we talked to city council about some of the changes to chapter 4 that were implemented over the past summer, we had concepts that were not even in application status at this time. We
Right.
didn't know what would be the results of them, so we kind of worked to remove them and start over if we get applicants to bring it back through the process again and see if the city wants to do that.
Right. Thank you. So we go on through to Courtyard Market is another item. Craft beer and or wine market has been deleted. It had previously been deleted, and alcohol.
Put paper clips on every one of them.
I'm sorry, what? Okay. Yeah. So that last one of craft beer and or wine market is going to be under that other category, correct?
So from a zoning perspective, moving forward, if you choose to accept the rest of the amendments, things like the craft beer and wine market would be that general retail with consumption on premise, and we wouldn't need to call them out all individually from a zoning side. It currently does exist if you were to look today in chapter 4 over there. Should these changes go forward, there would need to be some subsequent look at chapter 4 to mirror.
Distillery, this is just, it was amended to have the same definition as chapter 4. Eating establishment, again, was made to be consistent with chapter 4. Farm winery, same thing as chapter 4. We thought it was silly to, reference chapter 4 if it's the same. Food hall cafe, I believe that's one that is being deleted entirely. General retail with consumption on premises. So this is one of the new concepts or the way to categorize them. So we can speak to that. This is the Crowler shop. This is in chapter 4. Microbrewery and distillery. Again, this is the same as in chapter 4, just reflecting that. Nightclub, same definition as in chapter 4, just to define it. So off-premises beer/wine retailer or store. This is one of the categories, correct, that we can talk about. Off-premises beer, wine retailer or store with consumption on premises. Off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store. So basically that's a liquor package store. So it's just a fancy way of saying that. Again, defining package. And then package sales.
We just replace that with the off-premise.
You replace it with what?
Off-premise.
Off-premise. Yeah.
Be consistent with that.
Private club. It's something that we don't really have in Milton, but it's just in the alcohol section.
Other one allowed in most cities in most
Yeah.
areas.
Restaurant, full service. So we amended this. So there's a definition for restaurant from a zoning perspective, but we added the full service, and then added the last line. In order to be considered a full-service restaurant, the business must also meet the requirements of an eating establishment. Then restaurant limited food service means any establishment that meets all of the requirements of a restaurant but does not meet the requirements of an eating establishment. Retail use with consumption on premises means a business that qualifies under retail use with the primary purpose being the sale of merchandise. Again, the concept, the general concept of retail use allowing consumption that could be further dealt with under the warrants or administrative permits. Okay. Yeah, we will, but there's still some more. So, this special event is not necessarily related to the alcohol, but it is with the another text amendment that we're going to talk about later. Sports club, again, that's to
Straight out
the
of chapter 4.
chapter 4.
The sports club in chapter 4. What was the
You
reason?
can have an alcohol license if you qualify as a sports club under certain sections of chapter 4. It mentions it, so it's defined.
Do we have any sports clubs that,
I would say, I would have to look at the definition specifically. We have places that may qualify if they wanted to, but don't have any that are currently licensed.
For alcohol.
Right, for alcohol.
Right. So I think like,
Well, we're
What
trying to
would you
do
call
this-
a club that, a gun club, shooting club, skeet, trap?
Well, I'll look at the source definition while you guys continue and
Okay.
see if I can answer that.
I think that that's going to be definitions, yes. Yep.
I have a question, just to get some clarification, so I understand more, more as we go through this. When you're looking at the different venues, microbreweries and stuff like that, is it just food that they can consume on property that counts towards 50/50? So for example, if we looked at that, like butcher shop idea you were talking about, would the amount of food that they sold through the butcher shop count as part of what goes towards that 50/50, or is it only whatever they sold there to be eaten count towards that 50?
It's going to be a very complicated answer, but I'm going to answer it. When you calculate ratios, it's prepared food and meals. Prepared on site is what our attorneys have interpreted that to mean. We do have licenses that allow you to have alcohol when you don't meet that 50/50. And currently, that's our craft beer and wine market, which does allow the contemplation of groceries, sellable foods to count into their overall sales ratio. So their alcohol sales can only be a certain percentage of their overall sales ratio, not just food to alcohol.
So,
Does that make sense?
I think so. So that's done by exception.
We have made an exception. We have carved out this unique circumstance where we said you have groceries, saleable foods, other things going on. We're comfortable that as long as you keep the consumption to this limit, that's okay. But you can't do Sunday sales. You have to close at 10 o'clock, and we have some other restrictions that are limited to that one.
So the butcher shop idea or that type of business would get the same type of exception then?
That's right. That was crafted to allow concepts like that. And that's where we came to, and they were like, we don't want you before us every time with a new
But it would
concept saying
still
now
get-
it's 10% of this or 20% of that.
But it would still go back to the 50/50.
If they would have Sunday sales. So if they want to qualify as an eating establishment or restaurant, they have to have that prepared food and meals to alcohol ratio comparison. They do not have to have that same ratio for that craft beer and wine market that we have carved out separately. But again, because of that, they have other restrictions. So they're not getting a full, they're not
You're
getting.
missing me a little bit, or I'm missing you. One of the two. If we look at the idea of these other type businesses, and we're saying it's got to be 70, we're saying maybe we look at 70/30. Okay, so the 30 is consumable.
The 30 is specific in that circumstance to prepared food and meals on site, in that circumstance.
If we took that same setting, would it work out to be 50-50 if you counted what they sold at the butcher shop? Is,
The butcher shop's ratio is 60-40, and the comparison is alcoholic beverages consumed on site to packaged beer and wine sold for consumption off premise in combination with groceries, or prepared food and meals on site. So they have like 3 different categories that can go to their other half of their ratio, which don't have to be prepared food and meals on site.
but we don't require 50-50. They get 60-40.
That's right. And the 40 isn't necessarily food on site.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Problem, absolutely.
Okay. So,
Right, Robin, dare bring up that there is a possibility in hearing what Ron said, that there might be a movie theater interest in our wonderful city. And I'm reminded of a movie theater that serves dinner and also alcohol. So I don't know, to add insult to injury to what Ron said, there should be a classification on that as a definition.
So currently, that establishment for their food to alcohol components would need to meet 50-50
50-50, right.
to operate and seller of alcohol.
Right.
They could qualify under that 70-30. It's currently under a moratorium, so that wouldn't be allowed right now. We have all of these 50-50, 60-40, or sorry, 70-30, 60-40 type things are under a moratorium currently while we discuss this. So we're trying to figure out the future view and then go back and clean up everything to match. So this kind of.
But let me also just, if the presentation is, I wanted to give the with the present, if you're concluded with the presentation, or let them conclude the presentation, let's get that, and then obviously we're gonna have a lot of questions.
Got it.
Get everybody an opportunity.
That's fine.
you want us to call?
Or no, I'll let you conclude if you're done
I
with your
mean,
presentation
there's a lot. There's still a lot. So
on this.
yeah, for 14, yes. That was just the definition section.
Yeah, I mean, this
But
thing
We'd
is,
be happy to let
Okay,
the
perfect.
public come up.
Yeah, why don't we do that then, just to give them an opportunity to, I know they've been patiently waiting. So I'll ask for public comment.
Mary Cronk, please come to the podium.
The price is right.
That's all I'm going to say. Again, at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton. The first thing I wanted to address was the definitions. Is it okay for me to do the definitions now? Okay. I think that they mentioned that the definitions in Chapter 64 for things like bars, nightclub, off-premises, beer, wine retailer, et cetera, were the same definitions as are found in Chapter 4. And I got to tell you, I am a total anal person. I looked at the definitions, and there are some key things that are different between, and again, taking into consideration that there have been so many revisions, and chapter to chapter, things need to be the same, not a criticism whatsoever, just some pointing out some differences. One of those that I will share, not all, Chapter 4 for bars, there's a sentence that says bars are prohibited in the city. That is not included in the Chapter 64 definition.
So I can speak to that.
Okay. Okay, cool. Second one I have, same thing for nightclubs. Nightclubs are not permitted in the city in Chapter 4. Chapter 64 doesn't have that sentence, but Robin's going to address that. Just 2 things, but there are others within that don't match, and I think once it gets all cleaned up, I'm sure that will be a focus to make sure that everything does match, because that's where you get confusion, loopholes, and it's very difficult to enforce code if something says something different. All right, now I'm going to move on to my comments on RZ 2114, which was the text amendment related to the businesses licensed and permitted. My comments really are going to center on the chart that you all have been looking at, and looking at primarily the limited food service restaurants, but my comments also pertain to those other types of establishments that would have higher than 50% ratio of alcohol to food. You were given a lot of information for the meeting, but I hope you had a chance to look at the email and the matrix that Robin had forwarded to you. And I'm going to show you an example of it, and I'm going to actually refer to it. So it's this little piece of paper. When I developed the matrix, I looked at the alcoholic beverages chapter for under the definitions section. I couldn't see variances that were approved, but I did look at definitions for the municipal codes for Milton, for Alpharetta, Cumming, Johns Creek, Roswell, Sandy Springs, and also Atlanta. I then compiled that data into a matrix that I emailed to council and the mayor, Steve Krokoff and Bob Buscemi before the council meeting on the 18th of October. And there are more definitions, as you know, as you've heard, but I just put into this chart so we could read it easily and so we wouldn't overwhelm anybody. I put in some pertinent definitions. I want to focus on the alcohol to food ratios. According to the definitions of eating establishments in the middle of that chart, Cumming, Johns Creek, Roswell, and Sandy Springs allow no higher than a 50-50 ratio of alcohol to food. And Alpharetta allows no higher than a 60-40 ratio of alcohol to food for a wine bar, which we've heard about tonight. And there may be one or two of those currently in Alpharetta. The biggest surprise on this chart was seeing that our rural city of Milton, and if you look across this chart, we are the only one that has approved a 70-30 ratio. That just kind of blew me away. Milton City Council has been adamant about not allowing bars here, and our code actually states that bars are prohibited in the city. Our code defines a bar as having a 75-25 alcohol to food ratio. Yet there's only a 6% difference between a 70-30 limited food service restaurant and a bar, just 6%. Having a category of a limited food service restaurant feels like a way of slipping a near bar or a nightclub in through the back door, while still being able to say that we prohibit bars in Milton. Alpharetta and Roswell have developed very successful restaurant communities based on their 50-50 ratio. And some Milton residents will say, we're really missing out on the economic benefits and the excitement that Alpharetta and Roswell have with their establishments that serve alcohol. And many think that those cities actually do allow bars. They don't. What people don't realize is that Alpharetta and Roswell are generating that revenue using the same 50-50 ratio that we currently have. They just have a head start on us. And under the 50-50 ratio, we can still have a brew pub, which is something people are very interested in having. In addition, as we've already said, Milton has a number of very successful restaurants who operate using the 50-50 ratio. So why does Milton need a 70-30 ratio? There's no mandate, as Ron stated, there's no mandate from the residents of Milton to have businesses like nightclubs and bars in our city. If you go by the input from our Milton 2040 comprehensive plan, you would think it's just the opposite. When asked about, is my time up? No, I heard something in my head, sorry. When asked about their vision for 2040, people mentioned, and these are quotes, rural, just like it is today, safe, family, community, friendly, beautiful, peaceful. There's no mention of nightclubs, bars, or nighttime entertainment. So again, why does Milton need a 70-30 ratio? While I've given you data-driven reasons why Milton does not need a ratio higher than 50-50, is there a compelling reason for us to make the radical move of being the only city among our neighbors with an alcohol to food ratio that is 40% higher? The difference of a 50-50 to a 70-30 is 40% more alcohol. We need to ask ourselves, what would we gain from this? What could we lose from this? And what could be the unforeseen consequences to our city of a 70-30 ratio? Now, I know one of the things in discussion is not to just straight have a 70-30, but to have that go through the warrant process with community development and then go to council. I don't know if any of you guys were there at the October 18th meeting when the only 70-30 establishment that we currently have allowed in Milton was up for, I guess, further approval, so he could go ahead and open his business. There were many non-Milton residents who came in support of the applicant. And those non-Milton, mostly, there were other Milton residents as well, but they felt free to applaud whenever a point was made that supported their position, and also felt free to boo anyone who had a position in opposition to that. My fear is that it is so easy when you're sitting up here and you're listening to people back here express something, and you're thinking, wow, there's so many of them and they feel this way about it, we should approve it. I fear that you're going to miss some people who are afraid to speak, or people who don't want to get booed when their opinion isn't of the majority. So I don't think that that is a good process. What I'm asking of the Planning Commission tonight is that you recommend that City Council remove the limited food service restaurant category and any other categories that are allow greater than a 50% ratio of alcohol to food, 50-50, to ensure that all establishments moving forward adhere to what has been proven over time, not just here, but in the surrounding cities, to be a very successful ratio. Thank you very much for your time and careful consideration of my request.
Thank you.
Invite Greg Kronk to the podium.
I'm not sure why, she said everything. I am Greg Kronk, the other half, lesser half. I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane, also over in the Birmingham Crossroads. And first off, I just want to say, you guys ask great questions, have great discussions. I'm really impressed. I haven't seen a single rubber stamp up there. So as a citizen, I really appreciate this. This is my first time here. So I'd like to make a real brief comment. I'm going to say that here in Milton, we have several really great small restaurants, all with a bar component, all where you can get a drink. Some really good drinks, I've been told, and I might attest to that. And I'm referencing places like Milton's, 7 Acres, Union, and the recently opened Milton's Tavern. All of them have a really nice environment that I think we all here in Milton are looking for. They have great menus with wonderful food, vibrant bar area. Yeah, a vibrant bar area. We got bars already, not lounges, if you want to call them, but a place where you can go have a drink and have a good time. And they're all consistently busy, and they all operate at under the 50-50 ratio. All the similar cities around us, as Mary said, have their successful restaurants under this 50-50, and more are opening all the time. And what we need here in Milton, as people said in the 2040 plan, are more places like this. Now, I heard a comment a little while ago. I'm going to get off these prepared comments. Heard a comment a little while ago that something seems odd that we're having all these really strange concepts come to Milton, all this 70-30, bicycle shops with beer, this and that. And it's because, I'm sure you gentlemen know this, there's a much bigger margin in alcohol than there is in food. Much bigger. So if you are an investor and you found a place that's going to let you emphasize alcohol and not make you do food, you're going there. I'm going to go ahead and say it. We're a cesspool right now. All this heavy alcohol business is flowing down to us. Places that force you to be 50-50, Roswell, Alpharetta, they're the guys who are getting the restaurants. We want more restaurants here. Be 50-50. Don't be the lowest common. So if you think that people want restaurants, make it 50-50. If you think they want bars, what 70-30 is, stay with that. So I would ask that you make a real clear and loud statement to council saying, no, we want restaurants here. Our plan is to have restaurants here. And the only way you're going to get it is 50-50. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to also, while we're on the public comment, kind of summarize what a letter that you all received from Ms. Julie Zollner Bailey regarding this item. But in summary, basically, she is encouraging, basically wants to keep the ratio to be 50-50, not have 70-30. And again, says that not support of the limited service restaurants, and also that the 2040 comprehensive land plan that was just adopted discusses the importance of remaining a rural residential and agricultural environment for future generations. And again, reiterating to keep just the 50-50% alcohol ratios in the city. So
I just want to confirm that they all got copies of that.
Yeah. I will really quickly answer Mrs. Cronk's question about prohibited bars and nightclubs. So we took it out of the definition because there's another section of the zoning ordinance that talks about, and it's in here, that, let me just get to it. I'm too tired to figure out, to tell you.
Got a couple hours to go, no?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I can find it. Okay, here it is. Ah, there it is. It was there. We have a section in the zoning ordinance, section 64, 395. Okay, there it is. It says uses prohibited in all zoning districts. And so even though it was understood that bars and nightclubs were not permitted, but it gave me the opportunity to actually call it out in this section of the zoning ordinance, saying that bars and nightclubs are prohibited in all zoning districts. So that's why we took it off the section of the definition. And it's not exactly like chapter 4. So that is the explanation for that. So do you all want to start for it with going back through definitions?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, when we're talking about this, we know that we have no bar. We do not allow bars.
Right.
But do we still go through the definition and tear it apart?
This definition, all these definitions, minus the prohibition part, exist exactly today in chapter 4. We put them in 64 so people wouldn't have to go digging to chapter 4 to find them when they come in to find out what they're allowed to do. So when you go to the prohibited uses and you go, a bar's not allowed, well, what's a bar? You can go to the definitions and see it's this. That is what a bar is today. If you were to change it, it would be different in zoning than it was in chapter 4, and then we may have some conflicts further down the line. So just keep that in mind.
Okay. I'll go ahead.
This is
Because
word for word.
Other than the prohibition part, because we put it in the prohibited uses section, the only things that should be different is if it said, chapter 4 a lot of times says as in chapter 64. Well, we didn't say in 64 as in 64. And if it was prohibited, we put it in prohibited uses and didn't say in the definition is prohibited. We can, by all means, add that back in as a buttoned up layer to just confirm that it is word for word the same. That's absolutely a statement to put back in.
But otherwise, you're literally copying
Intent was supposed to be, yes.
this
I
from
won't speak for Robin, but
chapter
that was.
4
that
right
was the
into
intent.
this.
Mrs. Kronk said that there was some variation there. Could we take it as a follow-up to just be sure that the two are aligned?
Absolutely. We'll put that in the final
Yep.
motion.
Thank you.
And we'll use the most recently approved version, which may not be, we have it on a link online, but it's not in Municode. So if everyone's looking in Municode, that's not the most recent version. It hasn't been codified yet. So I have it existing on a special link that our communications department created for us.
And I've already got it on the to-dos. We'll be checking word for word the definitions from one to the other.
Great, thank you.
Well, just as a side note to that, I really had a problem with the ending of the fact that we would have to say Joe's Sports Bar and Grill.
So the current way chapter 4 ensures that we don't have people calling their establishments a bar is to make them associated with food. We can definitely bring back any comments you take this evening. I'm going to take chapter 4 changes, and if they were to change in chapter 4 in the future, they'd be right back before you guys to change again, since we have them in this section.
Now, would I have to go to the attorney? Does it require us, to make sure, if God forbid we had one, that we had to say bar? Do we have that right? Or are they privileged to say that is?
If you've got something
I want to
specific to
clarify
address.
really quickly.
Okay.
It's saying that any establishment within the city of Milton can only use the word bar in their name if they associate it with. And we've had people come in to be sports bar, this bar, that bar, and we've had to say no way.
Right. Okay.
Mhm. So I guess the only other route is if they recommend a change to a definition that we could take some notes.
Yeah, I would certainly recommend that we don't have changes or separate, at least significantly different definitions in 4 and 64 on these basic terms as to specific uses. The small minor ones, which you mentioned, the references to chapter 64 in chapter 64, that's not a problem.
We have a really big contentious item with a definition. We will make a note of that and also look to recommend that it be changed in chapter 4 then. Otherwise, if it's not changed in chapter 4, it wouldn't be changed in 64.
So for brew pub, were you meaning brewery? Means any brewery?
This is from our legal gave us that revised definition that brew pub means any brewer. I guess you pulled in the red line. So that is how it is in chapter 4 per our attorney clarification. So because a restaurant is an eating establishment, that was a duplicative sentence. So they're saying you must qualify as a brewer and an eating establishment to be a brewer pub is what that definition is saying.
And then you're just correct, add the Y for brewery.
No, brew pub means any brewer,
It
a
means
brewer
not
who
any-
also is a
Full
eating
service
establishment.
tables, yeah.
Mhm.
Which is 50/50.
And
Brewer, make it
a
a
brewer would be
Yeah.
someone that runs a brewery, so it could be either way, but that's the way our legal team did it when we did chapter 4.
So you're saying, basically, no change, if brewery is in chapter 4, then.
Yeah, these have all been vetted by our legal and exist in chapter 4. So like, unless I'm saying there's something really contentious that you want to say, like, we do
No, I
not
was
want
just-
this, then I'd say we could look at
My only
changing.
was a question, operate flight tastings.
That's defined in chapter 4.
That's what they call
The
it,
specific-
flight tastings?
Mhm. So in chapter 4, flight tastings go with breweries.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
I read that somewhere where you have flights of beer.
Yeah. And we, here at Milton, we were very
Probably my
specific that
age.
flights are only allowed in brew pubs and breweries, and wine tastings are those that are allowed in wineries. Chapter 4 is very specific. So moving on to the city food market again, as we said, we don't currently have one, and we're just moving to strike it to match chapter 4.
Right.
Okay. Now,
I mean, whatever. Yeah,
So
then
courtyard
page-
market again, courtyard market, we don't have any. We struck it from 4, we're striking from 64. Craft beer and wine market does exist in 4, but we're looking on the zoning side to make that the general retail consumption on premise, so we're not calling out every type.
That was page 8. So we're going on. Stop us if you have any questions or.
next one's distillery.
Yep. This reflects the chapter 4.
That's right. So a distillery would just be somewhere brewing distilled spirits, where a brewery distills beer. That's how Milton does it. The state does it a little differently. We just clarified that there's distilled spirits only, beer only.
Some reason I wrote in my notes could end up to be a bar, so I got.
I will clarify for you that you are correct that under state law, breweries and distilleries have an exception to the food to alcohol ratio. They are allowed to serve on site with no food. That is correct.
Huh. So that's a
The
bar.
state law exception,
So well, let's say we authorize a distillery to go over here, then they would not, they would, which governing law would apply? What the state says, which is would be the lowest common denominator here?
well, hold on, this is another nuanced clarification. In a bar, 75% of your sales have to come from consumption on premise. 75% of their sales can't come from consumption on premise, but they can serve without food. They're very, very specific state laws that we have already adopted. All of this is, regardless of what happens this evening, all of this is allowed by Chapter 4. This would only be adding the additional clarification that it would go through zoning as well, right? So we're not changing to allow or not allow these uses. They're already in 4.
This is just making a reference to the definitions in the chapter so you can find it easier for
So
most
we're not
of
going to
these.
stop having 70/30s tonight based on any of this. This would just be if it also needs a warrant, if it also needs a.
Why are we doing it?
Council can do what they need to do. But the reality, coming back down to distilleries, the whole reason we're talking about this in chapter 64 tonight was from the original discussion that we had about warrants and
Yes.
administrative variances and things along those lines. Because if the council were to go in that direction, you're going to have to be able to refer back to these definitions in 64. So that's why you're seeing all of these getting migrated in.
To travel back over to 4 to find out what it is.
So any comments that we have that goes to chapter 4, we just don't really need to talk about.
If you have a real concern, I'll be happy to take it down, but I don't think that anything we do tonight would change what's allowed in chapter 4.
I'm just
Yeah. Okay.
asking.
Absolutely.
So if I open a distillery, I could open up a bar.
No, because a bar is 75% consumption. They are not 75% consumption. They are a place that can serve alcohol for consumption without food. I know it sounds very,
You
they,
can describe that better, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't describe it better, but you can. From a distillery standpoint, you don't just get to open up and sell all kinds of beer, wine, alcohol. You're not bringing in shots of Jack Daniels and things, but that's not what a distillery is. It's a manufacturing.
Right.
And then they could sell, it's limited to what they manufacture. And so when you're talking about sales and things along those lines,
Okay.
I'm sure, I don't know if you've been to some, there's some up in Gainesville, things along those lines. But are there limitations
There-
on percentages
Okay.
from that standpoint? And that's what I need your help on.
they are selling, making, and serving. The serving can only be a certain component. It is a amount of barrels
Right.
dedicated to consumption on premise, which would sound like a lot of barrels when you say, I don't remember the number offhand, but it sounds very high when you say it. So either way, it's not going to quell that understanding that there is still drinking on site without food. But it is not 75% of their sales coming from drinking on site, which is the bar.
But that's what I
The
say. So you
definition of
can,
bar, yeah.
now, we can say, we would interpret it as a bar.
Right. From,
We had this discussion months ago.
it's
Single-
not going against the definition from a legal perspective.
What bothers me a little bit after spending 6 or 8 hours on this, if we would have known that most of these are in chapter 64
Or 4.
or 4, I'm sorry. I think it'd have been a lot faster going through here, not having to make these questions and so forth, knowing that, hey, don't worry about that. This is that's in already there.
I will confirm, yes, sir,
I
that
would have
they are in there.
would have saved me about 4 hours.
Sorry for that.
So, yeah,
That's good
sorry.
feedback.
Right.
Sorry for that.
Thank you.
So with the understanding that these definitions are put here, so when you get to the decision, if you want to use a warrant, use permit, whatever tool, that this is what those people would refer to understand those abuses. Apologize for that.
So,
You're at eating establishments.
what were you saying?
He said you're at eating establishment. He's letting you know where you're at. So yeah.
Yep, thank you. Again, farm winery is the same as what's in chapter 4. Well, actually, it just says the same meaning as step state law. So again, deleting food hall cafe as at this point in time. General, okay, so this is a concept that is
Which one?
general
No,
retail
go ahead.
with consumption on page 17. So,
That's a new definition. It doesn't exist in chapter 4.
Okay, good.
They're looking to clarify from the zoning perspective that you could be a retail establishment and have consumption on premise potentially, should this body want to recommend that and council approve it, and need to go through in order to even get to the alcohol side. Adding that layer, in addition to a public hearing for an alcohol license, you'd also need some approvals from either council or community development director, depending on your recommendation.
So that could require 50/50.
50/50 is separate because that's under the restaurant category. So in that table I first pulled up, we
Right.
had restaurants, those are separate. So there's restaurants that are 50/50 and restaurants that are not 50/50. Retail establishments, retail is, they're selling other merchandise. Think of anything else you're selling as your primary product. Books, bikes,
bees.
groceries.
What percentage would it be though?
So in chapter 4, we would go back in and set that at a later date with the council to say that in addition to meeting all of the 10 items that need to be clarified by the community development director, you also need to have X% of your sales, which currently is 60/40, X% of your floor space, which currently we say when you walk into that establishment, I think it's also 60/40, that much of their floor space has to be dedicated to something else other than drinking. We don't want to walk in and even look like a bar. We don't want to. We're saying we're okay with you having that glass of wine or that glass of beer offered to people while they shop in your store, but it can't be your primary purpose. It would be restricted. Currently, it's 60/40. If you wanted to recommend that also be 50/50, by all means you could, because that would need a ratio. But that would be in chapter 4. You don't want to
Open up
vest
a lot of
anybody.
issues though. I mean, so that everybody that works in that location have to be 21.
No, only the people who currently serve, sell, or do anything with the alcohol side would need that pouring permit from the police department, have their fingerprints and all that. You could work there and technically maybe not do anything to do with the sales, stocking, or
You're saying you're proposing, this would be a new.
Yeah, that,
and it's a,
yeah.
it would be
New
new to
concept.
zoning
That first
to
big-
kind of, instead of listing out, we were getting to the point where we were having craft beer and wine markets, limited taps, this and all these things. So we're saying, well, what are they all? They're all retail that want to drink on site. So we're trying to funnel this into this general retail with consumption on site concept that says, if you want to do drinking on site, you have to have some other purpose. It has to be a restaurant, preparing food on site, a retail store selling something other than alcohol, or we have later the package store that sells alcohol to go. We want you to be doing something else primarily than drinking on site if you're not a restaurant.
You're proposing what is, percentage?
So we would have to go back, if this were approved, we need to then do amendments to 4 to mirror this, because we didn't do it, not knowing if this would be something that would be accepted by this commission and council. 60/40 is what currently exists for the thing that is like this,
Okay, which doesn't make sense because then this.
currently allowed, which is currently allowed, so.
But we have a moratorium.
And I'll clearly clarify a little further, the bike shop doesn't have a ratio, it has a number of taps. So we kind of looked at it and said, maybe we should be looking at this from this ratio perspective across the board. So currently in a limited tap establishment, the restrictions are number of taps, that it's craft beer only, and that you can only serve 24 ounces each patron in a day. There's no other restriction. So we were saying maybe we need to come up with this concept that gives it further layers, which would be the warrant, ratios, the square footage. We would have things that are allowed that are
The way
less
that
restrictive.
the way that you're proposing this definition, then the ratio would actually be more on that.
Alcohol.
Yes, that's correct. So currently the way it exists is 60/40. We're looking to say your primary purpose actually needs, and actually, I think I'm gonna go look at that really quickly, because I think I'm reversing my conversation. I think 60% on that one is the actual other currently. So
Yes.
let me look that up.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I
You're saying primary
apologize.
purpose here, but then it's 60/40 the other way right now.
We went through that definition very thoroughly with staff, so I can't imagine we got to the other way around. So yeah, I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Robin can go on and I will come back to you on the general retail.
I want it to go.
Um,
No,
So again,
no, that's
Not
what I'm saying.
50,
If it's
not 50.
But then they're proposing primary purpose.
not 50/50.
None.
You are absolutely correct with what you're saying. I'm
You
just.
don't want it to be. Want it 60. Mhm.
Don't.
Not 70/30,
Exactly.
the other way.
Right. I mean, again, you got to think about the larger kind of goal. Like, what are you trying to,
Exactly.
every place to have alcohol?
Oh, well.
Okay,
exactly.
so
That's right.
here it is. I have it.
Store to have some component of their business being alcohol.
So 60% of their sales, 60% of their sales need to be derived from the retail sale of beer or wine for consumption off premise, so bottle of beer, package of beer to go, prepared food or grocery sales. And then, or any combination of those. So the 60 is the other retail,
Who came up with
which
the
is, I'm
60?
sorry for confusing you. Staff worked together to come to some concept that said, because it used to just say primary purpose. And we were like, well, what does primary mean? Is it 50? Is it 51? And we went to 60 to kind of err it on the side of even more really walking in and not thinking that's a drinking establishment. So community development, fire,
Yeah, so like right now, you're saying like 60% bikes, 40% brews, an example.
okay, yeah.
So we're talking 60% bikes and 40% brews.
That is the way it currently reads.
I think that ratio is wrong. I think the
Well, that's-
bikes part should be much larger.
So that's what I
If you're
say.
gonna go
Can we
down
make
that-
our suggestion on that?
Absolutely.
Since this one can be changed, make our suggestion on that right now, on this one.
Think about the 20% alcohol be high enough?
More than enough.
Oh, absolutely. 80/20.
I mean, if I'm trying to think of the creative different,
We'll see it. I'm sorry.
We can
I don't know, I
definitely,
We'll see it
in the
more
motion, we can definitely take that
later on
consideration.
too.
Does this fit in Milton? Every retail establishment,
Well, I will,
20% of its revenue.
it's not
is-
every retail establishment.
Could
So
be.
the goal is going to be to, in chapter 4 and through the warrant, to categorize that it is not everyone. It would be, so I have to work out with council what that means, because we do have the bike shop to consider to not, if we change it and get rid of them, that would be impacting current business, and they always like to know if we're impacting current businesses.
But we would be able to grandfather them, right?
oh, I thought it's every year, doesn't it?
There is a way to technically.
We would find a way, I'm sure if the council wanted to, we could find a way to accommodate one business. So correct me if I'm wrong, the type of business, what we're seeing, and this, I know this is going to sound quite foreign to many of us. What we're seeing is when people are going shopping now, let's say you're going shopping for new kitchen cabinets. Am I in the right spot? So which one is this?
This is well, we were trying
Like
to
a
get this to
butcher
be,
shop, yeah.
the butcher shop is the main one that it was. They have or the provision store had no prepared food. They had
So-
groceries.
and
But we don't have supermarkets.
Okay, so this was the one kind of we were looking at across the street. We said we wanted to make sure it did not turn into a full alcohol place. So I apologize, I confused the two. Because there is an incidental piece where you go in and you're buying cabinets, but for some reason you're drinking.
And they just give it to you. And they just give it to you. That's.
Well,
the
like
way
going
it
to a
works.
nail salon and they give you a glass of
glass of
wine,
wine.
yeah.
Right. So on this one, this grew out of a concept that came before the council too. They wanted, it was almost more like a grocery store type thing. We're trying to figure out a way to be able to manage this potential concept. And so 60/40 is definitely open for conversation and recommendations to council. As I said, this is something new. I'm not even sure it's, for that matter, maybe it's not even appropriate, if that's.
And so concepts that we were seeing similar were like, people are like, well, you can go to Whole Foods and have a glass of wine. Whole Foods is a humongous establishment that qualifies as a supermarket. We don't necessarily have the space for things like that. So we were seeing these boutique grocers.
Do we have anything now?
They're all in that pending status. When we first talked about it, we talked about having to have a food component, but then you exclude the bike shop.
Okay.
So we've gone through so many iterations with staff that we at least wanted to make sure that this was for us to make sure that if you were retail that was allowed in 4, you had to have this. Not every retail is allowed to have this. That's kind of where we were going.
So if I understand you correctly, we've got a butcher the wings that wants to open, but they'll only open if we give alcohol too.
That's the feeling we get from the people being contacted about it, but I can't say that that's necessarily true.
I don't know that you're saying they won't come unless they can serve a certain amount of alcohol, but I can tell you that is the business concept that was brought forth.
And if Target says, I want to sell 20% or I'm leaving, allow them to do it too.
I was going to say, Steve, but we still have you, the city council, right to say, no, you can't have alcohol, correct? We still have that right. You have,
100% and every year.
Right.
That's one of the beauties of alcohol.
And I know you have to balance that with the return and so forth.
Alcohol is such a heavily regulated industry.
Right.
One thing that Georgia does that many other states don't do is the municipality, the locality, significant authority over regulation. Where I came from, we had no authority over regulation. Georgia does grant that to the city, and you know, I think part of what you're seeing is growing pains. We were comparing ourselves to places like Alpharetta and Roswell. Though Alpharetta did have a downtown come out of the ground all at once, and they did a nice job of filling those spaces. I think we're dealing with a little bit of that growing pain as well. We had just such a significant growth all at once, and what are we going to be? What is this going to look like? And I think that's kind of the pain we're feeling right now. We don't even know what these things look like because we don't have any yet. We can only potentially look at what these look like in other places. So when we originally presented this to council a couple of years ago, we showed concepts of what we saw in different places. And we showed different things. Some were in Buckhead, but many were in these up and coming economically viable areas. Now I think we're at the point where this body and the council ultimately has to decide whether or not this is really truly a good fit for the city of Milton. So, you know, hearing you talk and some of the things you're all saying, you know, it resonates with staff because, you know, we're starting, you know, these are such new concepts to us, things that we haven't seen over the years. I've never shot for cabinets but apparently this is the type of concept we're seeing. I've never gone to a butcher shop and had a drink. But these are the types of things that we're seeing coming. It doesn't mean that they're right for us.
I think, my perspective, I think it's a mistake. We're not Alpharetta is totally different. They've got something you really want when it comes to alcohol. Once we start doing this, then we lose what we have. My perspective, that's what makes Milton so great. That we are a lot of this other stuff. And I think off keeping a small budget, that's what it would take. Butcher shop doesn't want to come. We won't let them sell wine. Go someplace else.
I agree with Jan. Liquor fundamentally changes the fabric of a neighborhood, of a community. And as was said earlier, we just did a comprehensive plan. Booze wasn't in it. And This is changing us. And I think this is the wrong way to go.
So
So I wanted to understand, because I know we brought up this bike shop, as an example, like, what was the, council's perspective on that? And, how does that even tie? I mean,
So-
having a bike shop and then you're serving beer there.
The majority of our alcohol code was written with the idea, as city manager said, with the economic development and the ideas we were seeing. The bike shop owners came in, spoke to economic development, proposed the idea. That staff member brought it to council and council said, approved. We want that concept here, and that's how that became. And as we're seeing, we've been looking at ways to clarify, to not have it sprawl, to really understand and focus it. I'd say we could probably save everyone a lot of time. If this is the feeling that everyone's having, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but if I'm getting, it's feeling like everyone's feeling this way, I think we could save a lot of time and just propose a motion that would remove general retail from having consumption on premise through this, and then that would come with a subsequent recommendation on the chapter 4 side to look to maybe I don't use the term grandfather because that's a chapter 64 thing, but to maybe lock in those who had applications prior to a certain date to be able to renew in perpetuity as long as it's the same owner and not allow it further as the recommendation from this body.
You can't just,
That's a
you can't
recommendation,
put,
right?
I know, but you can't put renew in perpetuity, but other than that, yes, you didn't. Don't worry about it. I know you can't.
Make it pretty simple.
You can't bind another council to.
Oh,
renew an
I'm
alcohol
sorry,
something.
wrong term, but unless it's changed by a future council. Sorry.
Each year, those alcohol has to be.
I'm thinking about the way we did the 70/30, the current one. The current language states that any license issued prior to a certain date would be allowed to renew annually, so long as that was in the chapter.
At 70/30, but it doesn't mean
Yeah.
it doesn't guarantee the right to renew.
So I apologize for that clarification, but something along the same lines as what we did with the current 70/30 could be the recommendation from this body, if that's where we're going, to say, okay, the bike shop's here, as long as it's the same owner for the bike shop, do the same thing you did with the 70/30 that exists.
That potential definitely exists.
So maybe that would save a lot of time, because the majority of these text amendments are based around this concept of this general retail. So if that's a no-go, we can just save a lot of time and not even have to keep going through it every section.
But that 70/30 is 70 non-alcohol.
We could do the same thing with the 70/30. So I'll have,
It's 30, it should be,
I'll wrap it up
said
to-
30/70, right? Because you initially said alcohol was first and then.
70/30 is alcohol 70%, food prepared on site 30%.
Correct, but I'm saying it needs to be the reverse of 30/70 then, if alcohol is gonna be the.
No, I need to
numerator.
fix the 60/40. Everything else is right. I need to fix the 60/40. If we're going to talk about it in those terms, it should be 40/60. Just to clarify, that one needs to be reversed.
I'm a little confused that people wanted to remove 70/30,
I'm going to bring the table back.
that they wanted 50/50 across the board. I mean,
The responses we saw from CZIM with the 4 people in attendance did want to only have 50, correct? Council gave us direction at the last meeting that they wanted to keep the 70/30 and go this route.
70/30 was the one remaining, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think with a warrant. They would still consider 70/30, beyond 50/50 with a warrant or administrative use.
Yeah, you could be anywhere between the two. You don't have to be one or the other. So
Steve, aren't you surprised that if we're trying to discourage, I guess, more places with liquor and beer, that they want to drop 70/30?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if everybody feels that same way.
Oh,
those who spoke at CZIM do feel that way, that they wanted 50/50 only. We had a long discussion that night till 1 a.m., which we might go to tonight, about the 70/30, and it was a long, drawn-out discussion. And it's kind of split down the middle with, maybe let's see where these concepts go, and if they go in a bad direction, we can then, because of chapter 4, stop them. You can at any point say, we'll have to deal with you through the end of the year, and then you can't renew. That was the concept we were given, but they did want the extra layer of protection that if we were going to keep something like that, that they wanted some conditions from community development on those establishments. So you could say, no music past this time, no, so it doesn't turn into the type of establishment, because if it's in chapter 4, we can't contemplate all of those things, such as lighting, music, this, that. So it was like, oh, let's go back to chapter 64 and say, if you're gonna be a 70% alcohol establishment, you can't do all of these things, because then you'll turn into potentially a nightclub or a bar. So although we're saying your alcohol sales are close to that bar one, they wanted to have some nuances that made it a little nicer of establishment. The concept that economic development brought forth was higher end establishments that had maybe more expensive drinks. And that is how they proposed that idea, and it resonated at the time.
That was the drive behind the 70-30. You know, the place where you go with $35, $40 drinks and a muffin.
But I think this is an opportunity, I mean, if everybody feels the same way here.
Right.
it's an opportunity.
Right.
If they don't like that, they can override it.
I agree.
I think this. Don't think it should exist.
That's right.
They're elected, make that decision.
You better make the right call.
Yes, you are.
It's twofold, though, right? Twofold. It's the percentages and it's also how those are granted, the whole warrant concept.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I think if we move,
the
Right.
idea here is that, do you really want general retail things to be considered?
right, and that's why if we remove the 70, if we just go to the 50/50 and have everything's not 50/50, then that removes the warrants, and then they can do it on a case-by-case basis, on a business plan by business plan.
And every
That's not-
time.
So-
70/30, more power to the next guy to say, well, you chose Joe's Bike Shop, you approved knows what hair salon, you approved this.
So-
Now I've got 6 places that are giving wine away when they do haircuts and everything else. I mean,
So
every time you approve one.
Do we vote on, I mean, I think we're all in.
We were just
agreement.
discussing
What
that.
you're proposing.
The idea would potentially be if you wanted to make a motion to deny these concepts with the understanding that there is not a desire to have them at all, not just that you didn't want them to have a warrant or use permit. I would say that would be denial of these concepts across the board and the text amendments associated with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold. It's the concept and then it's also anything that's still remaining, how that process is going to be done.
And I don't know how this procedure works, but if they were to say, could they give a nuance that if they were to move forward with it, they would prefer to be a use permit? I know that was discussed a little in the beginning, and I don't know if that is a clarification to council.
I mean, you can nuance your recommendation.
But just to button it up, that if they do choose to keep it, that you say it would be a use permit by council,
That's right.
not the warrant or variances, the conversation I heard earlier.
That's
Just-
right. Let city council make their statement.
Just so there'd be like a secondary.
Where you were going a moment ago, you were sort of teasing us saying, eliminate the retail option.
Mhm.
And I don't think we really got firm consensus around the table yet. Are we all in favor of eliminating the retail sales option? I think I am.
All right.
The way it's allowed right now, if, let's just say you eliminated that option, but you didn't change anything, kind of like what's happened with the bike shop, is there still the ability for somebody to come on a case-by-case basis? And if they do have this concept, yeah.
No, I would say that if this body recommends that general retail should not have consumption on premise, we would need to have a discussion with council that was a recommendation. And if they were in agreement at that point, we would have to go back and remove some of those license types from chapter 4 to ensure that doesn't happen anymore. There would be no case, there is not really a case-by-case basis in chapter 4.
But as of right now, the only thing we have is that limited tap license. And we
And
have
one.
the one
One,
place.
yeah. So we could find a way,
But
also find a way.
we got to define general retail now. Before we.
We have
If
it.
it's not a 50/50 full.
Right,
charge, it's
yeah.
not
It's
It goes
anywhere
on.
where
Just-
merchandise
it's just,
is the
yeah.
primary purpose, the sale of merchandise, and merchandise could mean cars, books, etc.
Yeah. If it's
Not
not 50,
food,
it's not 50/50, it doesn't qualify. Either 50/50 or nothing.
Grocery.
Groceries would fall under the general retail side. Restaurants, so what we would, I'm going to summarize. If you were to say this goes away, we'd go back to the concept of having restaurants only. And then you'd need to also talk about limited food service restaurants versus eating establishments. That's a separate whole segment. So retail stands on its own. It is the sale of retail merchandise, physical items that you leave with. You want to drink there with that. Then if we say no, then we step back into, okay, now we're in a restaurant. How do you want to present how we drink in a restaurant? 50/50 only or other?
Breweries or.
Those are separate because they're allowed by state law. So breweries, because they're manufacturing, are a little different,
Okay,
but
but I
restaurants themselves, 50/50 or 70/30.
So I think what I heard around the table here was we don't want retail sales.
Consumption.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Retail sales. No, but the only thing is. Simplifies tax collection for you.
Just making sure about like, I mean, the concept of like a Whole Foods or something like that, right? That's a restaurant that.
We can make
that's
a
restaurant.
we can
You
make a
say-
nuanced explanation. I will say this, let's build it out to say that we were willing to accept that a grocery store type establishment or a boutique grocery should have the right. We can make this and then we can bring that recommendation back and I can build off of that with future chapter 4 type edits.
I'd rather say general retail, no, as opposed to then opening a door. If someone wants to come in and knock on our door, well, then you can present it, but I don't want to hang out vacancy signs.
So we may have a few extra establishments that would need to be in that conversation about they exist. There's more than one in that case.
Yeah, I go back to your chart here. Again, 50/50 full service restaurant, fine. Anything less than 50/50, the rural event, all the 4 listed there goes through council for use permit.
Okay, so we're back to saying that you'd be okay with it if it was just by a use permit.
Well,
Well, like for instance, like the rural event facility,
yeah, I mean, I think.
that's
council-
approved by use
At least
permit.
the council gets the ability to evaluate the business plan, to understand the location and the circumstances surrounding it, gives them a chance to air it, gives public input.
We could build the standards together as you just did with the farm wineries. We could defer this, come back to you all with some potential standards from a use perspective. Right?
Well, what I would think that we need to, whatever their decision is, whether it's, it's a type of denial in a way.
Okay.
I mean, you're saying, we don't accept what is being proposed, but it needs to go on to council for them to vote what they want
It does put me at the planning commission
for us to create these use permits.
We're here and they're here. So it almost sounds like, I mean, this is obviously it's up to you all, but if we're that far off, it sounds like we got some work to do and bring it back to this body first. No, because that's my fear is we do bring this back before council and we end up legislating on the fly. If that is an option for you all, that might not be the worst idea. There's nothing going on in 64 that's based on the calendar year, so we're not up against a hard deadline.
I think it'd be good to share with council where we've come out, so that they have an opportunity to concur with sending it back. Pardon me? Or replace us all. That's the other option, I suppose.
Well, you say that, but we're deferring this and we end up in January with new individuals. We haven't come, and this body might change considerably and so forth. Steve, are we treading on thin water or ice?
I've been right the first time. It is that is a fair observation. That would be based on the calendar. On chapter 4, which we have to renew at the beginning of the year. There are some implications.
So if we came out,
The day, we're not happy with what is.
No, I agree.
Got to take the risk that if it wasn't you and it was somebody else that lived in Milton and felt the same way about Milton, that they'd probably come to the same. We're like miles apart.
well, but can't we, somebody mentioned we could make a motion eliminating the 75-25 and the 70-30 and just sticking
With
with the
50-50.
50-50. We could certainly do that.
So that's
And-
what we want to
On the
do.
restaurant side, we're gonna break this up into pieces, so.
Get rid of the limited service stuff.
We just want to we just want to get straight to vote.
Yeah. My concern right now is you're coming up with a recommendation to city council on an amendment to chapter 64 that's not necessarily written in here, and I mean, it's on a concept, and I don't know if staff
So the
has
way
something
that I
to present.
advertised this was very broad. I opened up the entire chapter of 64 as it relates to alcohol related to chapter 4. So it's pretty broad. And so long as it's not talking about something else, I would think that if it's related to alcohol,
Offer another potential option, a joint work session between the planning commission.
done that in the past before, yeah.
I don't know if that would be something that would work for y'all, but
I'm good with that.
And then we can make a record, we can
We,
make recommendations at the joint work session.
I think we need to
Council will
narrow.
be able to hear in their.
no,
we certainly have it.
I think we make it
We need to make a motion tonight
motion
to eliminate,
to
to
eliminate it and then
have a joint work session on more of the
the
details.
work session.
I think we make whatever statement we're going to make tonight about this, and then give city council the option to engage us in a conversation.
Right. But I think we need to make our voice pretty well understood of our position in this.
We're too far apart. And most our direction generally came from council. So I feel like, we have a work session just for December 8th, with nothing on it yet. So, I mean, that might be an opportunity for this conversation to occur with this body. I'm sorry, it's 13.
Just in case anyone has questions.
But Steve, are you saying though, we would go ahead and make our motion? Or
I would have to refer.
Yeah, my concern is that we're not really addressing what's presented in the motion. It's kind of a wholly new concept than what has been presented by staff. And I don't know, that staff will be able to say, here, council, I'd like you to, this is what you're considering. If you say, we recommend not approving it, that's fine. I mean, that can be, they'll have this and your recommendation not to approve it. I'm not sure that the alternative that has been kind of discussed is anywhere close to something that's either this or something that staff can describe as related to this, which is going to go to the council.
Recommend.
Could.
I think it would be wise. Our part is just to deny it and leave.
Yeah, that's right.
Why at that work session?
But we can, in our denial, we can say specifically elimination of retail sales, elimination of the 70-30, the limited service restaurants.
No, you don't have to be that specific at all. If you would like to,
If that's our sense, I think we should let them know where we're coming from.
I think it makes sense if you as a body have a nuance you want to include to say, recommend denial, and we're particularly concerned about X, Y, and Z. Now, I don't know that was presented, so I don't know that it's really something you can say, we recommend you add changing the 70-30 to 50-50. if it already exists in chapter 4, that's not really what's being presented to you.
But a work session could create that opportunity for you to have those conversations additionally,
Yeah.
even on chapter 4.
We recommend denial based on our concern.
Yep. Sure.
Alcohol licenses, yeah.
Yes.
That includes what you're getting at.
Let me try to make a motion, and you guys can tell me what's wrong with it. But this is what I'd like to see. I move that the Planning Commission recommend denial of RZ 21-14, and that we recommend that only full-service restaurants with a 50/50 requirement by right, and all other liquor serving establishments will require approval of a use permit by city council to begin operations. Additionally, we recommend that general retail consumption at general retail establishments be prohibited, and that limited service restaurants also be prohibited or not an option.
I think in order to accomplish the second part of that would require staff to come back with specific language, which sections are being changed, which, to accomplish those limitations that you'd like to add.
I'll take that off and put the period after the city council offering the use permit.
I don't know where that fell.
Well, that was the first part. You want to take out this part about the general retail and the 70/30s, right?
The denial was right. And when you said, I recommend these new changes, that was where I was saying, I think I would ask that staff bring something back that you could consider as a body as actual amendments to the zoning ordinance that would accomplish what you've just done, so that you could then pass that on to the
With
city
regard to
council.
the retail and the limited service.
Anything that was beyond the recommendation of denial. I mean, yeah, you can say.
He was fine with the denial.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the added.
Denial based on concerns regarding alcohol licensing in the city of Milton.
I don't know if that accomplishes what the commission.
That's saying there's
I want to get the 50/50 in,
Understood. Right.
and the use permit, city council.
Well, I'll have to go through we'll have to go through the line items, I think, to accomplish, that's what Paul's saying.
Would you be comfortable with a motion supporting the 50/50, and then denying the rest with the understanding that council?
Can we add in the part about, I'd like to add in the part about the use permit. Excuse me, the
So if they,
city council offering up the use permit for anything.
I guess what I'm confused about is I think you're ready to hit the 50/50 because that's what a regular restaurant would be. Are you willing to consider lower ratios with a council-approved use permit?
I mean, I don't think,
Lower than 50/50, meaning they can serve more alcohol, 70/30, for instance.
Right.
alcohol,
That's-
with
and
the use permit?
Like the 60/40 is a good example. No, the 60/40.
Oh, the rough.
Right. So if this commission feels that 50/50 is the right place to be, that's easy enough to say 50/50 is where we're looking to end. You don't even have to get into the use permit if you're not considering anything beyond the 50/50 ratio. If you are thinking that maybe a 60/40 is something you'd consider, but only with the approval of the council by use permit, then I can understand why you'd want to include that.
I would say no to that.
well, but then we're getting rid of manufacturing brew pubs, or, we're
I think
getting rid
manufacturing's
of.
separate, right?
I mean, I'm hearing that there's a concern overall with the entire chapter that isn't even maybe in this. So I would just say you were denying consideration based on concerns about alcohol licensing in the city of Milton, and requesting a joint work session would sound like what it sounds like. I know that because there's so many things, you'd have a list so long that we'd have to go through every amendment.
Oh,
I think that works. I think we can definitely
I think we can agree on the 50-50 and the going before council.
Let me ask something. Where is the 50-50 in the amendments that that we're addressing?
Amendments, it's a full-service restaurant. So everywhere you see the word full-service restaurant, that's the 50/50.
No, but what are we changing where that would be something that this council can say, I would recommend that this amendment get approved?
Oh, to be honest, it's the only thing that's staying as is. It's by right.
That's
Valid, that's a valid point.
So I have a question or a comment. Wouldn't it be better to recommend deferral to allow this discussion to happen instead of a full denial? Because then you would never get another bite at the apple for them, because they're done once they do
Does
denial.
a deferral make you bring this exact thing back? Or-
No.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah,
That's
so
embarrassing.
I just think it gives you all the opportunity.
So the question is, if we defer, can we defer to, let's just say there is going to be a joint session. Defer to a joint session, and then we can make a recommendation at the joint
Yeah,
session.
well, so I think that you would defer to another planning commission, let's say in January, but let's say
That's
you have
my
the work
concern.
session in December to kind of hash things out, and then you get the second bite at the apple without,
If we're trying to make a decision from council this year before January, is there a way to defer and then make a recommendation at a joint session?
So the next-
Special work session.
Joint working session, we could.
Special work session, the planning commission is called, and we have a special work session that's called, it's a planning commission meeting, and we make a recommendation at that point, and the council still has an opportunity to vote in December.
Yeah, you can have a special session. You can have a special meeting. You can advertise it.
Instead of being a work session,
So
it's a
following the work session, they have a special called planning commission.
Exactly.
or you could just, it's so
From a
compressed in
timeline
December.
standpoint, so that council does have an opportunity, my goal is for them to have an opportunity in December to make a vote. So if we have to do a special work session, we make our recommendation at that point. And prior to that, we have a joint work session, public meeting, and we
So-
can hash it out with them.
You don't have enough time.
Yeah, so you have to have two readings for the
Well, we
council.
would still bring that item, we could vote on it in January, but they would have their.
Well, and not to mention, I mean, I could also talk to the council about having a special called work session, not have to wait until the work session.
Right. That's fine.
And that might help with some of the time compression on the back end.
So the next planning commission meeting is December 15th. That's already
The next
set.
scheduled one.
Yes, because it's early because of Christmas.
How much?
So tomorrow, I could reach out to the council and start seeing how soon I can get that work session if that's something that
But then
would
would we
work.
need, for us to make a recommendation, if, let's just say we were gonna defer, and we wanted to make a recommendation this year, what kind of a meeting do we need to have to make a recommendation that council can actually?
You set just a special called meeting. Yeah.
Special.
Yeah, we have to have a meeting.
Planning,
On
yes.
top of
Yeah.
the special called joint work session.
Yeah, a special called planning commission meeting, and what's the advertisement requirement, and how long do you need to advertise?
15.
15,
15 days,
Yeah,
15
so,
calendar days?
yes. Plus a
We
couple,
gotta have
there's
the
going to be a couple days to get it to the
decide what we
paper.
want.
Announce our meeting.
I'm pretty sure you would have to pick it now.
Immediately announce our meeting, whether we're going to have it or not is the question, depending on what out of the,
Our special work session, right?
yeah, whatever comes out of that.
so let me check the ordinance. I think that items that are deferred let me check. May not have to be re-advertised if it's deferred, but I'd have to look at that.
That could be true.
We have to have a time.
You're not gonna have city council vote, hear it. Not enough time for that.
No.
If we had
We
a
don't have a city council meeting. Yeah, but because
Correct.
Like,
That's right. No, you're right, Jan.
meeting
No.
is on the
I
15th.
actually have a mouse.
That's the 13th is the work session. They have a
So they're
meeting
still having a city council meeting
on the 20th. Yes.
So we could have a work session with council, and then have a planning commission meeting immediately following that with our recommendation. our motion. And then that could go before council on their 20th, their meeting 20th.
We could have the joint session and the special planning commission on the same day.
Good, that's right.
All right.
Deadline for the last council meeting for the year is December 20th.
That is the last meeting.
And when do you have to have the agenda out for that?
Sorry?
When do you have to have the agenda out for that?
Thursday before.
Okay. Well, I agree. Let's announce the planning commission meeting 15 days from today. It's still today, right? Well, let's announce that for 15 days from today and get it on record. Get it announced. We're gonna need it.
I was gonna figure out that.
Right.
So when are you trying to get, are you trying to do the 13th? Are you trying to get the work session on the 13th, there's a special called planning commission meeting on the 13th?
Whatever can be done on the same day, so that,
We
and
don't need
then
to do that, Shmeep, right?
As soon as we can,
Session on the 13th of the city council. We're already scheduled to have a meeting on the 15th. That's when our planning commission meeting is.
Yeah.
2 days later.
Yeah.
We would then make any vote we want and then send it to city council for the 20th.
So
So
the
you
only
don't-
thing we have to consider is the first read on
So
this.
only a first read for the 20th, so a final wouldn't be done.
So I need to
till-
have this, I would need to have it done before that. Why? I would.
It's just, I don't think you can have two reads by the end of this was barely making it to be two reads.
Understood.
If it was a final.
So with, and I apologize that we're.
No, you're good.
So with special called meetings, though, I think we could have a first read. Nothing dictates
Right.
that, nothing dictates that
Has to
that
be
first read
advertised,
has to
yeah.
be on the 8th, or whatever that date is, I apologize, the 8th. No, that's November, I apologize. So,
The first read would be on the.
I've got it. So the 6th, 13th, and the 20th, nothing dictates that has to be on, that we have to do it that way. We could have a special called work session, we could have a special called meeting to create the first read. That still, they could potentially still leave their planning commission meeting when it is. And yeah, and then have the actual vote on the 20th. Right? Am I late? And
I don't, can they have a first read before the planning commission comes to recommendation?
Have to be after the planning.
My thought process is that they would have the work session before whenever we had that first read. Is there any chance that we could create that work session via a work session with a special called planning commission meeting? Same date?
There's no problem with them having the special called planning commission meeting immediately afterward.
Immediately following the work session.
Right.
Um,
That matter, the city council could then, if they can, if the work session creates a product of sufficient detail, that they can then, at the planning commission meeting immediately thereafter, make a recommendation, city council can then take that immediately. But they all have, they'll have to be advertised.
So for argument's sake, let's say we created a special called work session with a special called planning commission meeting on Thursday, December 2nd. And then we go through the work session, and the planning commission, they do their work, they come out with their recommendations, and now we have the first reading on the 6th and the vote on the 20th. I don't know from an advertising perspective, but I think we would have the right sequence for that.
Second. Gotta have two readings.
I'm not
Work
trying-
session, they're okay with it.
I apologize, I'm not trying to confuse, but I'm looking at the.
So I was just looking at the section of
Yeah, right.
zonings and text amendments. Zonings about sign and.
I guess I'm just trying to come up with a reasonable solution because we're so far apart on this.
I don't get it. Okay,
But I don't,
The planning commission would like this completed before. Vote on this before they adjourn for the year.
Yep.
it may cause them to have to call, if we're advertising together on that, or some issue that we didn't foresee right. That might cause you to have to
So
call.
could, if we denied, it still can go to, if you find out tomorrow, and if, let's just say we deny it, but then we have a special joint session, we have a special planning commission meeting again. If we deny today, could you still put this back on the agenda again for the special work session for the planning commission? Advertise it.
So I usually
to
have to
advertise.
re-advertise, getting ready for the council. I just think once you deny it, you kind of wash your hands of it, and then it goes on. And, send it back. I just think it's.
From a legal perspective, I can't.
But if we're in the work session, you get our.
It will proceed under the normal course. Whether you have a new meeting,
Yeah, if they deny it.
What do we feel?
It doesn't kill
Yeah.
the item.
I know, but then their ability to participate, other than me.
I mean, everything about this is telling them how they feel. It's all recommendations. So
Could a deferral be cleaner?
I think it would be.
if we were doing this optimally without worrying about the end of the year, I would recommend a deferral to bring back an alternative that meets the council, the planning commission's desires for what they want to see. That's
easy, yeah. It'd be no problem, but.
But with the special call meetings, it almost, it's if it's elongated the year. So I don't see the impact of a deferral could still work. As long as we have the special call meetings. And then they would have another policy out. There would not be another concern with not being able to revisit something that they denied.
But denying it's.
Yeah, we get our, we believe to state our case directly to council and work
If
session.
if they're interested, why we denied it, really interested, invite us to the work session.
I can't speak for the council, but I'm sure some of them are watching this right now. I couldn't anticipate, I don't anticipate that they would balk at a joint work session.
We're back at maybe denying, but then having a joint.
Yeah.
I was thinking deferral and then the joint work session.
To deny, let's just say we had the joint work session and all of that, and council, they don't have to take our recommendation, but if they were to, you make the whoever's making the presentation, and then council basically.
Stops what you said.
Yeah, they could do that,
By
right?
default have influenced them without having to meet again.
I mean, we could hypothetically still meet so it's
Right.
public and you have all of that, but then we're not worried about the timeline because they still, if they wanted to make a decision by the end of the year in this session, this year, they could do so. Obviously, we were to deny. We're not having to worry about anything else and they can still take our recommendation or not, but.
And I do think, right, I do think as a body, I'd like to go on record.
So the only thing is, again, bringing up these other points that are not. That's something that you can then make sure that that is part of your agenda item with council so that it can be addressed. They can address it at their, let's say, December 20th meeting.
But I think it might be a
Missed the
good
question.
idea, even if you deny it, maybe to have.
I think that's still very much part of the conversation here.
Yeah, I'm not denying not having the work session. I think that still probably that's gonna be beneficial to do that. But I'm saying the other issues that we're potentially bringing up that were not a part of your presentation, to make sure that you ensure that those get on the agenda for council so that they can make a decision on those as well on December 20th.
Right, yes.
And they would already be incorporated in
Right.
that.
What we're talking about outside of the presentation, right? Some of the other points that we're saying, hey, they're not presented today, maybe we don't address those.
Like what point? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're talking about the limited food service restaurant, those kind of things. Right, yeah. They've got to make, just like they're saying to us, he's all saying to us now, that's not kind of a part of the presentation.
Don't have to call it special.
May not be beneficial to address it or whatever, I don't know. If they make it a part of the presentation to council and council says, fine, let's eliminate this, then it's been presented to them and it's on the agenda.
They want to do.
And then they can get rid of that. So in effect, we've accomplished it, but.
Yeah, well, I'm still going back. I'm good with your motion. I'm good with your motion. Will you read that again?
I still had in there the 50/50 restaurants. I would think that we just,
You just have to stop at the last couple sentences.
just eliminate the last couple sentences.
I think.
Read it
Still
again.
have the 50/50.
Read it again.
Recommend denial of blank, and that we recommend that only full service restaurants with a 50/50 requirement by right with requiring the approval use permit by city, issued by city.
Yeah, just thinking through things. I think the goal that I'm seeing is to get this body's opinion to the city council in time for the city council to make a decision, a decision informed by your input. I think from what I've heard tonight, to do that, if this body recommends a denial, but then requests a joint and conducts either a joint work session or appears and presents to the city council at a work session between now and their meeting and expresses all of these opinions and thoughts, then those opinions get put to the city council as part of their consideration of your recommendation of denial in more detail than just a simple recommendation of denial would be. And if you want to include some additional items, you can recommend that the city council consider the following 2 or 3.
In the work session.
You can bring them up the work session,
No,
absolutely.
You're saying to bring it up now too.
I
That's
was
what I
saying-
want to make sure that we can accomplish if we're going to try to do something else outside of the presentation.
If there's something specific, I would say, as a new business item, or no, even as part of your motion, recommend denial, everything, recommend denial as presented, recommend consideration of whatever your concept is.
I actually think you have the right motion.
Shall we do it?
Well, so I have one question. So if we do this, is there going to be something, what is council going to vote on the 20th? Is there going to be something they can vote for on the 20th, or is it?
What you have before.
Yeah, they will have this. Now, there may, from their recommendation, maybe there are changes made to it, maybe,
Okay.
they get to the meeting and say, let's do 7, 8, 9, and skip 11 through 27. They may do, they can do anything they want with it.
Because I'm concerned, are we going to be generating work that can be done by staff in time from the 15th or the 13th, or whenever we do this, to the 20th, when they have to vote on this? I just want to be sure they've got something
We're gonna have
concrete to
first
vote
reading.
on, and that, I'm afraid that's going to take some work. But
I would probably be seeking a special called work session. By when I can get something appropriate on the first read.
Before the first read.
Yeah, so I would have to I would be looking to get this done right after the holiday, right after Thanksgiving.
Okay,
Next week.
I'm sure that.
I don't-
Yeah, go ahead.
Discussion before we.
Oh, yeah, any discussion?
Any other discussion? Okay, so RZ21-14 is on the table for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that excuse me. I move that the Planning Commission recommend the denial of RZ 21-14 and that we recommend that only full-service restaurants with 50/50 requirement will be by right, with all other liquor serving establishments requiring the approval of a use permit by city council to begin operations. Additionally, and beyond our recommendation on RZ 21-14, we would like to recommend that city council consider the elimination of general retail, the category of general retail with consumption on premises, and the limited service restaurants. Limited food service restaurants.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is denied.
We have two more.
So
I believe we have two more to go, don't we?
we do have more, yes.
Let's rock and roll.
We're just getting started.
Exactly.
I'm getting my second wind.
Do you guys, wow. Do you want a little bathroom bio break or you want to just head on?
Taking them in
Yeah.
during the session,
Okay. Okay, I'm just making sure.
if you need to.
Okay. Item will be RZ 2112, a text amendment to Chapter 64, Article 6, Division 2, AG 1, to allow certain structures housing animals to conform to the AG 1 district minimum standards. Going to be before that. Almost there, sorry about that. So this proposed text amendment is just another tool in our toolbox to encourage preserving the rural character of Milton by providing more flexibility for the small hobby farms. The proposed change is to reduce the required minimum yards for structures housing animals from 100 feet from all property lines to the AG1 zoning district minimum yards. So i.e., instead of 100 yards, the side setback would be 25 feet, not 100 yards, I'm sorry, alcohol. 100 feet versus 25 feet for side or 50 for rear. And we'll go through that as we look at the exact language. For those structures that are 2,200 square feet and smaller, in addition, any openings for ingress or egress shall be fronting away from the nearest property line and the Community Development Department will have final approval of design and building materials based upon the rural Milton overlay section. And then also, this would only be for lots 3 or more acres. Okay, so we would only give this, allow this to be done for those lots that are 3 or more acres. These buildings will still be permitted in the front, side, and rear yards that of primary residential structure, but now will have the following minimum yards. So the front yard would be 60, the 25 side, 40 is adjacent to a street side yard, and the rear is 50. In addition, staff recommends that no matter the size of the lot, properties without a single-family dwelling being the principal use, structures housing animals will no longer require a use permit. Currently, the ordinance requires properties with less than 5 acres to obtain a use permit, while properties 5 or more acres do not require a use permit. This appears to be inconsistent with the overall intent to encourage the preservation of our large parcels of land that may be primarily used as agricultural within the city. Staff has also included those buildings housing animals that do not have a single family dwelling being the principal use to also require approval of design and building materials by the Community Development Department, which would be based upon the section that speaks to architectural design in the rural Milton overlay. So we go to AG1 zoning district, and I want to get to my hard copy. Okay. So under A4, 64-415, for property with a single-family dwelling being the principal use, structures housing livestock, and are larger than 2,200 square feet in size, which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards, provided that the structure must be located at least 100 feet from all property lines and at least 150 feet from any occupied structure located on any other property.
Robert, on this one here, is there a real need for us to get so far in the weeds that we tell somebody how many stalls they can have inside their barn?
Okay, so that was based upon input that we wanted to limit, you know, I think it's a way to kind of have a barometer to figure out how big the barn is. So this 2,200 square foot structure is based upon 4 stalls, a tack room, a washroom. So it was pretty specific. I mean, if you don't want to recommend
It
that,
is
that's
for the-
okay. Huh?
It is for horses, but 4 stalls, with the guy racing sheep and all this, doesn't mean anything to it.
I mean, I think the concern should be for us is how large is an additional structure with the outside, whether it's 2,200 or 2,500. But what they do inside of it should be their own business.
That's fine. I mean, that's, I can pass that along. Yep. So, let me just finish through this and then we
Yeah,
can go
I
back
had some-
and
okay.
do some wordsmithing. And then for property with a single family dwelling being the principal use and being 3 acres or more in size, structures housing livestock, which are 2,200 square feet and smaller in size with no more than 4 stalls may be located in the front, rear, or side yards, provided that the structure shall conform to section 64, 416, B, C, and D, which is the if you go further in, under 416 are the setbacks. So it is, B is 60 feet, C includes both types of side property lines, and D is 50. So that's what it refers to. Okay. Okay. And then further, it says openings utilized for ingress, egress shall be fronting away from the nearest property line. All structures housing livestock shall be reviewed and approved. Well, let me, I have an edit to it based upon the city attorney saying in double little I 2 or 2, I can't even, yeah, the second one, all structures housing livestock shall be consistent with the building and other structure design. Subsection 6411-42 of the Rural Milton Overlay Zoning District, and reviewed and approved for design and building materials by the Community Development Department. So basically, it has to be based upon those outlined standards in 1142, 64-1142. So we had that reference in a previous section that we spoke about as well.
So the language about openings utilized for ingress egress,
So that's like so instead of having an opening of the barn right to your neighbor, because you're closer, you're only 25 feet from your neighbor, that it would be away from your neighbor, the ingress egress. That makes sense?
Yes.
shall be fronting away from the nearest property line. So whoever might be the closest neighbor to you, it needs to be away from them.
Right, so you would have maybe the side of the barn that just has maybe no windows would be next to that property line. So they're not going to be impacted by horses or animals going in and out right next to your property.
So it cannot open at all. Like that side is just, there's no doors, there's nothing.
Right. Yeah.
On the double I, there's all structures housing. So should that be all new structure? Because if somebody has a house and there's already a structure on the property, we're not going to make them rebuild it.
Right. And that's how it is anyway. So,
So
they're
should we
kind of
just say all
grandfathered in.
new structure?
Want to add that? Sure.
You're tired.
That's how it would be applied, but saying that is fine.
And the openings too, like, do we need to add anything else, like openings for the dwelling, or I don't know, something where you're actually addressing which openings you're talking about?
You mean windows versus doors?
What's coming?
Well,
in?
I say ingress egress for ingress egress. So usually you don't go out a window, but I mean, openings utilized for ingress egress shall be fronting away from the nearest property line. So,
But the openings are going to be on the structure.
correct. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, like something where the openings on the structure, or I don't know.
Yeah,
You're
we can
actually-
add that.
You know,
Openings on the structure utilized for ingress egress shall be fronting away from the nearest property line. Is that okay?
yeah, and that includes ingress egress is anything like particular.
Yeah, I mean, but you're probably not gonna have a lot of vehicles in the 2200s for farm implements, so yeah. But it would include that, because it's ingress egress. Okay, under B, for property without a single-family dwelling being the principal use, structures housing livestock, which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards, provided the structure must be located at least 100 feet from all property lines and at least 150 feet from any occupied structure located on any other property. All structures housing livestock shall be reviewed and approved for design and material, but I would have the same caveat with the consistent with the building and other structure design, subsection 64-1142 of the Royal Milton Overlay Zoning District, and shall be reviewed and approved for design and building materials by the Community Development Department. So basically repeating that same amendment for that item. And then, so basically that's all just saying is that we're going to have review of the barns. I think that's really important just to keep the character of Milton. Sometimes people come in with building permits of just metal buildings for their barns. And, this kind of just tightens up our ability to review the materials and the design for it. So that's why we added that.
Robin, I had some comments at the beginning, but I was holding them until you finished. This going from 100 feet to 60 feet, what's been from a farming community, I don't think reducing from 100 feet to 60 feet, I don't know, what are we?
So that's for if it was on the front. So we allow structures housing animals to be in front. Like, let's say if you have a house
Right.
and the house is way in the back and we allow it in front of the house,
Mhm.
that instead of 100 feet from the right of way, the road, could be reduced down to 60 feet. I mean, you're probably not really going to do that, but it's more for the sides and the rear, but yeah.
Okay.
That's how that's
Got it.
applied. Okay, and then we're deleting 2, which said for property without a single-family dwelling being the principal use and containing less than 5 acres structures housing animals which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards, provided the structure must be located 100 feet from all property lines and 150 from any occupied structure located on any other property, and provided also that a use permit must be first approved by the city council. So the idea was that, you know, if you had 5 acres and you had no house, but you still had to come before council to get a use permit for a barn,
Totally agree.
it's kind of counterintuitive what we're trying to do, I believe. So that's why I made that proposal.
On that same front page, should we be defining, if we can, small hobby farms? I mean, that's, I don't know what's a small hobby farm?
I don't think that I.
2 pigs? 1 pig?
So I
2
don't.
cows?
In the actual ordinance, I
Yeah.
don't think I mentioned hobby farm. It was just in my description in the memo, unless I'm.
Executive, you just mentioned an executive summary. I think.
Right, I just mentioned it in the summary as a, you're right, it's not, hobby farm is not defined, but at the same time, I'm not using that term in the actual ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I believe that takes care of the proposed edits to accomplish that, allowing a smaller barn to have less setback. And I did check, Fred, on the pigs. Hogs have to be 900 feet away, so I don't think anybody, that's in our animal section.
Good.
So they're not going to be having hogs or pigs. So anyway, just
Stand to smell.
wanted to
or
let
see-
you know that.
Stand to smell or sell?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we want to go over any other questions or comments? These edits?
Ready?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, hopefully making sure that we've got it down the way it needs to be. I know there was a comment about the 4 stalls.
Oh, okay, yeah,
We removed with no more than 4 stalls.
okay.
So it reads smaller in size, located in the front, rear, or side yards.
That's maybe located.
Right.
So that's that one. 4AI was openings,
On the structure, yeah.
On structure.
Little 2I is all new structures housing. And then I would also add, under B, that same change, would do all new structures.
That's it.
And then to add, in little 2I, after shall be consistent with the building and other structure design, subsection 64 dash blah, blah, blah. So that would be added in there as well as in B, little I below.
that again shall be consistent with the,
Shall be considered, did you say considered? Shall be considered?
Well, it should be consistent with, it could be considered or consistent. I just have used consistent in other parts of the ordinance.
so
cons-
after, so it's all new structures, housing, livestock shall be reviewed, blah, blah, blah. Community Development Department shall be consistent with,
Shall be consistent with the building and other structure design, subsection 64-1142 of the Rural Milton Overlay Zoning District, and approved for design and building materials by the Community Development Department.
Can you go back over that again? I didn't.
Sure. No, that's fine.
Shall be consistent with the building structure design.
Well, that's already there. Oh, consistent with the building and other structure design, subsection 64-1142 of the Rural Milton Overlay Zoning District. And then go back to what's already typed, reviewed and approved for design and building materials by the Community Development Department. So that's already there. And I apologize for that, not having it already prepared for you. And then,
That's
under
it.
B, have that same phrase, well, we'll do all new structures housing livestock shall be consistent with blah, 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 just like.
Because you
just-
could take out which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards provided, because there's no dwelling.
Oh, because there's, well, without a single structure housing. Um, what do you think? Paul,
Is there-
on that? That's how it was written originally, but.
Right, I
even
see that's how
without-
if there's nothing, that covers all the yards.
Right.
All of the property. So that unless it's restricted somewhere and this is granting something that otherwise it wouldn't be allowed if we didn't say that, then yes, it's arguably unnecessary.
Okay.
This
For
is
property without a single-family dwelling being the principal use, structures housing livestock must,
The
yeah,
structure
comma, provided that the structure must be located at least 100 feet from all property.
Right.
So we're taking out,
Which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards. That's what we're taking out.
and then it says, and at least 150 feet from any occupied structure.
So that's on an adjacent property, so not only do we have to look at the subject property, but let's say if a house is right at 25 feet on the next property, you couldn't do it. You'd have to stay 150 feet. So it's like two variables. So you have to, one, be 100 feet, but let's say it should always be 125 feet from 100 feet. But with the other, even with the reduction, you have to be careful. Let's say if it's 25 feet and then your next door neighbor was at 25 feet, that's only 50 feet difference. So that you may not actually be able to do that.
So I just wanted to make sure, like, what was the intention of occupied structure? Because could there be a building there but nobody's there and you're okay? Is occupied meaning like a single-family dwelling home?
This is also called out in the animal section, so I think it just, I think an occupied structure, let's say if the structure was another barn, that would be okay. Or an accessory structure.
Right, so you're, I mean,
Yeah.
is it more of like single-family home then?
Yeah, the idea is a regularly living in a residence. You want to be 150 feet away. Versus an accessory structure that's a shed. We don't really care that a barn housing animals is close to a shed on the other property. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I'm just saying, I think occupied structure, I think that just needs, occupied, there could be different connotations of what you consider something occupied or not. So are you basically talking about a residential structure, a residential home? So if we said from any single-family dwelling, whether somebody's
Without.
living in that house or not living, nobody lives there, it can't be there, right?
Right. If you changed it to, yeah.
Change it to a single-family dwelling.
Yeah.
so take out occupied structure, but single family dwelling.
Dwelling located on any.
But you started out by saying that property without a single-family dwelling.
But that's for the subject site, whereas
Site.
this one is for the next door neighbor.
Got it.
From a.
So we'll need to change
Yeah,
the, in the other
you're right.
sections too, if you want to do that. So in one, you would want to be consistent.
Mhm.
Oh, up top there.
Yeah. And even in 4A too. Above that. I think that takes care of all those references. Any other comments or questions?
Anybody else got any discussion? Open the floor up.
I make a motion that we approve RZ 21-12 with the following changes. Under 4A, we remove any occupied structure and replace it with a single-family dwelling. Under number 1, we remove with no more than 4 stalls. Under 1-I, add the words on structure after openings. I, after all, we add new. After department, we add shall be consistent, blah, 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 blah.
Was that supposed to be after livestock?
No, it comes after the community development department shall be consistent with building other structures design subsection 64-1142. All of that goes after community development department on the I. Under B, we want to remove which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards. We want to change any occupied structure to a single-family dwelling. We want to, under BI, we want to add new after structures, and after department, we want to add the same shall be consistent with other building structure design subsection 64-1142, et cetera, et cetera.
And then I think you did miss under 4A1, to replace occupied structure with single-family dwelling.
Oh, you're right.
All right, I second that.
So the shall be consistent language is coming after community development department, is that right?
I think it works. I think if we say to be consistent with.
Yeah, I
that
think
the
that's fine, yeah.
Grammar works that way.
Consistent with.
I thought you had said after livestock, but that's fine.
But that's fine, yeah, after the community development department.
And then that removal of the may be located in the front rear side, that's only on 4.
Yes,
also
correct.
Just 4B.
4B only, right?
Yeah.
Not in 4A, 4A1?
Not in 4A, yeah. Not in 4A1.
No, because there is a structure.
Yeah, because
There
there's a
is a
structure on it, yeah. There's a primary,
There is
there's
a
a
primary dwelling.
residence,
Oh, that's why you're saying.
right.
Well, my point was, if there's a structure and you can be in the front, side, or rear, where can it not be? On top of the structure?
Right.
Okay, you're saying where there is a single-family dwelling on the property, a barn can be in the front, the side, or the rear.
Right, correct.
Why do we need to say that? Is there any other place it could be?
Well, because there's other sections of the ordinance that talk about an accessory structure.
Okay, that's what I
has
was
to be
looking
in the
for before.
front.
Okay,
So that's why we have.
that's why I was saying, if there's some other place that restricts it,
Yes.
then it's okay, then we.
That's why then
would
I
need
took it
Yeah.
out if there's no structure there.
Right.
That, I didn't
You
catch
turn
that.
it, what's the side yard or what's the
Right,
front yard?
right, there's no
depending on-
yard, yeah.
Yes, okay.
But it's
was
only
thinking-
when there's a primary
Primary
structure and then,
Yeah,
an
no,
accessory.
I missed
Yeah.
that aspect of this question.
no, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, motion is on the floor.
He seconded.
And we
I
have a
second it.
For a second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? All right, so just to repeat the motion on the floor, for 4A, we're removing any occupied structure from the proposed change and saying a single-family dwelling. For 4AI, we are removing from any occupied structure and replacing that with from a single-family dwelling. 4A1I,
You missed the fact that we're taking
sorry.
out 4 stalls.
yeah, sorry, yeah, 4AI, we're also removing with no more than 4 stalls. And then for 4A1I, we're at saying openings on the structure utilized for ingress egress shall be fronting away from the nearest property line. And then for 2, all new structures, housing, livestock shall be reviewed, et cetera, all the way through. And then after the department, we're saying to be consistent with the building and any other design, subsection 64-1. 42 of the rural Milton overlay zoning district. B are deleting which may be located in the front, rear, or side yards. Placing any occupied structure with a single-family dwelling. I, all new structures, and then at the apartment to be building and the design subsection 64-112 of the rural Milton zoning district. Covered them all there. Okay, that's the motion and the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes.
Okay,
Last one, sound
Yes.
RZ21-13.
very good, yes. Okay. Get to this first. So this text amendment proposes to delete this administrative permit from Chapter 64. The reason for deleting it is to place a revised permit for events, special indoor, outdoor, within Chapter 34 of the City Code, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. City staff, primarily from Community Outreach Department, have been drafting an ordinance to replace Section 64-1596 and place it in Chapter 34 where it is more appropriate. This code change does not come before the Planning Commission as it is outside of its regulatory oversight, but requires the mayor and city council's consideration. There was a CZIM meeting held on October 26th with 4 residents in attendance, and they gave the following input that's in your, the memo. So I'm not going to go through all of those. So basically what this does is delete it altogether from the zoning ordinance and places it over into Chapter 34 of Parks and Rec. Questions, and I do have, is there public comment on this one? There's not, okay. I will, there might, there, yeah, sure.
Based on the CZIM feedback, staff had addressed the consideration of these privately owned public spaces and further clarified that 2 events would be allowed as it currently is at properties throughout the city, with the one exception of outdoor auditoriums that qualify under Chapter 64. Outdoor auditoriums are in the Crabapple District by right in have the intent for seating or, for attendance to a event like that, you would be able to have 12 per year. So that's how it currently stands. Just to clarify that, we did have some language that made it clear to areas that were of some concern that has been addressed.
Is the size of those events, there a size with those or anything?
Yes, brought a new series of definitions to the council in a work session that they seemed supportive of. And I can pull it up maybe, but the first one had to do with events that are, let me get to a few different documents here. It's no longer just specifically by number. So that's kind of a clarification I'd like to make. The first type of event that would qualify would be an event in a city park or other city-owned property, public space, or those outdoor auditoriums that are reasonably expected to cause or result in more than 100 people gathering, and the event is reasonably expected to have a substantial impact on the city park. The event is reasonably expected to require substantial public services, and the event will require temporary closure or exclusive use of the park, green space, public space, right-of-way, or road or street. So they're trying to clarify that not only does the number of people attend, but the impact you're having on the city and the surrounding areas. I know one of the voiced concerns was that it didn't say impact on residents. Staff felt that by doing any of these things, you would be impacting residents, so they was covered in that. And they did define clearly what substantial impact meant, what city services meant, and things like that. The second event that would qualify, the second type of event that would qualify would be an event on residential property that meets any of the following criteria. It's reasonably expected to have 100 or more people in attendance at any one time, and is reasonably expected to have substantial impact on city-owned property, the right-of-way and all that kind of. So if you're on a private property, but you're still impacting the roadway, so you're parking on the street, things like that. And you're going to use substantial city services. Maybe you need fire, police, all that kind of stuff to do, traffic control or EMS. And you would charge an event admission. So there's those qualifying criteria for ones on private property. So not everything on private property would qualify, but there would be some that still qualify under that circumstance. So there wouldn't be events that large going on private property. Then there's C, any other event that requires the city to provide enhanced public services due to the demands caused by the proposed event that are over and above those that would normally be provided by the city in the absence of the event. So that's kind of a little bit of a catch-all that says, even if you don't meet those other two wholly, but you're really impacting city resources, asking for a lot of our staff to attend or be in service of, or shutting down roads, then you would qualify. And then finally, D, we kind of talked about this, permits, if they're having alcohol sold. We're working out the clarification on what happens with a nonprofit when they don't have such a large event. We're looking to maybe have them have catered events that have the right permitting for them to get the state permit for alcohol.
Robin, since this wasn't primarily not our responsibility, a few months ago, we got pretty deep into special events and number of people, and how is that?
So that special event, I believe, associated this past summer had to do with the use permit, indoor, outdoor special event, which was different because it's more permanent, whereas these are special events that are temporary, like one day or 2 days.
Okay, so ones that are permanent.
Right.
Then, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, and that stays, that use permit stays. This is the administrative permit.
No problem.
See, the green is classified as an amphitheater, am I right?
But Bob and Robin have determined, it is in T4 open, but it is the civic portion that is required by the development over here.
Right,
So it's open to the public, but it's owned privately.
right.
And trying to clarify to, obviously the intent of an auditorium is to have people come gather. So they shouldn't inherently need a permit every time that occurs, but there are going to be circumstances in which they are impacting the city, the neighbors, and the staff here that would require it. In those cases, we're saying 12 seemed more, the staff that prepared this are saying 12 seemed more consistent with what the use was intended to be than the 2 that is everywhere else in the city.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead and take public.
Okay, let me go ahead and just read before the person comes up. I just, from Julie Zonner Bailey, stated, this letter also is intended to ask that the number of special events on privately owned land or land that was always intended to be green space and not commercially used space, example, the green space at Birmingham Crossroads, be left at 2 potential events per year. There are many unintended consequences of the language is allowed to balloon to a higher level with no restrictions, but instead allowed for all areas. And then further, she states, additionally, as it relates to city staff drafting an ordinance to replace the zoning use administrative permit and place it in chapter 34 where it is more appropriate, there are concerns that require your attention. This code change does not come before the Planning Commission as it is outside of its regulatory oversight, but requires the mayor and city council's consideration. I am hopeful you will provide perspective and direction when this goes to mayor and city council. Further, they say there is concern regarding the definition of privately owned public spaces and how that would unintentionally include spaces such as the village green near Publix and future pond green space in the mixed development on the southeast corner of Birmingham Crossroads intersection. Additionally, 12 special events for privately owned public spaces is too high and has a potential of turning the green and Crabapple as an example to a concert venue when it was intended to be unstructured green space. The green space was intended to be green space rather than de facto increased density. It is concerning that potential for-profit gains are being pursued on a piece of land that was proposed as a public space. Please give particular attention to these important details within your discussion this evening. So, just wanted that information.
Call for public comment on Thursday, November 18th.
Invite Mary Cronk to the podium.
I got a tea time in about 8 hours.
Okay. I'm Mary Cronk, and I reside at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton. I have 2 comments on this, and I'm not sure, based on what Bernadette said, one of these comments may no longer be valid, but it's late and we'll see. The first one is to consider whether this should actually be removed from Chapter 64, because there is a component in here that deals with land use. When you're talking about privately held public spaces, that's land use. It's kind of mixed in here. You've got some parks and rec stuff, and you've got the land use part. And I think that either it stays here where it is, or somehow, if it's public land use, you guys need to be the ones who take a look at it before it goes on. I think that that would be important, because that's what you guys do, land use. Second comment was just the same one that Julie had, is that in some of these spaces that really were never intended to be an event or host an event, like green space in Birmingham, potentially they could have, if those changes were made, 12, but I believe that Robin said that they are going to be kept at 2, at a maximum of 2. If that is not the case, then I'm recommending that those be kept at 2, because those areas, a lot of those areas, we don't even know all the green space we have, but we don't want to get into a situation where things are turned into venues that were never intended, because those green spaces were there as part of a commitment to a community for a little higher density, because in exchange, they would have additional green space they could use for their own uses. Hope that makes sense. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Any questions?
I don't know. I also had, the beginning of this, some of the points that she made me wonder, whether or not to vote to move it or to move it, basically. But it's already there, that it should be under our, some of it because of the land, as she said, the land part. But I don't know how you divide that up from the fairs and all of that.
I would offer up this, I'm speaking on behalf of a group that put this together, that the thought was by keeping it to 2 in the majority of the city, which I will confirm we are recommending to do that. We did understand, and that's why CZIM exists, is going, oh, good point. And so we said yes. That 2 is something that would happen occasionally. It's 2 per location. It's not 2 per person or 2 per applicant. It's 2 per location. So that's not inherently changing the land use of those places, is what they felt as a group. It was a large portion of the city getting together and talking of this through. And the 12 was landed on for like a once per month thought type of thing. There may be a few more in the summer because cold months may not have something going on. The outdoor auditorium is allowed by right. So it was felt that that was already determined by land use. So to increase it a little more, maybe 12 isn't the number that is settled on. Maybe that's part of the recommendation that 12 is not the right number. I don't know. But anything more than that, they would have to come before this body for a land use purpose. This is just to have your temporary events. Again, that full-time rural event agricultural facility or any other kind of special use permit would have to come before this body. We're not looking to move that. So again, if 12 isn't the right number for you, please put that in your recommendation.
So, and I also want to just address, I think, some points that were made in the correspondence as well as Mrs. Kronk, that under the form-based code with the civic space, it says that each civic space, civic spaces, I'm sorry, where is it? I had it here about, that basically, civic spaces shall be designed as described in table 4 and shall be accessible to the public during normal City of Milton park hours or longer each day. So I think the intent of the civic space for form-based codes, like with the green, that, they provided the civic space that was part of their development regulations of 5% for the overall development, is that it is many times it is going to be a private space that's been, allowed to be a green space, not allowed, but it's been set aside as a green space for public use, but it still is private. But then also it says, I think it's interesting that it calls out to be open during normal City of Milton park hours or longer each day. So I think the code, especially in the form-based code areas, contemplates that there's going to be this private-public type of use of the civic spaces, depending on where they're located and how big they are, so. Right. So anyway.
But if it helps clarify it all the noise ordinances and all the other things that would stand for business, no exceptions or increases, types of events. That all coming from what you've already approved would stand for those.
cool.
Any questions?
No, sir. No.
Make a motion that we approve an RZ 21-13 text amendment to delete event spatial indoor and outdoor with additional comments.
I'm sorry, Fred, what did you say toward the end?
Additional. And if there were any additional comments, so. Hey,
I don't think there was any.
I mean, it's in the public record that people made those comments, but unless it impacts, okay, yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, well, I think we have one more item, the schedule for 2022, so you guys want to make a motion, or if you see any issues with it?
motion,
I'm sorry?
need a motion?
Sure.
Make a motion that we accept the 2022 calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. Second.
Ron did,
Got
yeah.
a second. To accept the proposed calendar for 2022 for the Planning Commission's meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Before we adjourn, I also wanted to bring up if we wanted to have a holiday gathering still December this year. I know we didn't have. Y'all are up for that.
Sure.
You have to publish it. So.
Sure. So, in December, we're gonna have more text amendments, I'm sorry.
Oh.
And another preliminary plat, so anyway, it won't be an empty, item. So we have, some, as I think we alluded to, text amendments having to do with, the use of a indoor auditorium and then also fencing issues, fences.
Anticipated to be a lengthy meeting.
Not as long as this one, but.
Like it'd be past dinner time or?
Are you thinking about a breakfast?
Still be open for dinner?
Yeah.
What's that?
Waffle House.
Waffle House.
I think I like
Yeah.
the auditorium one, it's to avoid bars. Not even kidding. Or nightclubs, I should say.
Yeah.
So I think you'll like that one.
Yeah.
So it'd probably be past dinner, that meeting.
I can't say.
Okay.
I would think it'd be at least a couple hours.
What you guys want to do?
Couple's less than a few.
You guys still want to have it? She's got to publish it, so we would have to still be okay with that date and publish that there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Okay. Sure.
okay, cool.
That's all I had. Anybody else?
Is that
got
it?
any?
Is that it?
Is that
Now you
all?
have to adjourn before you all.
We have to adjourn.
Yeah, take a motion for,
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second?
any discussion?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Edwards, say aye. Motion to adjourn?
You got Monday's meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody opposed? No. We are officially adjourned. Thank you.